Okay, shall we start? 12 minutes late. I hope a lot of people will come in. And I'm very excited to chair this session. And I think it's wonderful that we get so much more international with people being here, talking about all parts of the world, and also, yeah, having people online. And the first presentation is head Flora Mutero Okuku is here. Welcome, and Lydia is online. I think she's listening. She will join in for the discussion. But I think we should start. I'll give you. Will you do your presentation there? Yeah.
Do my presentation. Yeah.
Flora has done some exploring Barcelona already, so we're really eager to hear about you exploring Nairobi. We were just reminiscing. I've been in Nairobi in the early 1980s, but must have changed a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Anyone here has been in Nairobi? Anyone here in this room who has also been in Nairobi? You've been in Nairobi? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, it's like what so maybe I'm Swahili because there'll be a response. I'm talking about city heritage walking tours, and it is called Naini Hu with a question mark at the end. And Nai is a short form for Nairobi. And that is a question to you, Naini who? And you're meant to answer, Naini Sisi. Naini Sisi. So when I go, Naini who, you answer. And all you're saying is Nairobi is us. I'm asking, who is Nairobi? And your answer is Nairobi is us. All right, so I'm going to start. We have a prezi before you, and the first thing I'm going to do is play for you a video by an artist. He is a hip hop artist known as Giuliani. The Naini Hu Festival started in 2013, and he was commissioned to do the music for the festival. So I'll play you that, and you're going to see some montage of the city. He's going to be speaking in a language called Sheng. Sheng is vernacular, Kiswahili, and English combined together. It's a street language. And the youth are heavily involved in the city heritage tours. So allow me to play that for you. I won't play the whole thing. I'll play, it's 2 minutes long, but I'll play halfway so you can get the chorus and hear the Sheng language and get immersed in the city of Nairobi. So welcome.
Na hii ya nani Yahoo bahasha za brown Kencom seems like pia leo narudi bila kitu home you last ultimate fork ilikuwa forken unalenga kumpa food juu amehang toothpick kwa lips maybe that's the only thing anayo to eat suit is the 3-piece na diet za minji sema faking it under the street lights brave the long cold nights yet anapea married men warmth wakipewa cold shoulders na mawife tunajua bad pango kando venye kunaenda tunatafuta mpango wa kado akitoka alipata domat. Usikasirishe mtu wa Twitter, hata kutusi na mahashtag. Nairobi na manyewe na si wewe.
Basically speaking to the resilience of the inhabitants of the city. He's talking of how they came to the city, they came on buses, different kinds of buses, and how they've managed to survive their relationships, negotiating the city. It's a very gritty place. Nairobi is young. It's a bold and brash city. And Giuliani, who is, I believe he's about 29 years old and comes from one of the suburbs, is representative of the youth of the city. So he's using Sheng language to express just how Nairobians negotiate that space. So the city of Nairobi attained its city status in 1950 via Royal Charter of Incorporation. On this slide, you are going to find out where the name Nairobi comes from. It's a Maasai word, Enkare Nairobi, the place of cool waters. It's a swamp. And in 1899, it became a railway depot. Before then, it was traversed by the Maasai tribe, the neighboring Kikuyu and Akamba tribes who would trade in the area. So in 1899, the Uganda Railway was being built. And that is when mile 327 was the nickname given to the settlement. It was tin shacks, 1913. And then in 1948, there was a master plan that was created by South African professionals, an engineer, a sociologist, and an architect. So in 1952, there was a state of emergency with the Mau Mau uprising, as we fought for independence and the colonialists tried to subdue the uprising. There was something known as the Operation Anvil. And this is when passes were required by the Africans to enter the city. It was a very restricted place. Even the planning of the city was racialized. And there's a lot of dispossession. And that is how the city started during that time. In 1963, Kenya attained independence. Now, something I'd like to mention that we do tackle in our papers, we try to bracket the years of Nairobi's emergence as a settlement, as a city. And we found that 1907, the demographics were very interesting. The Africans were in the majority and the Europeans who were the colonialists were ruling, but they were in the minority. So there was a power dynamic there that started to emerge and show its character to the city. And there were 3,100 Indians who had come to help build the railway, the Uganda Railway, so the indentured laborers, right? So we have a situation where the citizens are shaping and forming, sorry, let's just go there. All right. Yes, we have a situation where the citizens are shaping and forming the city. They're molding the identity through social, political, and economic engagement. They're seeking to construct and tether their selfhood, both personally and collectively. So we have the city walking tours, which is the first zone of the 9 Nihu Festival. And this is one where Dr. Muduma is a guide. And zone 1 is located in the central business district of the city, right in the heart of the city. So I had earlier spoken about the bracketing, that we had tried to locate the city using the bracketing. And we've identified from 1899 to 1939, pre-war, there was a historical non-being. There was the citizens or the indigenes were ruled over by the colonialists. And then we have a second period, which was post-war to independence. where a lot of the indigenes or the local Africans had one foot in the rural area and one foot in the city. There was an ambivalence. That's what we're calling that period. And then there's the third one, which is the one Nairobians are in right now, which is what we are calling the novel Nairobian. This is post-independence to present day. So you have many Africans being born and bred in the city. There's a nice quote I like to mention here by Professor Bettina Ngweno, who writes in Growing Old in a New City that in this bracket, there was the Nairobian who had no journey home. They're already home. So Nairobi became home for these people. So we've used monographs, we've used desktop research, we've studied some literature, journals and articles. We have evidence of the need by Nairobians for spaces to understand their social history over time. They are looking for stories that speak to their lives, for context, for processing their identity and belonging. And there is a growing concern for heritage rights by the citizens. So what we've also noted is that Nairobi is scant with descriptive studies of settlement. There is the National Museums of Kenya, there's the Karen Blixen Museum, there's the Nairobi Railway Museum, and what we find is that in those spaces, there's decontextualized, there's sparse, sometimes erased memory. There's need for a city museum that talks to the inhabitants of the city in a way that they'd understand and feel a sense of belonging. So one reason that the National Museum of Kenya, which we have abbreviated to NMK, deals with heritage in such a way is that the country has a status as being the cradle of humankind. The earliest known stone tools, hominid fossils, and artifacts dating back several millennia have been found in the country of Kenya. So the museum dedicates a lot of its space and time to discussing and displaying these fossils. So that has tended to overshadow a real perceived need for memory sites with dedicated public interaction of nationhood. So we've also found that another reason that the sparse descriptive studies of the inhabitants is that those institutions were set up by the colonialists to satisfy their curiosity about the indigenes. So there's a distinctive history that's influenced by the power of the colonial elite and its creation. So in this need for a dedicated ethnographic space that locates personhood and connects audiences with their memories and planting a cultural confidence, we found that the heritage tours, the walking heritage tours, deals with this very well. They enliven the public space, they activate them for contemplation, for documentation, and for debate, and they address the issues of heritage really well. So there is various inventory that's found within the city heritage tours, and there's some pictures there of one of the participants in the t-shirt, Naini who, and your answer is? Yes, Nai is ours. As they walk the city, they own the city. And there is an old colonial building that's at the junction. There's also some monument and that juxtaposition of the old and new within the city. Behind there, you can see the tall cylindrical building. That's the Nation Media House. And you have this one of the tours just taking the audience through discussing the space. There are also other inventory that can be considered. And when we did an analysis, we said perhaps a joining of these inventories in another specific place would help enhance the city heritage to us some more. Okay, all right. So where are we going? What we are saying is that the city tours are a culturally relevant site of memory. The city tours will discuss power, knowledge, and being, identity, and belonging as they cover urban historiography. These spaces of encounter will encourage discourse, debate, reflection. They will encourage radical imagination, and they will also enhance sensory experience of the city. And then they will encourage pursuing of custodianship of the city spaces, especially by the young people who are great participants of the city heritage tours. Uh, 2016 saw because of the pandemic, the city heritage tours took place at the Alliance Francaise in the Central Business District. And up there you have, and I do have a booklet from there where we had a brochure just documenting the historical space of Nairobi, some images from different streets and locations. I'll show you the book as I sit there. And what we want to do with this paper when we write it with Dr. Muduma is to do a three-dimensional narrative inquiry of the space, dealing with interaction, continuity, and place. And that will be it for me for now. Just some close-ups of the brochure. And my acknowledgement and thanks. Thank you for listening to me this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Flora. Now we all know what to do when we get to Nairobi. Well, hopefully now Inga Sarma is going to talk about, do I pronounce it right, Jurmala? Yeah. Can you, will you do your presentation? Huh?
May I hear?
Huh? Will you do your presentation there?
No.
Okay. So Inga is going to talk about research in your home city and especially looking at the identities of the city. So please, the floor is yours.
Hello, I am Inga Starma from Jūrmala, Latvia. Jūrmala is the largest and very known seaside resort on the Baltic Sea. And Jūrmala is the seaside resort from the middle of the 18th century. Now our museum start the creation of the new conception for permanent exhibition for museum. The main topic of our museum is the seaside resort. And this video tells many about these things, what is the general for our city. And illustrate the process of creation, the new concept of exhibition.
A city environment or urban environment is a complex social, economic, and biophysical system which emerges as a result of the interaction between humans and nature. Especially if it is Jūrmala, a city between the waters with an unusual geographical position, complicated history, and very close to the capital of the country. Currently, the Jūrmala City Museum has begun its work on creating a new permanent exhibition for the museum. When creating the concept, we set a goal to find out what the image of the city of Jūrmala is, how the residents of Jūrmala understand their identity as citizens of the city, and what has the impression of Jūrmala been for the city visitors in the past, and what is it today. The image that a city can create about itself can be both objective and subjective. It is determined by experiences, emotions, as well as a set of different circumstances. A lasting impression of the city can facilitate communication between tourists and residents, because this impression is the depiction of the inner personality of the city for newcomers who want to get to know the city better. When people travel to different destinations, they take the impression of that city with them and spread it around. Therefore, it seemed important for us to study what symbols, stereotypes, myths, and prejudices have existed in people's perceptions of Jūrmala, and which of those are still prevalent today. Daughter of the Sahara Desert, 19th century. Riga on the sea, 19th century. Very expensive today. Resort for wealthy Russians today. No trip to Riga, Latvia is complete without visiting Jūrmala. What does Jūrmala mean for great poets? Maybe the place of inspiration? At the beginning of the 19th century, it could indeed be called the daughter of Sahara Desert. But soon everything changed.
Rigesas strandas is Baltische Rivera.
Rīgas Jūrmala, the Baltic Pearl. Jūrmala – это советский Запад.
What is the city image today? The research of the city image and identity consists of two parts: historical material, tourist guides, brochures, promotional publications, memoirs, letters, postcards, etc., and surveys of the city's residents and tourists, as well as collection and analysis of feedback on tourism sites and social media networks. We asked, what are the three words to characterize Jūrmala the best? The answer from residents and guests is the beach, the pines, the Zintari Concert Hall. One of Jurmala's highlights is the Zintari Concert Hall. It dates back to the end of the 19th century. Today it has an open summer stage known as the Large Hall and the recently renovated small indoor hall. In the summer, the Large Hall is busy with performances every day. Maestro Maris Jansons and Bavarian Radio Symphony Orchestra, the legendary Zubin Mehta and the Israel Philharmonic Orchestra, Gidon Kremer and Chamber Orchestra Kremerata Baltica, and Gianandrea Noseda and the London Symphony Orchestra are stars of Jurmala Festival in Zintari Concert Hall. What we are proud of. For dunes and pines, for beach, for Zintari Concert Hall and wooden architecture. What we can't be proud of, for many wooden buildings that are damaged. From the 20th century until the 1990s, the image of Jurmala did not cause anyone to doubt. Jurmala was a well-known resort. Today, this image is no longer as self-evident. Dualism often appears in publications and research on the image of the city, a business city or sleeping area of Riga or a resort, multicultural or monocultural environment, identity of the inhabitant of Jurmala or Sloka and Temeri. The reasons can also be found in the geographical position and history of Jurmala. The city was formed on a long peninsula and in 1959 united three cities, Rigas, Jurmala, Sloka and Temeri. Since Latvia regained the independence, investments in development have been mostly in the center part of the city, leaving Sloka and Temeri as low-lying suburbs. This has affected the perception of the identity of the citizens. With a new permanent exposition, the Jurmala Museum actualizes the understanding of the identity of the city and the citizen, as well as encourages participation in the formation of the city's image as traditions and cultural and historical identity, as well as contemporary and innovative developments play an important role.
I think we move to Mumbai as quick. And are they online?
Yes.
Yeah. So, well, I don't know who of you is going to speak. I'm going to try to pronounce your names: Shruti Ramesh,
It's Bhagashree. Yeah.
Bhagashri Ramakrishna, and Shinadir. Very welcome from all of us here in Barcelona. And so please go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah, first of all, a warm good morning to everyone. And we just like to thank the organizations to really giving us this platform to present our research. And we're present in different cities in India. So our research really deals with the museum landscape of Mumbai and through the lens of urban design and how museums are, developing and perceived within this complex urban processes that the city is grappling with, and also through the intersection of informality that is present within the city. So that we'd kindly like to start the recording of the presentation. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Bhagyashree Ramakrishna, and I will be presenting along with Shruti Ramesh and Shreya Der. We're a team of urban designers from India, and our research paper is titled Curating Informalities, Syncretism of Social Innovation in the City Museum of Mumbai, India. So the city of Mumbai presents itself as an urban tapestry that is juxtapositioned along with new towering high-rises as well as a complex multicultural landscape. The coastal city's financial and real estate is defining and shaping its contemporary urban narratives, along with an urban sprawl of interwoven creative economies. The city's social spatial landscape reflects the mosaic of the local, working, and migrant communities within the built environment. The diversity in communities has created distinct associations with the city's estranged colonial past, revanchism of indigenous identities, and growing real estate. We read the city through the diagram of its urban ecology web. The infrastructure is influenced by the socio-economic and political processes that follow a blurred formal and informal. Therefore, some of the economic processes of migration that are greatly impacted by transit also affect access to infrastructure of museums. Our research presents three hypotheses. One, that museums sit within sanitized enclaves. Social innovation can forge better connections between the museum and informality. Syncretism of the formal knowledge systems and innovative informal can bring about transformative change to the urban geography and citizenship in Mumbai. Here we question, how does the museum integrate informal processes within its urban framework? And can placemaking advocate a citizen's museum? We try to attempt to analyze these questions through the lens of the urban scale, the museum's precinct scale, and the working of the museum itself. Using qualitative methods of spatial analysis and an ethnographic study of mapping human behavior and urban forms, we examine urban geography, museum networks, and perceptions of informality. The spatial geography of Mumbai is densely populated and is composed of colonial buildings, urban villages, and slums. Historically, this has been reclaimed from an archipelago of 7 islands that is now located in the southern part of the city. The city's linear transit lines that has extended towards the north and east guide its urban morphology. The second aspect is the museum's present city. Museums here are present as heritage and contemporary. They are mostly government-run enterprises that operate through traditional modalities. So among these museums, the CSMBS is the Central City Museum that was built by the British. Contemporary museums try to represent the city's art, science, cinema, and transport. However, they are few in number and vastly underrepresent Mumbai's multiculturalism. We analyze museums along with the network of knowledge dissemination to establish citizenship. When museums are presented along with the layer of slum settlements and knowledge centers, here distance, mobility, and urban enclaves are highlighted, and the role of formal knowledge centers become highly inaccessible to marginalized communities who form about 40% of the city's population. Here, a higher concentration of museums are located in the elitist enclaves within South Bombay. And here we look at a network of libraries that are also mapped to analyze the interface of the slums, museums, and the city. Museums located near slum pockets are predominantly known to have impacted their urban vicinity and through empowerment and upliftment schemes. So specific factors such as visibility in social indices or adjacencies to institutional catalysts can determine their placement there.
The fortified town in South Bombay was one of the foremost neighborhoods to get built by the British, which now has become a reminder of Mumbai's rich historical and cultural locale. Moving on to analyzing the museum, which is located in a crescent-shaped site. Historically, it was a multifunctional space which used to serve as a hospital for the military and even for children's welfare exhibitions. After opening up to the public in 1922, the Prince of Wales Museum of Western India remains preserved and protected with colonial constructs. It has become a cultural urban common where it represents the diversity and rich history of India. It is situated at the locus of the Kala Ghoda, an art district located in Fort area. In 1998, the museum was renamed as Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya from Prince of Wales Museum. The fort area was declared as a Heritage Conservation Zone in 1995, and these subdivisions have been the consequence of this declaration. There are these associations that work towards the conservation of this area and for it to become a major tourist attraction. The Kala Ghoda Arts Festival is a street public event organized annually connecting the few institutions and the street. The museum garden and other art galleries are the few third places in the district, facilitating socio-economic interactions. The build to open ratio in this area is 5:1, whereas the private is to public ratio is only 8:1. The museum is surrounded by largely civic buildings like art galleries, libraries, and other knowledge sharing spaces. Most of these spaces are heritage graded buildings, including the Art Deco ensembles of Mumbai. In terms of accessibility, they are protected through boundary walls to ensure safety and security. The CSMVS precinct buildings include Children's Museum, Visitor Center, and art galleries. A new initiative began in 2015 of Museum on Wheels where the culture could be spread to rural areas of the state of Maharashtra. It suggests that the museum has been attempting to connect to other parts of the city through deployable systems. But these informal artists who commute 3 to 4 hours daily to work on the sidewalks of this museum often go unrecognized. They help in forming social spaces and encouraging diverse interactions with different visitors, including people who do not want to buy a ticket to access the museum. Here we found a lone female vendor outside selling coins that had appeared to be very similar to the coin collection displayed that we saw inside the museum. We wondered about her ways of linking museum activities to enable a sort of informal gift shop perhaps. These sidewalks, where informal stakeholders are situated, act as platforms for social innovation as they cater to the creative needs of lower income groups. Book vendors along the pavements is a common sight in the city, showing unique binaries since they are situated right in front of some of the most eminent libraries in the city. Moving on to the informality aspect. As we discuss this, we digress from the viewpoint of informal sites as a place of poverty, but rather as sites of social innovation. As argued by Ananya Roy, the informal economies of the city contribute to the global market, but outside of the formal binary. Here, social innovation systems have set up their own network that work within the blurred boundaries of legality. The locational, physical, and political aspect of the museum can present boundaries of formality, antiquity, and elitism. The social innovation theory is described as a free flow of ideas, values to drive social capital and social change in a non-hierarchical circular structure. The theory recognizes the individual as independent entities networking with institutions as opposed to reliant on large corporations. These are the 3 sides of such informality which were examined. Zooming into Chor Bazaar, as you can see here, the neighborhood is a dense, fine-grained urban fabric. The informal bazaar is functioning as an open market built during the time of British colonization. The idea of a historic, centrally located flea market as an important urban process is not only of systems of collection, adaptive reuse, or recycling, but also as repositories of histories. The second urban process that we analyzed is called Dhobighat, or the community laundromat. This public laundromat is also historical infrastructure that emerged during the British era. Here it shows that the space is deeply contested and tightly knit within the houses of the laundry workers and the laundromats. We can see the drying of washcloths and their informal houses. The elevated viewing point allows for the tourist gaze, and they also cater to the adjacent hotels and residences. To summarize this process, the adjacent formal institutions depend on the informal systems as Dhobighat to support formal entities.
Lastly, we analyzed urban processes in the 3 square kilometer informal settlement of Dharavi. It houses 1 million people. It is a site of creative industry, artistry, and enterprise with prominent industries such as pottery, leather, embroidery, and recycling. The craft and trade origins of the Kumbarwada or the potter's village dates back to the 1930s. It has a unique and creative spatial system of mixed live and work spaces. These informal systems have intrinsic network links throughout the city, nationally and internationally. How can the CSMVS create a paradigm shift in the way it connects with citizens? We propose 3 scales of interventions: the museum scale, the precinct scale, and the city scale. Some important pathways for the CSMVS to redefine its role include reconfiguring its publicness, transcending formal boundaries, and extending its learning environment to the informal sector. Collaborative aspects of the existing museum structure can become areas of expansion in the future. SOTC visualizes museums as part of the urban space of the city, connected through the concept of urban sociability. At the precinct level, clustering policies can attract specific user groups, establishing interdependencies. In the context of Mumbai, clustering should also include the informal domain. The Dharavi Design Museum is a case of a nomadic museum within the Dharavi slum. It works with grassroots level work. As a micro-scale enterprise, it forms associations with the internal network of Dharavi. It adds artistic and creative value to everyday craft of local craftsmen. The foreign lens creates non-contextual and contrasting high culture. Publicness for the CSMVS can be afforded by breaking down physical and systemic walls created over the centuries. Safeguarding of built heritage challenges physical interventions. We envisage a proposal where the museum is an urban system sited within informal settlements, and its collaboration with deployable, open, and formal systems enable connectivity. While museums remain largely apolitical, favoring knowledge and culture over politics and bureaucracy, syncretism of the informal with museums require sensitive action. This inclusion combats geographies of segregation and enclaves, adds value to museums as public spaces, uplifts through education, and unlocks access to tacit knowledge. Spatial proximity critically affects use by the informal section. We propose the decentralization of knowledge centers to locations in proximity of informal sites, whether physically or digitally. Medellin is a much discussed example of city-level library parks placed in informal urban areas, resulting in urban transformation. Beyond infrastructure, multiple contextual policy changes were required. The city and citizens were connected to the informal areas through the creation of knowledge-centric city-level public spaces. From the case, we learn that large-scale projects are expensive to maintain and political biases in the participatory process can dilute intent. while museums give informal settlements the opportunity to connect and collaborate with them. Decision-making capacities should be situated in the hands of informal citizenry. As the socio-economic divide has intensified due to the recent pandemic, we imagine museums can act as humanizing connectors to the ruthlessly urbanizing city. The development plan of Mumbai should recognize these frameworks. Extending on the theme, connecting cities, connecting citizens, we hope the urban can link museums with the people to inform a holistic city development. Thank you. Have a nice day.
So thank you very much for this very thoroughly researched presentation. We started a little late, so we will take some time for the discussion. I hope that Lydia Mutuma is also online somewhere. Yeah, she is.
I am.
Yeah, maybe
Thank you.
first you or the panel. Do you have any questions or remarks? Maybe also for the other presentators.
Okay. Yes, I can see Lydia's online.
Yeah.
Great. No questions for now, but
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful spread across 3 continents and 3 very distinct projects. I have a question for Inga Sarma. So the context in which I work is most comparable with your context. So I work in Italian small towns that haven't had much investment in tourism infrastructure. And so the image that is propagated around in the area of central Italy I work on is relegated not to the early 20th century, but to Etruscan times and vaguely to the 14th century. But you also mentioned a Soviet phase in this resort town. You mentioned an industrial phase in this town. And then you showed beachgoers from today, tattooed young people in fluorescent bikinis. How can these various layers interact with the narration in the Jurmala Museum? And yeah, so that's my first question. And my second question is the wooden architecture that's so beautiful that's in your town. How can the museum reinforce efforts or awareness for local policymakers to invest in restoration of these structures? Are they privately owned? Are they state-owned? Yeah, so those are my 2 questions.
About wooden architecture at first. It is a very hard term for our city because Jurmala is a cult city for very wealthy people who would like to build their own villas in Jurmala and close to the beach as well as, and many historical buildings, wooden architecture are damaged. And museum, at first we educated people. We are activating the inhabitants, Jurmala citizens, and make protest actions. And we make exhibitions for educational reasons. And many lectures, made publications, and we work in collaboration with our heritage protection institutions. But it is very, very hard and big problem. And excuse me, the first question was?
The first question is more difficult. And so there are other layers that have been added to the identity of the city from what I can understand. So there's a Soviet phase of when Jurmala becomes the Soviet West. You talk about the industrialization, maybe in the hinterland around Jurmala. You talk about Russian tourism and the beach culture that spontaneously forms on the Baltic. How can a city, I find myself working in an area that's very attached to, okay, so that's my question. How do you dialogue between these levels?
Jurmala is still popular in Russia. Like Estonia, like Pärnu resort, like Palanga in Lithuania, but Jurmala is the first because Jurmala from the 19th century have some mythological in Russia, and many people in Latvia still very good knows Russian language, and Russian people they feel in Latvia very comfortable, and many of them prefer the Baltic resorts than Western. But
briefly answer the question? I would like to have some more time also for other questions. Yeah, okay. Maybe, yeah, okay. Do you have did you have a question? Yeah? Joanna? Yeah? Yeah, because I also would like, yeah, you go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, because I would like to, it's a question both for Mumbai and Nairobi. You talk about the involvement of artists, of rappers. In your presentation, you didn't talk about it a lot, but in the book you talk about involving street artists. So I'm interested to hear from both of you how you deal with artists and how that works in your different projects. Can you go first? Yeah.
Yes. Let's give this a test for Lydia. See if you want to try and answer that one?
Okay, thank you very much.
Are you muted?
1 second. No, unless the host, on my end, I'm unmuted.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the whole process of the walking tours is actually carried out, most of it by the artists. For instance, they're the ones who designed the t-shirts, Naini who is a Nairobian. And then people like Giuliani, the musician you heard at the beginning, promote the event by putting it into music, putting it into language that will appeal to the youngsters, because those are the people who are interested in enculturating into getting them to enjoy, like, understand, and get involved in the showcasing of the city. Those are just two examples of how we incorporate street artists. I call them streets, but actually what I mean is popular artists, and it has been very effective, much more than involving formal academic museum staff. They have their place, but a different place. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. And in Mumbai, what are your ideas about involving the street artists in the project?
Yes, so we primarily speak about this notion through the lens of space making and the physicality of the museum itself. So like we saw in the context of the CSMVS, the whole precinct is currently quite bounded with a wall, and it's also quite disconnected visually. It's also disconnected from the street and the museum through notions of policy, regulations, you need ticketed access. So it just shows that the notion of formal institutions do not recognize their interrelationship with the public space. And we would like to bring about this discussion of what next, of how can we continue building contemporary precincts or contemporary museum precincts that, if they have a certain porosity within the physicality of their location can just start a conversation with the street artists. So that is the first notion of intervention that we propose. And the second would be facilitating a certain public space precinct. So because of these several case examples that we spoke of the city market spaces, or the notion of public infrastructure that caters to a tourist economy, we're trying to look at what is really public for an economy like Mumbai. So what is something that can be made accessible to street artists who are, thriving on everyday wages and daily wages, and just trying to sustain their income and, livelihood. So therefore, there is this sort of interrelationship that we need to discuss about what is the formal institution, what does the museum represent to connect with this 40% of informal population, or population that reside within informality. So I think through space making dialogues, it would lead to certain initiatives at a more micro scale.
Yeah.
So
okay, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Joanna, you...
Thank you. Yeah, good. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Yes, well, thank you, the three of you. Well, the six of you, actually, from Mumbai. We are three. Shruti was about to come representing the group. I'm very sorry you couldn't, and last minute restrictions, COVID. And Lydia is also very nice to get to know you, even if only on the screen by now. Maybe next time, hopefully. For Flora, I have one question that might also be possible to answer by the Mumbai group. You mentioned there is a need for creating a city museum in Nairobi. Question, maybe I won't make the question why hasn't been there yet, a city museum, but is there a project to creating a city museum now, or is this a wish? And if it's a plan, even if it's on the long term, what type of city museum do you imagine that would be?
That's a good question. Thank you. So there are museums there currently in Nairobi, the National Museum of Kenya, which is state corporation. Yes. So about the city, there is one that comes close, which is the Nairobi Gallery, which houses the Joseph Murumbi collection. He was the Vice President of Kenya and collected a lot of artifacts. It's also under the National Museum of Kenya. So this is what we were trying to cite. There's a void that needs to be filled. And we imagine that the walking tours do this very effectively, not the brick and mortar institutions. The audience that we're targeting are the youth, and they seem repelled by the idea of walking into a four-wall institution and interacting with the artifacts there to gain knowledge about their identity, rather than be out on the streets singing and dancing and exchanging information with the tour guides and with each other about the buildings that they see, the stories behind those, the narratives and how they came to be. And then they can insert themselves within those timelines and take ownership of the space. I hope I've answered. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, and in Mumbai, because there you are in a different position, I didn't quite understand you. So you are sort of analyzing the existing historical museum and proposing some changes. Do you do that in a discussion with the museum? How's your relation with the museum?
Shruti too.
So currently, we are as urban designers, our role is basically to advocate for certain things where we feel that we can connect citizens and the city, and we feel that museums can be like agents to that
change that can happen. And we feel that in the context of Mumbai, the CSMBS is a very important cultural icon to the city. And it also, it does all of these interventions in terms of outreach to whether it be the Children's Museum to connect to the, to be a space for the children in the city and be a public space. And the Museum on Wheels, where it's trying to connect with citizens who do not have access. So we feel that the museum can, the CSMBS is a good platform where, and we are advocating for them to look at the informal section of the population, because in Mumbai, in the context of Mumbai, around 40% of the population is residing in informal sector, and around 50% are in, also part of the informal economy. So it's a really important thing to discuss with the museum.
And are you in this debate with the museum? Yeah. Is the debate, is it possible? Is it happening?
Yeah, I think we looked at certain areas of the department of the museum where we see a scope for expansion, and we see a scope for creating. I think from yesterday's discussion, the notion of scalability is something that is needs to be addressed in this large population of Mumbai. So we have this one system of museum on wheels that exists as 2 buses currently. So how do you increase it? And I think these are areas of expertise that we probably wouldn't have. But in terms of creating space, urban spaces that would, we see it as creating a framework for development that will allow museums to, scale their interventions.
Yeah. Oh, Lydia, yeah.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to add on to Flora's answer. Somebody in the public asked whether there is a city museum, and more or less what are we suggesting towards that end. I would like to point out that ours is more of a shift of focus or perception, because so far museums have been seen as taking artifacts, putting them in a room, and go and view them there. The museum we are suggesting, or rather the walking tours that we are calling museum, they're more performative. You actually go and live city identity. But now the end of the question is that, yes, there is a proposed Nairobi City Museum. It is yet to come up. It's being built right now. And we intend to get into conversation with the State Museum and suggest that probably they could incorporate or add this perspective of an oral performed museum. Thank you.
Oh yeah, the Museum on Wheels is mainly for the outreach of, oh yeah, so that... Yeah, and she said the Museum on Wheels of this city museum in Mumbai is mainly for the outreach of remotely located civilians. So that's, so that last, this oral museum is a wonderful, it's a really wonderful concept. I think we should end the debate because there's another debate on the program, but it has given lots of thoughts also of working within and outside the institutions, how you can use the city as a whole, the streets of the city, the artists as a way of telling the stories. So I would like to thank you all very much, the ones present here and the ones online, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vale, bon dia. Moltes gràcies a tothom per ser-hi aquí. Avisar que aquesta sessió, aquesta part de la jornada serà en català, ho dic si voleu posar el traductor. I abans de res, recordar-vos que els tours de dissabte, avui és l'últim dia per apuntar-vos i que llavors, si esteu interessats en els tours que es faran aquest dissabte, heu de baixar aquí a secretaria. Llavors, és el darrer moment. Simplement volia presentar aquesta part de la jornada d'avui i assenyalar que jo més o menys estic amb una figura que seria ambivalent perquè estic aquí com a una mena de moderador, però un moderador que també és partícip perquè serà partícip perquè també voldria intentar contextualitzar el problema i la situació que avui abordarem. I per això, abans de donar la paraula a aquests dos historiadors, l'Àlex Sánchez i el Manel Guàrdia, m'agradaria simplement deixar caure algunes poques paraules per situar aquest debat en el context del museu. I tenint en compte, per començar, que, com heu pogut observar, aquest museu es caracteritza per la seva complexitat i per la seva dimensió plural. I simplement destacar que jo avui parlaré una miqueta perquè la meva funció seria doble, seré moderador però també partícip, perquè es tractaria d'introduir aquest debat amb dos historiadors que han treballat molt amb la casa, l'Àlex Sánchez i el Manel Guàrdia, i simplement voldria deixar caure algunes paraules per tal de situar i contextualitzar el debat. Llavors, a més, fer-ho dins del context amb alguna cosa que ja es va poder veure ahir amb l'exposició que va fer l'Helena Pérez Rubiales, que té a veure amb aquesta complexitat, amb aquesta dimensió plural del museu. Per això, a mi el que m'agradaria sobretot emfasitzar, recalcar avui, seria destacar l'aposta, la vocació, el compromís del museu pel coneixement. Especialment en una situació com l'actual, i pensem també en aquella paraula que moltes vegades se sent com la de postveritat. I que hi ha una aposta clara del museu pel coneixement, però que al mateix moment s'intenta compatibilitzar i combinar en tot moment amb una mateixa aposta per la difusió i la mediació. El que intentem plantejar és que no hi ha un fals dilema, no hi ha una dicotomia, sinó un intent de com poder conciliar tots dos elements. I com fer-ho, a més, en uns temps com els actuals, això suposa molts nous reptes, molts nous desafiaments per l'obligació d'intentar adaptar-nos a les noves tecnologies, a les noves possibilitats i, com hem vist, per exemple, arran de la pandèmia, que cada vegada han de ser més importants. I per això, en el museu ja des de fa temps, tot i que darrerament s'ha accelerat, hi ha hagut una voluntat per intentar sempre digitalitzar el màxim possible el museu, per plantejar ja molts projectes en una clau digital, per intentar fer-los accessibles, per intentar mostrar-los al màxim nombre possible de persones i que això, per exemple, s'ha manifestat amb apostes com intentar nodrir el nostre canal de YouTube amb el màxim nombre de vídeos, entre d'altres coses. Ja tenim emmagatzemats ja gairebé 500.000 de vídeos. Tot això s'ha plasmat també darrerament en una cosa que molts de vosaltres haureu vist, que és en la construcció i el disseny d'una nova pàgina web. Aquesta nova pàgina web que es va inaugurar la setmana passada i que s'ha d'entendre no només com una resposta necessària a la pròpia obsolescència de la tecnologia, com la necessitat d'actualitzar-la per raons tècniques, sinó que també la vam voler enfocar com l'oportunitat de repensar-nos com a museu en una clau digital i de repensar, per tant, també i de promoure la relació del museu amb la ciutadania. Cal pensar, i això és molt important per nosaltres, que la part digital del museu no l'entenem només com una mena d'aparador, que estigui al màxim possible, el més complet possible d'informació per tal d'oferir-la a la ciutadania, sinó més aviat com una espècie d'espai viu i no poques vegades autònom, que es relaciona amb el primer, però que al mateix moment també té una important especificitat i una entitat pròpia. És a dir, el que seria, per tant, la dimensió digital no només afecta a la difusió i a la propagació dels materials que es realitzen, sinó que també forma part de la producció, de la ideació prèvia de tot allò que ja estem fent. És a dir, pensar en el museu. Una clau digital significa pensar que no només el digital ve després, sinó que ja ho intentem pensar des del ben principi. Per això, en molts casos, hem intentat ja situar aquesta clau digital com un punt d'arrencada que naturalment es va materialitzar amb el que seria la pròpia manera de com repensar la web. Aquesta manera de repensar la web va ser un projecte transversal que va tenir moltes etapes, que es va produir sobretot en una clau de teletreball i que va involucrar molta gent del museu. Aquí us ofereixo dues imatges que són interessants perquè la primera el que proporciona és l'esquema, la imatge que va ser el resultat fet per la Mònica Blasco com a conseqüència de tots els debats que vam tenir, d'intentar pensar la web d'una altra manera, que se sintetitzaria amb aquesta imatge de les 7 portes d'entrada, i que després, a l'altra imatge, la de la dreta, el que teniu és aquesta imatge que molts coneixereu, que és el resultat final de la web. I llavors, l'objectiu en tot moment va ser que la primera part era una part que no va ser gens fàcil. De fet, va comportar molt més temps que la segona, perquè el que implicava era, una tasca transversal de convidar a tothom a participar-hi i a pensar-nos des d'aquesta perspectiva digital, però al mateix moment el que també estava implicant era com intentar reordenar tots els materials des de noves perspectives. I noves perspectives, i això és molt important i per això les portes són 7, que no anessin en paral·lel, sinó que en molts moments eren diferents perspectives des d'on abordar un mateix coneixement, uns mateixos materials, però que des de diferents punts de vista ens proporcionaven un diferent ordre dels elements, una diferent manera de mirar-los, però que després, més endavant d'aquelles portes, es produïen nous ponts, nous canals, noves maneres d'interseccionar tots aquells materials, per tal d'intentar no només recollir els materials que s'havien aconseguit, sinó per tal de també posar-los en relació, demostrar aquestes relacions i des d'allà intentar propiciar una mena de coneixement cap a la ciutadania. Per això, si entrem en aquestes portes, simplement us he posat 5 com a exemple. El que veiem és que hi pot haver portes que se centren més en una qüestió patrimonial, altres que se centren més en els formats, la gran pluralitat de formats que podeu veure que aborda el museu, o també des d'una perspectiva més pedagògica que connecta amb el que és el museu-escola, però d'altres que clarament connecten amb una interrogació dels materials en una perspectiva més històrica o diacrònica, com les edats de Barcelona, on un dels grans debats va ser justament com intentar perioditzar de nou la història de Barcelona, perquè naturalment la periodització també depèn de la pròpia història de cada espai o de cada localitat, o també des de geografies i cartografies intentar pensar aquests materials o totes les activitats i productes del museu des d'una perspectiva més geogràfica o cartogràfica. Per això, també el que podeu veure a la portada de la web és precisament la importància d'aquest element especial. Aquest element de l'espai és important no només en la nostra manera d'abordar el coneixement, sinó en la nostra manera d'entendre el museu. Un museu que ja es va explicar ahir, que es troba disseminat pel que és tota la trama urbana de Barcelona i que, en aquest sentit, intenta descentralitzar el que seria la visió del museu. A Barcelona, com en moltes altres ciutats, naturalment el centre aplega els principals museus i aquí el que importava també, d'alguna manera, era expandir aquesta visió del museu per intentar connectar-la amb altres zones on no hi havia presència de museus, per intentar integrar-les també en el relat i sempre sota la visió global del museu que hi ha. I, per exemple, conduint-los a zones on, com a la part dreta es pot veure, de la qual en parlarem, connecten amb altres històries de la història de Barcelona que s'havien explicat molt menys. Per això, el que importa en aquest sentit és aquesta voluntat que hi ha hagut en tot moment d'intentar combinar el que és la tasca de difusió, però també per la construcció de coneixement i, per tant, i aquesta paraula és molt important per nosaltres, la de la recerca. Sempre hi ha hagut la convicció d'entendre el Museu d'Història de Barcelona com una institució al servei de la ciutadania, però també al servei de la investigació, justament per això, i cadascuna de les seves múltiples activitats, que poden anar des de conferències, congressos, exposicions, però que també es mostra en publicacions o fins i tot en visites com a les que podeu anar aquest dissabte, que intenti expressar tot això, diguem, aquests coneixements que anem adquirint. Cal tenir, a més, cal tenir en compte una qüestió molt important i que seria interessant plantejar-ho com es dona en els vostres casos, en les vostres ciutats, en els vostres països. En el cas de Barcelona, la Facultat d'Història de la Universitat de Barcelona, no hi ha cap història de Barcelona. S'explica la història de Catalunya, s'explica la història d'Espanya, s'explica la història universal, però no hi ha cap assignatura destinada específicament a la història de Barcelona. Per cert, tampoc hi ha cap història dedicada a la història urbana, cap assignatura. Per tant, d'alguna manera, el museu és el que ha d'assumir aquesta tasca de representació no només del patrimoni de la ciutat, sinó també de la construcció d'aquest coneixement. I per això, diguem, cal tenir en compte que aquesta faceta és molt important per nosaltres. Ara bé, naturalment, aquesta tasca no la realitza el museu sol. I per això, doncs, avui es volia parlar aquí, diguem, i amb dos historiadors, perquè d'alguna manera el que m'agrada comentar a mi és que hi ha una mena de MUVA més enllà del MUVA, una mena de museu més enllà del museu, però que també és el mateix MUVA, perquè és a partir d'aquest més enllà del MUVA des d'on estem construint tots aquests coneixements i que, per tant, el que impliquen és que el museu sempre ha de treballar amb institucions, amb persones, amb actors que van més enllà de la pròpia institució, però per tal d'integrar-los en el que seria el coneixement i el relat que s'està construint sobre la ciutat. En aquest context, hem convidat a dos historiadors amb una trajectòria contrastada que han treballat molt amb nosaltres i que ens ajudaran precisament a intentar posar en relació com es dona aquesta relació entre la universitat o el coneixement, el museu i aprofundir-hi i intentar debatre una mica. Així, et passo la paraula, Àlex, i continuem.
Molt bé. Moltes gràcies, Edgar. I moltes gràcies també al Museu d'Història de Barcelona per aquesta invitació a poder parlar avui d'investigació i ciutat i les relacions que s'estableixen entre totes aquestes dues variables. Jo diria que una de les principals característiques que té el MUVA és justament aquesta estreta relació que s'ha pogut establir durant molts anys entre la universitat i el museu, entre la recerca i la difusió, però una difusió complexa com és la que fa el MUVA. I probablement una de les activitats que reflexen millor aquesta relació és un curs que es fa cada any al MUVA, que es diu Relats Urbans, amb el qual el que s'intenta és explicar la ciutat a un conjunt de promotors culturals i agents de difusió dels itineraris, etc., de la ciutat de Barcelona, per presentar-los principalment les investigacions més recents que configuren o han de configurar un relat urbà, cada vegada més complex, més plural, més ric, lògicament, que és, lògicament, el relat històric de la ciutat de Barcelona. I aquests cursos s'encarreguen una sèrie d'especialistes de diverses matèries, des de la història, evidentment, fins a l'urbanisme, arquitectura, etc., o qüestions de caràcter artístic també, que són els que d'alguna manera presenten en aquests cursos cada any, repeteixo, les investigacions més recents que s'estan dut a terme amb els àmbits propis de la recerca, que en aquest cas nostre seria, lògicament, la universitat. Per tant, jo diria que el relat es converteix en el nexe d'unió fonamental entre recerca i museu. Si voleu, a nivell institucional entre universitat i museu. I la construcció d'aquest relat és un element absolutament fonamental. Que aquest relat sigui cada vegada, diguem-ne, més complex, coherent i complexa és un element determinant a l'hora de poder, per part del museu, difondre als ciutadans la història de la ciutat en totes les seves diferents perspectives i a través de tots els formats que té el museu, que, com acaba d'explicar l'Edgar, són àmpliament nombrosos. Jo crec que la millor forma de reflexar justament això per part nostra, per part de la Manel i per part meva, és explicar-vos una mica la nostra experiència directa. De fet, com deia l'Edgar, no hi ha una càtedra ni un departament d'Història de Barcelona a la Universitat de Barcelona o a les diferents universitats de Barcelona, que són diverses, ni tampoc hi ha, penso, una càtedra o departament d'Història Urbana, a lo que seria més propi, que és la Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya. I això ha fet que per molts de nosaltres el MUVA s'hagi convertit, lògicament, en la segona casa, per dir-ho així. A vegades inclús quasi a la primera. perquè les relacions entre universitat i museu no són direccionals, són bidireccionals. És a dir, tant la iniciativa té que partir de la universitat a través de les recerques que fem i que ara explicaré en aquest cas la meva, com a través també que el museu sigui capaç de generar iniciatives, idees i baixi a la universitat a buscar la forma de com aquestes idees es puguin anar desenvolupant i puguin anar enriquint el relat urbà. Si partim de la base que la investigació que es desenvolupa a la universitat i les relacions entre universitat i museu són fonamentals, jo ho intentaré d'alguna manera reflexar a través de la meva experiència personal el més ràpidament possible, perquè tenim pocs minutets. Jo formo part d'un departament d'Història Econòmica, de la Universitat de Barcelona, que durant molts anys va liderar una de les persones, un dels historiadors més importants d'aquest país, que és el doctor Jordi Nadal, que va morir fa ara exactament pràcticament un any. Però sobretot el que és important és que aquest departament ha anat desenvolupant durant dècades tota una línia de recerca, no és l'única, per suposat, del departament, però sí una línia de recerca fonamental entorn, diguem-ne, a la història industrial del país i els processos d'industrialització i ara també, últimament, en les últimes dècades, els processos de desindustrialització. I jo, concretament, he desenvolupat la meva investigació dintre d'aquest grup de treball, d'aquest grup de recerca, sobre un aspecte concret, que era la història de les indianes. Les indianes són aquestes teles de cotó estampades que tothom coneix, provinents de la Índia i d'Àsia inicialment, que van fer furor a Europa del segle XVII, ja a finals del XVII i sobretot al segle XVIII i principis del XIX, i que es van convertir en el punt de partida dels processos d'industrialització de molts països europeus en aquells moments, a través d'un procés de substitució d'importacions. Per tant, jo vaig centrar-me en aquest cas concret perquè vaig descobrir que la ciutat de Barcelona tenia, per dir-ho així, una presència d'aquesta activitat manufacturera industrial. En molts casos es podia parlar de preindustrial per les formes de treball, realment excepcional, que convertia la ciutat de Barcelona, a partir de la investigació que vam desenvolupar, en, per dir-ho així, una de les capitals de la manufactura cotonera a nivell europeu. I això significa al segle XVIII a nivell internacional. Per tant, era realment un cas excepcional i que, a més, tenia vinculació amb la pròpia història de la ciutat. Per què? Perquè Barcelona és una ciutat que, podríem dir, és un cas excepcional de ciutat que ha participat molt activament de les dues grans revolucions econòmiques de l'últim mil·lenni. Tant va participar molt activament de la revolució comercial dels segles XIII i XIV, i això va quedar reflexat a nivell urbanístic en la pròpia ciutat, és el gòtic on estem exactament en aquests moments ubicats, com també va participar molt activament de la revolució industrial del segle XIX. I també a nivell artístic i urbanístic això ha deixat tota la petja del que significa la ciutat modernista. Per tant, des d'aquesta perspectiva teníem una ciutat que, i tothom pensava, que havia començat la seva industrialització cap a mitjans del segle XIX, a partir dels anys 30, amb la incorporació bàsicament de l'energia del vapor, però que, clar, deixava tot un aspecte fosc amb el coneixement de la ciutat, que era l'aspecte, diguem-ne, de com s'havia anat creant les condicions, quan i com s'havien sentat les bases perquè aquesta industrialització fos possible. Això no naixia del no-res. Havia de néixer bàsicament d'alguna cosa que hagués creat condicions, elements, factors d'acumulació que ho fessin possible. I justament el que va fer possible va ser la indústria de les indianes, que es desenvolupa, repeteixo, de manera excepcional al finals del segle XVIII, sobretot segona meitat del XVIII i primeres dècades del segle XIX. Per tant, es cobria, des d'un punt de vista de la recerca estrictament d'àmbit universitari, aquest buit. I aquest buit, evidentment, com tots els temes de caràcter de recerca universitària, es desenvolupen, es donen a conèixer amb els propis àmbits acadèmics, a través dels mecanismes propis de congressos, seminaris, publicacions, indexades, etc. Però el que passa molt sovint és que aquesta investigació, aquesta recerca, queda limitada a l'àmbit estrictament universitari i moltes vegades no té una transcendència més enllà d'aquest àmbit universitari. No transcendeix al conjunt de la ciutadania i, per tant, no enriqueix el relat urbà, el relat de la història de la ciutat, que és imprescindible, especialment quan hi ha museus d'història de la ciutat que han d'encarregar-se de traslladar als ciutadans, diguem-ne, aquesta història de la seva pròpia ciutat, cada vegada, repeteixo, més complexa i més plural. Per tant, en el meu cas concret, diguem-ne, una vegada feta la investigació, jo l'havia donat a conèixer en els àmbits acadèmics, però, diguem-ne, no havia transcendit, com deia, amb l'àmbit més ciutadà. I va ser a través de dues institucions del coneixement de Barcelona que això va ser possible. Això he saltat a l'inici la importància del museu, que és una d'elles. La primera va ser l'Arxiu Històric de la ciutat de Barcelona, aquí al costat, i la segona el MUA, el Museu d'Història de Barcelona. Els formats van ser els lògics. El primer, un curs de recerca, un tipus seminari a l'arxiu, amb el qual, d'alguna manera, jo vaig reunir un conjunt d'especialistes de diverses perspectives sobre les indianes i van donar a conèixer i vam arribar a publicar un llibre al respecte sobre aquesta indústria i el seu impacte sobre la ciutat de Barcelona. I això va ser recollit, segon pas, de forma molt important pel director del museu, Roca, i ell va pensar, lògicament des de la perspectiva que li interessava, que es transcendia encara més aquesta investigació cap a la ciutadania de per què no organitzàvem una exposició al voltant de les indianes. I fruit d'aquesta col·laboració va ser justament l'exposició Indianes 1737-1847, 36 o 47, els orígens de la Barcelona industrial. I, diguem-ne, aquesta és una exposició que es va fer aquí mateix, al Tinell, una exposició important, va tindre el seu èxit de públic, de crítica, almenys així ho van dir des del museu i estic convençut que va ser així, perquè a més va tindre un impacte ciutadà que va anar més enllà. Què va portar el relat històric de la ciutat a aquesta exposició i tot el que hi havia de recerca darrere d'aquesta exposició? Diverses coses importants des del meu punt de vista. La primera va situar el segle XVIII amb la història de Barcelona, de manera important. No és que no existeix el segle XVIII, però amb el discurs oficial de la ciutat, entre cometes, el segle XVIII era un segle que políticament no era ben vist i econòmicament no acabava de situar-se de forma adequada la seva importància. El desenvolupament comercial havia estat clau, però també aquest desenvolupament comercial de la ciutat havia donat lloc a transformacions de caràcter manufacturer que van preparar, en definitiva, com us deia anteriorment, el que va ser la revolució industrial a Catalunya. I això no arranca el XIX, arranca a finals del segle XVIII i principis del segle XIX. En segon lloc, això ens situava amb el mapa d'Europa. Això feia que, lògicament, suposo que ja havia passat del temps, que vagi un pèl més lent. Bé, intentaré anar un pèl més lent. Que això feia, lògicament, també situava l'experiència de Barcelona dins de que eren els discursos internacionals sobre el desenvolupament de la revolució industrial, perquè fins a aquell moment Catalunya, i especialment Barcelona, havien comptat molt poc o pràcticament no existien. Ara ja pràcticament no hi ha cap manual d'història econòmica a nivell global d'Europa que no citi un apartat, amb un aspecte, en fi, amb unes línies, el que era Barcelona i el seu paper dintre d'aquesta història. I al mateix temps va posar en tercer lloc de relleu una cosa molt important. I aquesta cosa molt important és la de la rellevància del capital humà i de les habilitats laborals i del treball que havien estat claus amb el desenvolupament de la revolució industrial a Catalunya i especialment a la ciutat de Barcelona. Sobretot perquè, evidentment, aquest era un cas diferent en molts aspectes dels habituals que havien protagonitzat la revolució industrial, perquè Catalunya i Barcelona, evidentment, no disposaven de recursos naturals estratègics. I, per tant, el desenvolupament del capital humà i del coneixement, de les habilitats, va ser un element, una peça essencial per poder interpretar adequadament el model Barcelona, si es pot parlar així, entre cometes, en aquest context de caràcter internacional. I en tot això, el museu va desenvolupar un paper fonamental. Sobretot perquè la universitat, com deia abans, no tenia instruments adequats per treure fora dels seus àmbits propis aquesta recerca. I aquest és el paper que li correspon al museu. Des del meu punt de vista, el museu va saber establir unes relacions permanents, pràcticament, que van permetre desenvolupar projectes interrelacionats que van traslladar a la ciutadania coneixement i participació. En el nostre cas, l'exposició Indianes va ser l'inici d'una trajectòria que no es va quedar aquí, sinó que en els últims anys ha tingut continuïtat. I aquesta continuïtat són dues exposicions, una titulada Interpretar Barcelona de la industrialització al segle XXI i l'altra, que en aquest moment la tenim en preparació, que és sobre el treball a Barcelona des del segle XVIII fins a l'actualitat, fins al present. I totes dues aspiren a convertir-se en exposicions permanents dintre del que és el conjunt museístic del Museu d'Història de Barcelona. La primera a la fàbrica Olivertés, la segona tindrà lloc a la fàbrica Fabra i Coats i, diguem-ne, això ha servit també de pas per recuperar per a la ciutat aquests dos excepcionals espais fabrils de la mateixa. Finalment, no vull estendre, suposo que ja estic al límit, voldria assenyalar també que quan aquestes relacions s'estableixen de forma fructífera i es desenvolupen adequadament, això també pot tindre una influència sobre les polítiques públiques. M'explico. Entendre millor la història de la ciutat permet, bàsicament, poder intervenir més adequadament en molts àmbits, com per exemple, i cito un i no és l'únic, a l'àmbit de la preservació del patrimoni i de la seva valoració. Permet també dissenyar millors projectes de preservació, de difusió del patrimoni per la ciutat i pels seus habitants. I per acabar m'agradaria assenyalar també que espero que d'alguna manera, a partir d'aquesta recerca i de l'impacte que ha tingut a través del MUA a la ciutat, hagi servit una mica d'exemple de com es pot ajudar d'alguna manera a canviar percepcions i a millorar coneixements amb les pròpies autoritats públiques de les ciutats perquè d'alguna manera comprenguin millor el relat històric sobre l'àmbit en el qual actuen, que és la seva pròpia ciutat, i d'alguna manera ho incorporin el mateix discurs que ells fan d'interpretació de la ciutat. Jo crec que tinc una petita satisfacció, i és que en els últims anys almenys he sentit algunes quantes autoritats de Catalunya i de Barcelona que quan han parlat d'història han situat aquest element que jo havia desenvolupat amb la investigació amb el seu discurs. Això no és mèrit meu únicament, també és mèrit del museu i per això li vull estar i sempre li estaré molt agraït. I res més.
Funciona això? Se sent?
Mira ara.
Sí? No? No sé. Bueno, se'm sent o no? Si no, crido. A veure, el cas, diguem-ne, que ens ha explicat l'Àlex és el d'una recerca que neix en un context molt estructurat. Jo, de fet, soc arquitecte, m'he dedicat a la història urbana, la meva recerca s'ha dedicat a la història urbana, i el panorama inicial és molt diferent. Com hem comentat, com ha comentat l'Edgar, la història urbana és un camp acadèmicament desestructurat. És un camp que en aquest món compartimentat de l'acadèmia ha quedat sempre en espais de frontera i en general bastant marginalitzat, diríem. O sigui, qui es dedica a la història urbana? Doncs els geògrafs, els historiadors medievals, els historiadors contemporanis, els historiadors de moderna, els arquitectes, els urbanistes, diguem-ne, estem molt fragmentats, però de fet no hi ha ni una càtedra d'història urbana i jo puc dir per la meva experiència que, per exemple, arquitectura, la història urbana i fins i tot la història de l'urbanisme és marginal, vull dir, dintre del món acadèmic. En el món de la recerca, l'àmbit, diguem-ne, de referència és més aviat internacional, i la qual cosa significa que interessen aquelles recerques que bàsicament estableixen aproximacions comparades, però, diguem-ne, la recerca bàsica sobre fonts primàries intensives, diguem, aquesta recerca, molt sovint es considera d'alguna manera història local. Si estudies Londres no es considera història local, però si s'estudia una ciutat ja de segon rang, com per exemple el cas de Barcelona, i no cal dir si estudiem Mataró o una ciutat més petita, la part aquesta més laboriosa de recerca sobre material de primera mà no és una cosa que es valori excessivament ni que es publiqui excessivament. I en aquest context, realment, el MUBE per nosaltres ha estat clau. Ha estat clau perquè té un avantatge molt important, que és que té un objecte d'estudi local, història de Barcelona, però té una mirada, en primer lloc, conceptualitzant, perquè té aquesta necessitat d'establir relats que puguin tenir una certa transcendència més enllà de la pura erudició. I d'altra banda, li interessen molt les aproximacions comparades justament per poder establir aquesta aproximació conceptualitzant. Llavors, jo crec que en aquest punt és un suport absolutament essencial. I per nosaltres ha estat, en el cas de l'Àlex ja ho ha dit, ell que procedeix d'un camp més estructurat, en el camp de la història urbana, dels que hem treballat sobre la història de Barcelona, etc., és realment el referent fonamental. La universitat és un espai en el que ens dona molts instruments, òbviament, però el nostre espai de debat, diríem, almenys pel que fa a les recerques més primàries, són més, jo diria, l'àmbit que ofereix el MUBA, el Museu d'Història de Barcelona, que no pas el propi camp científic, que ja dic, exigeix moltes vegades més alta divulgació que pròpiament recerca de primera mà. Aleshores, en aquest context, realment el MUBA jo crec que té una virtut molt important, i és que no té cap rigidesa administrativa. O sigui, no és una estructura rígidament establerta, que hi ha uns canals establerts molt específics, sinó que hi ha, no vull dir-ho, no diria que hi ha un cert caos així pròxim al brainstorming, sempre amb acció. Llavors, té un aspecte que jo crec que és molt important i és que estableix sempre una xarxa, diguem, no més que una xarxa, un context, un ecosistema, diríem, de caràcter col·lectiu, de relacions, si es vol, informals, en què sempre és possible el debat, l'intercanvi. I jo crec que les experiències, l'experiència que ha explicat l'Àlex és útil, i jo n'he tingut 3 que m'agradaria explicar molt breument, en el que es veu una mica aquest procés de lligam entre la recerca acadèmica i els plans de recerca, els projectes de recerca que presentem en el pla nacional, etc., com d'alguna manera són reutilitzats i potenciats per al museu. El primer que puc comentar és un ja fa uns quants anys, que era una recerca que van començar sobre els mercats de Barcelona. Els mercats de Barcelona era un tema que ens interessava perquè també, com en el cas que comentava l'Àlex, el cas de Barcelona és bastant singular. I vam treballar sobre el tema dels mercats, sobretot la transformació dels mercats en el període contemporani. Doncs, de fet, l'impuls més important va venir en bona mesura del MUVA quan ens va recolzar per fer una aproximació d'abast europeu. O sigui, perquè sempre hi ha dificultats per aquestes aproximacions més àmplies i d'això em va sortir un llibre, que és Making Cities Through Markets. Després, aquest treball sobre els mercats es va vincular a tota una línia de recerca que estava engegant el museu sobre el tema de l'alimentació de la ciutat, de la qual hi ha un treball col·lectiu, en el qual ens vam integrar com uns més i en el qual vam treballar també sobre el consum de la carn, també, etc., però que, de fet, és un treball àmpliament col·lectiu que ha donat lloc a una publicació editada per Mercè Renom. Després, ara hi ha una exposició sobre l'alimentar a la ciutat. Vull dir, aquesta és una primera experiència. Una segona experiència va ser justament també una exposició sobre la relació entre aigua i ciutat, que va originar una exposició, una publicació també crec que ha estat molt útil, però que també, com ha passat amb el tema dels mercats, s'ha anat integrant en una visió, diguem-ne, més metabòlica, una visió històrica més metabòlica de la ciutat, i després hem treballat sobre el tema de l'aigua quilòmetre zero, després ara estem treballant sobre el tema de la merda urbana, d'alguna manera, de l'aigua, de les aigües brutes, de l'esclavagram, etc., a través d'aquestes diversos canals que ofereix el museu. En aquest cas són guies urbanes, hi ha seminaris, o sigui, hi ha tota una panòplia de possibilitats. Ja més recentment hem fet un treball sobre el tema de l'explosió residencial obrera en les perifèries urbanes a l'època del franquisme, que justament ara es publica, s'ha publicat ara en forma de PDF i després es publicarà al museu, imprès en paper, que també, novament, ha sigut una recerca d'un grup relativament petit acadèmic, però que s'ha integrat d'una manera molt natural i molt ràpida també amb una àmplia línia de recerca que porta el museu engegada des de fa un temps ja. Molt interessant i que suposo que visitareu, per exemple, algunes de les qüestions que ha treballat al museu, etc. Des del tema del barraquisme, el tema ara de l'habitatge popular a Bon Pastor, etc. El que vull dir és que juga un paper no únicament de recolzament de recerques concretes, sinó que ofereix aquest ecosistema, diguem-ne, d'interlocutors, on el debat és possible i on no hi ha gaire rigideses, insisteixo, i, en el fons, jo crec que és com una mena d'antídot contra la solitud de l'investigador, d'alguna manera. O sigui, almenys en el meu cas, jo tinc aquesta sensació. O sigui, el món de la recerca moltes vegades és un món una mica, com comentava l'Àlex, en el que et sents una mica en una bombolla i et preguntes, totalment, el que estàs fent té sentit, no? El MUVA, en el fons, dona sentit al que estem fent perquè permet això, explicar-ho, divulgar-ho. Hi ha tot un context de gent, investigadors, gent interessada, ciutadania, que s'interessen i que a més t'obliguen a un llenguatge que sovint a l'acadèmia l'oblidem, que és un llenguatge que sigui fàcil d'entendre i d'acceptar. Jo, de moment, no diria res més, però puc fer preguntes, si convé. Bueno, sí.
Se'm sent? Anava a fer una petita cluenda d'un minut per comentar una cosa. Simplement el que volia assenyalar per recollir el que s'ha comentat, no sé si es pot veure el PowerPoint que havia posat perquè vull mostrar una imatge, que naturalment pel MUBA aquesta retroalimentació és fonamental perquè una de les funcions del museu no només es basa en procurar aquest coneixement, sinó en intentar mobilitzar tots els recursos possibles per tal d'aconseguir-ho. I naturalment el MUBA en molts moments s'ha d'assumir que té aquesta funció relacional i que naturalment la universitat juga aquí un paper molt important i no només per enriquir aquest coneixement a nivell quantitatiu, sinó que també des d'una perspectiva, diguem-ne, més qualitativa. Intentar buscar aquells angles des d'on no s'ha explicat la història de la ciutat i fer-ho. Perquè en molts casos el problema amb la història és que s'ha de repensar, s'ha de problematitzar per intentar explicar aquells aspectes que encara no s'havien explicat prou bé. I llavors no es tracta només de millorar coneixements assolits, sinó de vegades proporcionar el primer discurs realment versemblant i potent sobre un tema en concret. Una cosa que també volia intentar destacar i que es mostra aquí, que són alguns dels treballs que han fet ells o que han derivat també d'ells en alguna mesura, és, si us fixeu, aquesta reiteració que es donen als títols perquè és com intentar explicar uns mateixos temes des de diferents formats, des de diferents perspectives. Naturalment, la realitat és la mateixa, però l'important és que la perspectiva, la mediació, el públic al qual va adreçat pot canviar. I per això és important intentar treballar el màxim número possible de formats, sigui en paper, sigui en digital, per intentar poder fornir aquests coneixements i assolir diferents llenguatges per tal de fer-los comunicables. Un darrer element, si em permeteu, té a veure, per exemple, naturalment, amb la qüestió de la web. Quan parlava de pensar digitalment, no només té a veure amb intentar pujar tots els materials i que tenim tots els llibres, tot en PDF i que es pot descarregar. Té a veure també amb projectes pròpiament digitals, com és aquest, que és la Carta Històrica de Barcelona, que s'ha produït gràcies a una grandíssima recerca inèdita que s'havia fet sobre la ciutat i que, a més, podem mostrar amb orgull perquè té un gran èxit de públic, sobretot de consultes, per part de persones, que aconsegueix més de 500.000 de visualitzacions l'any. I que és una manera d'intentar mostrar justament un producte que al mateix moment és una eina, que és de consulta, però que és de consulta productiva i que és de consulta en molts casos per part de professors, d'investigadors o de persones més desvinculades de la història. I aquesta transversalitat de formats, aquesta transversalitat de públics, aquesta transversalitat, general és una cosa per la qual intentem treballar en la mida del possible. Em quedo aquí i llavors, si voleu, podem intentar encetar el debat o com vulgueu. La idea era, no sé com anem de temps, directament anem a les preguntes o... No sé si voleu afegir alguna cosa o si teniu alguna pregunta i llançar-la.
No és una pregunta, és una mica acabar d'explicar la participació del MUBA, perquè lliga molt bé amb el tema. L'Àlex comentava que la importància potser que els polítics o la gent que pren decisions importants per la ciutat conegui el que fan alguns dels museus de la ciutat. Jo aquí només volia explicar que el MUBA ja fa 2 anys que donem classe al Sciences Po de París en els alumnes de polítiques i que la classe consisteix en explicar com treballa el MUBA, il·lustrant-ho, i els proposem un joc de rol sobre diverses ciutats, però que han d'estudiar i veure la ciutat a través dels ulls del museu de la ciutat. I l'any passat, aquest curs, va ser a l'octubre, les ciutats que van proposar els alumnes, perquè treballen per grups, treballar va ser Ciutat del Cap, van treballar Cracòvia, van treballar Amsterdam i van treballar Nova York. I no us podeu imaginar lo interessant que és com analitzen les ciutats a través del museu, les propostes que fan de millora i les idees que porten, i el que nosaltres ens sentíem més satisfet al final és que la seva conclusió era no anirem mai més a visitar cap ciutat sense visitar primer el Museu d'Història de la ciutat.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation, I thought. And let me make a comment as someone who's been involved with CAMOC since almost its founding. And I'm speaking as a historian and urban planner who has spent nearly 50 years directing museums. So I'm speaking from several perspectives, and I agree with the historians on the panel that it is indeed a problem in cities and city studies that it's a diverse and somewhat broken up issue. The same is the problem with us as an organization of city museums. I've tried since the beginning to try to organize CAMOC's members to work together to create exhibits about many cities. So an issue, for example, on water or food or transportation, these are issues, problems, opportunities that most, if not all, cities have. And so I think many city organizations, groups of mayors and others, are already working on this. We, as city museums, have not yet begun to do that. And I believe it is an opportunity that we are missing in giving our audiences the perspective of what other cities are doing on the same kinds of issues that we are dealing with within our own cities, at even the neighborhood level. So I really want to compliment the panel on addressing this issue. Thank you.
No sé si puc contestar més o menys, és a dir, faig en anglès, ho faig en... No sé, el meu anglès no és el millor, potser em llenço en català o... És una qüestió molt interessant perquè fa 2 anys, d'alguna manera, vam inaugurar el que és l'exposició de Barcelona Flashback i una part, precisament per intentar explicar la història de la ciutat, era intentar explicar-la no en una clau interna sinó externa, en comparació amb el desenvolupament de les altres ciutats. Per això, i ella ho sap bé perquè vam treballar amb Lisboa, vam treballar amb Frankfurt, vam treballar amb Londres, vam treballar amb Roma, doncs el que vam intentar fer, i és una cosa que encara està en procés i que després es pot mostrar, doncs és un projecte que s'anomena Europa Interurbes, que el que volia era explicar la història de les darrers 2 segles a Barcelona des d'una pluralitat de 17 temes diferents, des d'una perspectiva cartogràfica i en comparació amb com funcionava l'evolució de les altres ciutats del continent, en aquest cas europeu. Perquè, naturalment, la revolució industrial i la revolució urbana, en molts casos, s'ha d'entendre naturalment amb la relació que van tenir les altres ciutats, per analogia o per diferència, però en processos en molts casos comuns, pensem sense anar més lluny a nivell infraestructural, ports, aeroports, universitats, etc. I en molts casos, naturalment, amb la manera diferent de respondre a reptes comuns i amb els seus ritmes diferents. I com de vegades es podien veure que aquests ritmes interurbans, de ciutat a ciutat, podien ser molt més ràpids que els que hi podia haver de la ciutat amb el territori interior del propi país. Perquè la connexió que hi havia, com aquí es va donar amb el cas del telèfon, va ser immediata. I la comunicació interurbana que es va donar era molt important. I això ens proporcionava una manera d'intentar llegir la història europea des d'una perspectiva urbana, quan habitualment es fa des d'una perspectiva nacional. Perquè, naturalment, les dues perspectives són legítimes, però el problema és que si només se tenia una, l'altra quedava enfosquida. I el que es tractava era d'intentar destacar aquesta perspectiva per problematitzar i enriquir l'altra. I aquí em callo, però vull dir, hi ha aquest neguit, hi ha aquesta constatació de la mateixa preocupació i la compartim plenament.
Si puc afegir alguna... No funciona? Sí, si puc afegir alguna qüestió, és aprofitar l'última paraula quan ha parlat dels barris. Clar, és que la perspectiva, el desenvolupament de la nostra investigació ha tingut una influència també no únicament sobre el conjunt de la ciutat, sinó també sobre els barris. A partir de la pròpia exposició, Jaume Artigas i el seu grup va desenvolupar justament un recorregut i hem descobert totes les restes que sobre les fàbriques d'indianes existien a Barcelona. Són moltes, moltíssimes, i això permet construir tot un mapa de la ciutat a partir dels edificis que encara es conserven i que havien estat antigues fàbriques d'indianes, i això s'ha concretat amb recorreguts itineraris per la ciutat per d'alguna manera comprovar i desenvolupar i explicar in situ la història de la ciutat a partir d'aquestes restes. I ha tornat a posar, diguem-ne, en valor, per dir-ho així entre cometes, els primers barris obrers i industrials de la ciutat, el barri de Sant Pere i el barri del Raval. I ells mateixos han recollit dintre de les seves explicacions a nivell de barri aquests elements tan interessants.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Buenos días. Quisiera hacer dos preguntas. Una, aprovechando el espacio y que están los expertos, ¿cómo ha avanzado aquí la atención y la discusión? ¿Cuál es el estado del arte sobre historia, memoria? Entonces, me gustaría que reflexionáramos sobre eso y la articulación de las memorias en plural dentro de los museos. Y si reconocen o tienen experiencia de iniciativas de historia pública en museos que relacionen o que pongan en paridad los ejercicios comunitarios y los saberes populares con la historia en mayúscula, pues, si hay alguna experiencia que les suene.
Yo creo que esta es una respuesta que corresponde más a los responsables del museo que a nosotros.
¿Vols respondre tu, Joan, o vols...? Mejor damos la palabra al director.
Pienso que lo hago en castellano, o no en catalán, porque si no tienen que cambiar de canal. Penso que aquest és un tema que necessita una altra sessió. Però dos coses. Una, no hi ha contradicció entre històries i història. No existe la història con mayúscula. No hi ha història en majúscules ni hi ha història en minúscula. Dos, si no hi ha coneixement històric rigorós, si no hi ha un coneixement històric conjunt, a shared history, les memòries se van cada una por su lado. Les memòries es dispersen. Tenir coneixement d'història permet tenir coneixement d'històries. I aquesta és la perspectiva. Per tant, el que vostè diu és bàsic, és fonamental, i per això l'Àlex ha dit ara que són els habitants dels barris pobres i immigrants els que reivindiquen el patrimoni obrer dels seus barris. L'han descobert a través de la història del segle XVIII i el segle XIX a Barcelona.
No sé si hi ha alguna pregunta més o acabem. Vale, doncs, moltíssimes gràcies per la vostra atenció i us deixem descansar una miqueta, que pugueu baixar un moment i després més. Fins després.
Hello everyone. Thank you for coming back from this lovely coffee break we had, a lot of inspiring and interesting discussions. Let's go back to the presentations here. So I'm going to go straight to the speakers. So first we'll have Johanna Vahapesola, that is going to be talking about the new interpretations of municipal school history, concepting a self-service museum, promoting access to education from Espoo in Finland. Thank you, Johanna. The floor is yours.
The mic working? Yes. Hello to everyone. My name is Johanna Vähäpesälä, and I am from Finland, from the City Museum of Espoo. And I just want to say that I feel so lucky to be here after all the lockdowns of pandemic. It feels especially nice to be here in person. I am going to talk about one of my projects, or one of our projects at the Espoo City Museum, which is about reconcepting one of our museums. It's a school museum. And a few words about myself before I start. I'm a newcomer to this City Museum network. I just started working at the Espoo City Museum in February of this year. And my background is in the National Museum of Science and Technology in Finland, which is situated in Helsinki. And I worked there for almost 15 years. So I think this is also a learning experience for me to learn about your museums and what themes are important for city museums. Here's a map of Espoo. I've talked to several of you, and nobody knows where Espoo is. Everyone knows where Helsinki is. So Helsinki, you can see it on the far right. There's just a small slice of the city of Helsinki that can be seen. Espoo is the second largest city in Finland. And Helsinki, of course, it's the largest one, the capital city of Finland. And on black, you can see all of the museums that our city museum has. And CAMU stands for City Museum, Kaupungin Museo, but it also means a companion, a friend, somebody you walk along. And that's something that we want to reflect in all of our activities, that we want to be close to our citizens and to the people who live in Espoo and who make up Espoo as it is. And the two orange spots are our collection facilities. Now about this museum, school museum, Lagstad. It's situated right in the middle of Espoo, and Espoo it's a fascinating city because it's not a city like many cities where you probably come from. It has a very high-tech point to it, especially on the coast and close to Helsinki. And the whole north of Espoo, it's still very rural. So it has many sides to it. And the school museum Lagstad, it's one of our small museums, and this project also is one of the smallest projects we have, but it's maybe one of the most important ones. This school building, it's the first school in Espoo, the first municipal school, which meant that it was built so that all the children would have right to education and to primary education. It was built in 1873, and the small building on the front a bit, that's the teacher's house. And then on the back, that was the school building. And it was used as a school, I think, until 1955 or something. And we opened this in 2003, and it started out as a really close collaboration with the neighborhood society, the neighborhood association. And it was about passing on the personal memories of the schools, probably not the schools, previous pupils, but from Espoo people who had gone to school before the 1950s or in the 1950s. And it was about passing on those very personal memories and the personal relationship. We had upstairs in the school building, the museum had one classroom exhibition. So you can see later in the pictures, but it looks like an old classroom. And then this area in Espoo is also very important because it's right next to the cathedral, which is about 500 years old, and it's in that sense the heart of Espoo. So all this sounds probably very good, so why are we reconcepting the whole museum? Well, it's because of numerous reasons. One of them is accessibility problems. The classroom, which can be seen in this picture, it's upstairs, and there's a really, really narrow staircase that you have to get there, so it's not for everyone. Another very big issue is that because the museum is mainly being held open by the association, it's not open very often. It has been open just once a week, every Tuesday afternoon for 4 hours, from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. So you can imagine it's not everyone that can go there. And also content-wise, it's narrowingly focusing on the school history in Espoo in this certain period of time. In the beginning, we used the teacher's house for lectures and workshops, but lately we haven't used it at all. So it's just, they're not in use. The exhibition is out of date. It's almost 20 years old. And also the focus for the association wasn't so much about the school museum and the heritage and passing on those stories. Due to their financial and other reasons, they had to start renting out different spaces in this building. And of course, we rent this space from them as well. But that meant that there was a shift in their activities and also from our, because it's not completely in our hands. And the original concept wasn't in use anymore. The people who started out as guides are no longer, they were retired when they started, and now they are even older, so it's not working out anymore. And we only had about 600 visitors annually, and that's not a lot. So it doesn't have any impact, even though the school history as such is important. So what is this new concept about? We are now moving out of the classroom exhibition. We will be out of there by the end of this year, and we are going to develop this teacher's house into some kind of a new museum. And we will also focus on the surrounding landscape with the church and all of the area that is a part of it. And our dream, I could say, is to develop a self-service model where the teacher's house can be used without us being there. And I only have 5 minutes left. Oh no. So we have self-service libraries in Espoo where you can just use your library card and you can go there. And that's something we would like to try here as well. But also we want to change the focus in the content of not just talking about the history, but connecting it to global, larger themes, talking about the right to education, and develop it with the local community. So our collections and what we have usually been about is to talk about the well-off in Espoo. Espoo has been a very wealthy city, and our visitors are not reflecting the social and cultural diversity of Espoo, and that's something we want to change. And education has, of course, been a really big thing in making everything in talking about democracy and making lives better in Espoo. So that's something we want to highlight. Why is this important, and how are these themes also visible today in the global perspective? We wanted to try out the self-service model by loaning out a key in the first place, but then we had a problem. The city plan for this area is outdated, and we are not actually allowed to do any museum activities there, even though we have done it for 20 years. So we have to apply for an exemption to do that. So we developed, or my lovely colleague developed, this digital walk around the area. You can see a bit of the area, and then we are testing how it would work as a teacher-led activity, and then it would end in the teacher's house where they had some after activities. We have had one of those test groups last week. It's a preparatory training and Finnish language training for adults with an immigrant background. And this was a very nice test. And we have also developed the materials with these teachers. and we are using the commons. And because we were not allowed to have the school group, the group in this building without us because of the city plan, we thought, well, that's not a big problem. We will have to do some evaluation anyway. For the experiences so far, it seems that the teachers we have been talking with are either, some of them are very eager to use this for their own activities, and one of the teachers would have liked to have the key, but then it wasn't possible, but we'll see in the spring. But then also there are some teachers who are accustomed to the more traditional way of museums, and they want the personal touch and interaction with our guides and the museum expertise. One thing which was also very, I think, interesting and important for us to learn was how we as museum professionals, we found it hard to talk about the inequalities in the past of Espoo. We like to think of Finland, and especially Espoo, as a really well-off city where everyone has the same opportunities and we are all equal, even though historically or even for today, that's unfortunately not true. And we found out that we didn't want to use the words rich or poor, and that was hard for our test group to understand because they were still learning Finnish. So that was something we need to work on as at the museum. For the self-service model, like I said, we weren't able to see to that for now. But I hope in the future I will come back and tell you what we have learned from that, because it would be so great to have it working. And just to see what's going on next, we are continuing with the test groups. We have the next one in January, and continuing with the concept development. And hopefully if we get the exemption to city plan orders, we can start renovating the teacher's house next year. And of course, we will, during this process, we will learn more about what kind of a museum, or maybe it's not just a museum, it's an entity that comprises of digital, and then the landscape, and then something maybe in the house, but it's not going to be a museum in the traditional sense. But I think my 15 minutes is up. I want to thank you all for your attention, and I would like to hear later if you have any maybe advice or experiences with similar projects. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Johanna. Now I would like to introduce Otto Horheiter. I hope I pronounced it right, probably not, but the floor is yours, Otto.
It's running. It's a pleasure for me to see all my friends and colleagues of CAMOC after some years. And it's a great honor and pleasure to be here and speak in the Barcelona History Museum. A guest in a museum that has a philosopher as a director, or at least a lover of philosophy. I come from Graz, the second largest city of Austria, and we have repeatedly received attention through our contemporary exhibitions. I would like to mention only 3 here. The Graz Museum consists of 2 parts. The Graz Museum itself in the city, The building is the birthplace of Franz Ferdinand, who was assassinated in Sarajevo. This is our permanent exhibition. And this is a temporary exhibition on cycling through Graz and time. The other building is located on the hill called Schlossberg. We are currently preparing, this is the third picture of the so-called Graz Museum Schlossberg. We are currently preparing the third museum in the neighborhood of the main building, the missing link, the so-called Graz Museum Rainerhof. This is the contemporary part. And we are currently planning an industrial museum for the newly built Reininghaus district, a former site for beet brewing. But I still do not want to, excuse me. So, want to give you a publicity lecture about the Graz Museum. Rather, as a museum planner and exhibition curator, I would like to pause and to contemplate, to reflect on the theoretical foundations of what we do. Most city museums have the task of presenting the history in the respective city. The question of the narrative form for the showcasing the city history is not always in the focus of the discourse. I am therefore very surprised and grateful that my abstract on the topic history in the museum space was accepted, because it deals with something rather old-fashioned, measured by the most recently proposed museum definition by ICOM. But it deals with something very present. It deals with the aesthetic experience of the audience when they enter rooms in which something called history is told with old objects and pictures and clever texts. While there has been a lot of talk about large networks and master plans in the macro view, so far I offer a micro view here. The main focus is on the connection to the individual visitor. It is important to understand the issues of the 21st century, but also is it important to understand the forms, the artistic methods, the aesthetic strategies of the 21st century. We have arrived at ambivalence, ambiguity, doubt, polyphony, and in the making of museum exhibitions. A modern museum is not a place of edifying philosophy of history. You know it all, the Antiquity Museum, Altes Museum in Berlin, for example, designed by Karl Friedrich Schinkel, is regarded as a fossilized version of the philosophy of history of the German philosopher Hegel. His notion of history implies that history has its own will which neither God nor humans can stop. No, a contemporary museum is not a place for the past as the legitimation of the present. As we saw earlier in our conference, a modern museum is not a place for telling only the story of the victors or the majority. A modern museum does not have to legitimize a nation or an empire through a master narrative, the grand stories of history. It is, or it can be, a place of surprise, ambivalence, multivocality, uncertainty, and so on. It can be a museum which gives a profound echo on dissonance in order to understand ourselves and others. A sense of paradox allows seemingly disparate things to coexist. It is almost commonplace that history is not simply found, it is composed, and thus it involves selection and narrative fashioning. We museum people know the continuum of what we call history is broken open. There's no way back to the historiography of the 19th century. According to Michel Foucault, the conception of a historiography in the 19th century, which always identify with the victors, is directly linked to the praxis of war and terror. We cannot return to a clear-cut, eternal picture of the past. In place of the great narrative, there must be many little stories, as we know from Jean-François Lyotard. In place of the individual story, there must be a plurality of stories. The difference between history and story is generally defined as follows. The story describes what happened. History describes how it happened. A history without the right story can be blind. The right story without history runs the risk of being empty. The attitude of storytelling can also be naive. Hayden White is a very important book, wrote an essay on storytelling, historical and ideological, which was published 2010 in his book, The Fiction of Narrative. Our representations in history, he argues, do not have to be cast in a story form. They can also be cast in non-narrative, discursive modes, descriptive, analytical, even lyrical, as the case may be. The ideological effect of this perspective consists in its transformation of history into a spectacle. Historical storytelling, also in the perspectives, for example, Roland Barthes, was ideological to the extent that it transformed historical events into the stuff of theater. The events of a narrative representation are linked to the notion of fate and destiny. The heroic character must be larger than life and more interesting than ordinary people. There are different ways in which history is constructed from objects, pictures, documents, and other traces. The goal of any historical exhibition is to increase historical consciousness, a personal awareness of the past as such, and a desire to understand experience with reference to time, change, and memory. Historical museums in terms of history often offer a flea market with senseless disguises only. So where can we find room for a critical use of history in the face of the predominating comfortable ambience that history has acquired in contemporary culture? The very existence of the museum with its specific order of things affirms a belief in some underlying order in the world. In our way of curating historical exhibitions, we have to find adequate answers to the challenge of late 20th century deconstructivist ideas about the science of history in our museal practice. We have to answer the question, how do we respond to Michel Foucault's discontinuity, to the gaps and cuts that appear as we hand down historical knowledge, to the blank spaces and absences in historical explanations? In our museum today, we have to make the object dynamic again. We need to reactivate cultural heritage through a dynamic interpretation. There are many forms of storytelling which are possible in a museum exhibition: epic, comic, tragic, farcical. The examples show a wide range of structures, tonalities, auras, and meanings typical met with stories. The by far most pervasive form of storytelling in museums is the metaphor. That basic figure of speech with which we describe something with words that originally depicted something else. Das Museum ist der Ort der Gegenstände, die ihre Welt verloren haben. The museum is the place of objects that have lost their world, says the German philosopher Friedrich Hegel. This loss opens up great possibilities for us museum makers and for our visitors. Our museum competence to interpret objects has to be a priority. Exhibits are not just pieces of tangible evidence of historical reasoning. In the multi-vocality of objects, you can, if you want, hear many voices. Objects also have their own language, their gesture of time that we need to translate for our audience. Things speak for themselves in the voiceless and nameless language of things. Objects can be watchful and are even able to look back sometimes. And we have to accept that objects are not always available. that they are fragmentary. But the meaning of the objects is not inherent. It is contextual. Things are viewed with complex contexts and associated value-laden significance. The audience, too, is able to tell stories. Each visitor supplies yet another context, another layer of meaning as he or she brings individual experience and values to the encounter with objects in a museum setting. Our museum objects are located in a concrete material triangle. First, observer. Second, object. Third, museum space. They are also in an immaterial triangle. First, idea or curatorial concept. Second, object. And third, site with its specific nature. We have to consider the museum object's strangeness and distance to our present. In any case, museum objects are alien in two ways. They are torn out of their primary context. Hegel's "The museum is the place of objects that have lost the world." That destroys its background, its past. And they are alien, not familiar with each other. Earlier, I talked about transforming history events into theater. I think today we need a Bertolt Brecht for the museum exhibitions to reduce the drama. Brecht has revolutionized classical theater through his alienation effect. His alienation and his showing gesture give a clear view on the conditions of history. History describes how it happened. That would be our task as exhibition curators, to throw light on the historical conditions and not to obscure them with master narratives. Then we come to a concept of history that the German cultural theorist Walter Benjamin has formulated. History is the object of a construction. The place of this construction is not the homogeneous and empty time. The construction of history is filled with the present time. Our task, whether with ideas or with objects or with stories, the museum people's task is or could be filling the construction of history with the present time. So I can finish here.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you very much. Thank you. And now we have two other speakers that are going to be speaking online. So the first one is Lindishiwa Mahalesa. And he'll be talking about forging collective memories to foster cohesive communities from Port Elizabeth in South Africa.
Hi, good afternoon. I thought that somebody was going to put up my PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, you can start now.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Is it good? Yeah, okay.
Yes, thank you. Maybe as a bit of a background, I wish I included this on my slides. Port Elizabeth Museum of Bayweld is in the city of Port Elizabeth. This is the largest city in the province of the Eastern Cape. And Port Elizabeth has since been changed to Gqeberha, that is its indigenous name. And this happened last year, 2020. Secondly, the museum, Port Elizabeth Museum, is commonly known as Bayweld. And it was established in 1856, making it one of the oldest museums in South Africa. Please visit our website to see more, especially the images, which I thought I should not include in this presentation because of time. Now, again, as a way of background, last year we marked, rather than celebrate, we marked the bicentennial of the 1820 British settlers. And I'm very careful about the choice of word marked, because often with anniversaries, we like to celebrate or commemorate. But this was not a happy history. And in South Africa today, nobody wants to talk about celebrating that kind of history. So that's why I'm using mark. So these are some 4,000 to 5,000 women, children, and men who were brought to South Africa from Britain, England, in 1820. So they arrived in the city of Port Elizabeth in April. That is the first ship to arrive. Now, they came to South Africa during a very volatile period. This part of the country, South Africa then was a British colony, and this part was called the frontier. And so the Europeans, this is both the English and the Dutch, were moving into the interior of South Africa. And so they came across various groups, the indigenous groups, the Khoi, the San, the Xhosas, who put up a fierce resistance to colonization. And so they brought these British people to be literally a human shield as a border between the British conquered territories and those that were still largely independent. And so when they arrived in 1820, there were already 5 wars that had been fought between the Europeans. So they settled them in a small farming town, it's still small even today, called Bathurst, not far from the coast. And each family was allocated 100 acres of land. So that's why land is a big issue in South Africa today. Now, in marking this celebration as a museum, we thought about a small exhibition to explore the memory, that is how the current generations are thinking about the history of the 1820 settlers. And this was informed by some pronouncements on social media. The first one, for instance, was by the former mayor of the city, Gqeberha. And the municipality is called Nelson Mandela Bay Metro. And so Arthur Trollip was a mayor there from 2016 up to 2018, and he came through a coalition between parties, and so they removed him after 2018. So this is what he said on social media. I wonder whether this important anniversary will be celebrated or derided by our government. I'm a proud descendant of the 1820 settler and the legacy that their descendants have contributed to our country. History is history. It is what it is. That's what he posted on Twitter. Now, a close examination of his statement indicates that he views his history as being marginalized. And this is quite ironic, because when natives complain about the past systems, apartheid or colonialism, they will say, no, stop the victim mentality and just forget and move on. So it was interesting for me. Now, his coalition partner, a new, relatively new organization called the EFF, and its deputy president responded to his tweet. He said, Ebana, this would be goodness. So this guy wants government to celebrate the arrival of settlers. We did very well to remove him as a mayor because he was found to be celebrating a nonsensical invasion of our land. Now, Shivambu comes from the radical politics. And so his interpretation of the history of the 1820 settlers is that they were invading our land. And this is something that he feels, though it happened in mid-19th century, long before his father or grandfather was born. But Trollope's comments are to a lesser extent very moderate compared to his former leader, and who has just came back to politics again. And this one is Helen Zille. I hope you heard about her. So she tweeted, for those claiming legacy of colonialism was only negative, think of our independent judiciary, transport infrastructure, piped water. And then she continued, would we have had transitioned into a specialized healthcare and medication without the colonial influence? So here, Helen Zille is exhibiting the narratives of the 19th century colonists. She sees colonialism as a plus, as a positive thing to have happened in South Africa. It's simple, she sees colonialism as having brought lightness into the dark continent. And so she's regurgitating the views of the past colonists. For instance, if I may quote just one, and this is James Bakehouse, a Quaker missionary who arrived in Makanda. This town was called Grahamstown in 1838. So he visited the settlers. So he observed the dwellings, a location of the indigenous people in that town. And his comment was to this effect. In this location, more than 50 families were living in miserable huts or in the most wretched hovels. Some of them were constructed of fragments of rash mats, sugar bags, and old clothes thrown over a stick, stuck in the ground in a sloping direction, and egged out at the bottom with stones or the skulls of the bullocks. Most of the inhabitants were filthy in their persons, but they were easy, contented, and indisposed to work beyond what was absolutely necessary to get them a little tobacco and the meanest fare. Themselves were in rags, and their children naked, several of them living in concubinage, and spent much of their small earnings in brandy. So this is how the past colonists view the natives and their villages. Now the response to Helen Zille, and this came from leaders of her own party, the Democratic Alliance, and these are Black leaders. So the first one was, it's like saying Nazism was good for German democracy and their advancement in technology. This was Mbalintuli, a young leader in the province called KwaZulu-Natal. Another leader who lives in Gauteng said, and he's the spokesperson of the Democratic Alliance, there is nothing about colonialism worth celebrating. Its infrastructure is a scar on Black people's dignity and a reminder of our pain. So what this means about the history of the 1820 settlers is that we have racialized memories, conflicting memories. We don't view the history in the same way. And of course, this is natural. So as a country, we are working towards racial harmony. That is the objective of the current dispensation since 1994, when President Mandela took over. But then it's clear that memory is an obstacle towards that realization. So therefore, we explored this question as a museum. What use is memory as it relates to a museum? To answer it is that as museums, we keep objects, collections that come from the past. And these objects are associated with values, emotions, ideas, and of course, power. Now, as a museum, therefore, using those objects, we have the ability to strengthen the imagery of the state. So we can influence how the state, the country, and the citizens see themselves. Right, for instance, one of the objects that we put on display in this exhibition is the Bible, Holy Bible. The reason for this is because 86% of South Africans, both black and white, are subscribing to Christian religion. So therefore, what this means is that we have something in common. And this Bible was brought by the settlers in the mid-19th century. We have the Singer machine, a product of the first industrial revolution. We're talking about the fourth industrial revolution now, which every household, especially middle-class families, both black and white, had. We also have that on our exhibition. We have, again, the telephone. And with the revolution, the technological revolutions that we had, just about everybody in South Africa is having a cell phone today. And an innovation from the telephone line that we had in the yesteryears. So, looking at these artifacts on display, we are trying to show that we have a collective identity as the people of the country. Therefore, using this, we need to embrace the new ideologies of the current dispensation. Social cohesion, the Black Lives Matter movement. So in other words, the exhibition is engaged in a conversation between black and white South Africa to the effect that there must be, on one hand, an acknowledgement of the contribution that the 1820 settlers made to South Africa's civilization. Right, this is from the Black community. It's a call from the Black community. On the other hand, there is a call for the acknowledgement of pain that the 1820 settlers brought. Because if there is acknowledgement of pain from the white community, there will be a development of empathy from their side. And once that is recognized by the Black community, it will be interpreted as a symbolic restitution. And the cohesion that we're trying to build will be possible. So this is what this exhibition is trying to achieve. Getting people engaged in a conversation and developing empathy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lindsay Shirwa. Now let's go for the last presentation of this session. So now we'll have Anna Siro, who will be presenting the City Museum, long story of urban enlightenment with many names, challenges during renovation of the main exhibitions of the Museum of the History of St. Petersburg in Russia. So welcome, Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Is it okay with my presentation? Do you see it? Hello? Do you hear me? Please answer. I ask moderators.
Yes, yes, we do.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you.
It's just...
So first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to be the participant of this great conference. Even if it now is not possible for many of us to travel, but this experience of sharing our challenges and salvations of different issues during the City Museum activity is very important. So I would like to tell a short, brief story of my museum. It is the Museum of the History of St. Petersburg. So now it is like on this picture, a lot of snow, and it is situated in the fortress of Peter and Paul. That was founded in 1703. But it happens that the City Museum started from the different positions all around this city. So this is why this long title of my report, just trying to explain how difficult in the 20th century was not only the history of my country, Russia, not only the history of St. Petersburg that changes its names at least 3 times, Petrograd, Leningrad, and again St. Petersburg, but also this challenge which was very strong for the Museum of City History. So nowadays, Peter and Paul Fortress, you see it on the photo, is the main basic location for all the exhibitions of the history of our city. And you see that it is on an island, which is called in Russian Zaitchi Ostrov, Hare Island. And you see the frames of the fortress of the 18th century. So this place, as I told you, connected with the foundation of the city. There is a legend that it was personally Peter the Great on this slide, who was the person who decided to create a fortress here on this island. But speaking about the museum, you can see on this slide red spots. There are a lot of departments of our museum, and they are dealing with palaces and tiny houses and different apartments of artists or poets. So it's around 8 different departments of my museum. During this conference, there were very interesting stories and strategies about creating museum network. And that is also an issue of our nowadays plans and activities in the museum. But I will not speak about it. I will speak about much more easier thing. Here you can see that the name of our city at the first was like Greek one, Petropolis, and it is the design of 18th century where you can see this easy like torture silhouette of the fortress. It is a very important place for my city because according to the decision of Peter the Great, the founder of the city, Peter the First, all Russian emperors and all members of their families were buried during the 2 centuries in this fortress and the Peter and Paul Cathedral. That is why no public, no people were allowed to go inside the fortress. And it wasn't the place where the public stories were collected. The story begins quite opposite. At the end of the 19th century, there were a lot of movements in among the intelligent people of the city, different architects, artists, and also administration of the city. And these were the wish to create a city history, to collect something which is disappearing now, because the end of the 19th century and the beginning of 20th century in many cities of Europe was the period of a lot of destroyings of old buildings and creating new ones, or it was the period of total urbanization and huge impact in building activities. So the administration of the city was intending for at least 10 years to create such a museum, and at last it was like a community activity, the community of those who were not indifferent to the story of city. So the community of Old Petersburg was the basement for the collections of my museum. And as for these people, was artists and architects, very prominent persons from the history of Russian culture. For example, a lot of them was from the art union, which is called in Russian Mir Iskustva, World of Art. So the collections that they create were almost about the design of architecture, different decoration of architecture, and even the landscapes which were collected was also much more about aesthetic part, not about statistics. For 10 years, this museum was situated in the private house of architect Paul Suzor. And you can see that it is a classical one, which you can find in many places in the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century in Europe. But then 1917, it was a cross point of the history of my country. October Revolution, no more empress, no more aristocracy and social regime. So the beginning of the Soviet Union. And it was an interesting decision for the Museum of City. Yes, the real title of this organization was not Leningrad, not Museum of History of the City, but the Museum of the Phenomenon of the City. That is why the collections were quite different. Among the stakeholders and founders of this museum were a lot of persons that we already met, a lot of persons who created the Museum of Old Petersburg, but their attention were now much more about statistics, plans, maps, and so on. And the exposition of the museum was dealing with different issues which we have in city. What is more interesting in this museum, there was a department which were in charge for urban planning of the city. For 2 years, it was the museum who made an enlightenment and also projects and different competitions for planning of the city. The director of the museum was Lev Ilyin, who was not only the director of the museum, he was a prominent architect and also chief architect of Leningrad. He kept this position of being the director of the museum for 10 years. The whole period that this institution was in reality, the whole period they were producing different enlightenment expositions about how to develop modern city, how to create something new, how to enlarge the city of Leningrad. But as for the story of our country in 20th century is rather dramatic, so was the story of the museum. You see that there were at least 4 different names of the museum. And after the museum of the city, of phenomenon of the city, was closed in 1938, nothing worked for a long period of time. Only then some of the collections were recollected, reconstructed, and the name which got our museum was the Museum of Architecture. It was a very important point because thus the administration of the city and of country, state government, they just point that it is not good for the museum to speak about the whole history and politics. The position of museum should be like in the range of aesthetics. Here on this slide, you can see this unbelievable person, incredible one, because she was the ruler of the museum for more than 30 years. She was quite simple. She was just a teacher at the beginning, the school teacher, but later she created a full imperial of the museum because she understood that it is very important to collect all the things that you have from the city during the reconstruction. And after the World War II, there were a lot of reconstructions in Leningrad. So the full collection now changed, and not only architectural details and designs, but also a lot of casual things which characterize the city. So what we have? We have 27 departments, different collections, which speak not only about our city, but there are also documents which are connected with London, Paris, Venice, and so on. Maps, documents, different strategic plans, surely a lot of textiles, costumes, and paintings which characterize our city. There are a big amount of such traditional things as paintings, photos, maps, postcards, and unbelievable collection of posters of Soviet time. A lot of monumental and propagandical paintings. So these collections are all in the fortress. There are no other folders, only the walls of the fortress. That means that there are no opportunity to show them all in one period of time to the audience. The main auditorium of the museum, surely, it is tourists. Even now, after pandemic, it is Russian tourists, and before the pandemic, it was like 5 million visits per year at the fortress. But it influences on this balance of programs for local community. There was a real lack of programs for citizens at the period previous to the pandemic. When we started the renovation, we even have no guess that it will be so strong for us to understand who is the audience, for whom we are creating. What was the idea of recreation? You know that very often in the museum where you're telling stories, you're creating some specific design, installations, maquettes, and so on. And for the museums of history, it is very important to be in time, to be actual, because you see in details that, for example, this exposition is 40 years old, this one is 30 or 20 years old. So it was the decision to make it new. In Russia, there was such a writer like La Fontaine, Ivan Krylov. He created a fable which is named Swan, Cancer, and Pie. And it is a real depiction of how we started to move, because a lot of museum experts, professionals, they prefer to stay in their traditional position, which were in 19th century and 18th century. They prefer to be classical museum just to show graphics, engravings, and paintings, and through that to show the story of the museum. No collection of narrative, no collection of bright things, no strategic plans. So when there is no agreement in comrades, then the ideal develops not. That is why we're still in progress of making our basic exposition. And this is not the basic exposition. It is just illustration. It is much more easier for temporary expositions to solve this idea, to be classical or to be innovative. For example, this exposition with historical photos of Venice was created last year in our department, in the filial Palace Rumyantsov. And it was a big struggle between different expositioners, because one of them, they just want to be to present a lot of pictures, to present a lot of paintings and photos in classical frames. The other ones, they created this atmosphere monster exposition, but it influences on the number of the things that we can show. So my department is much more about public programs, and we are making research and preparing information for exposition department. That is why for us it is important to have information from youth, from different people, from children. What do they want? Our basic program for youth, it is called City Clips, and it is a word game, because usually in Russian this word clips, skrepe, is used for very patriotic and conservative programs. But we are playing with these two different definitions of city, to be patriotic, to be rather traditional, and to be innovative, and speaking about urban development. So we have a digital platform for all the steps of the program. Here are the main curator, Daria Boldureva. He is an ideologist of this program, and the main artist is Elizaveta Kukushkina. I'm just supporting their programs, and there are a lot of ones. It is a mixture of art practices and some serious discussions which are dealing with this urban research. A lot of heritage works, like in other museums. And then this reflective work, when we are trying to explain what is the values of the city. Many of them are oriented on this idea to know what is your attitude, what is attitude of youth for the urban heritage. Now we're starting another step of this program. It's about river, and in this program we will research such unhuman agents and the influence on the character of the city, this very old phenomenon of river. We will see in a year and a half what we will get, because we want to use this information for our new exposition about floods and about biological system of our region. What is also was new for the practices of my museum, we started the collection of narratives. For the city of St. Petersburg, Leningrad, it is very important, the theme of siege during the World War II. And our task was to speak with children about it, but not in a dramatic tone, not speaking about some unpleasant things, but to show the tragedy very softly. So we started speaking with those who lived during the siege in the city, who were children, and they just tell us a lot of stories, which really were for us like treasures. we have this video collection, but we also created storytelling theater based on 3 different stories of different women. So the basement of this story is this toy, this bear, because it's a real gift of one of them. She presented to the museum this toy, which worked with her all the period of the World War II. And the last thing that I would like to speak about is that we are trying to develop our audience and to have this kind of audience which is not accustomed to the museum, to any museum, because very often teenagers, they do not want classical expositions. They want something new. So we started to research what they are doing after school, if their school is situated in their in this kind of cultural heritage, because many schools are situated in the center of the city, and the children, they just don't know what are these buildings, and they don't think that it is valuable to care about them. So we started with playings, making different groups, researching what they think about their district. We started it before pandemic, and now the process is in progress, because it is important for us to have the information from different schools. But the main question for us is how to keep this knowledge of our audience, of their requests, and to put it into the rather classical and rather basic exposition, which should be the most important one in our museum. And it is the most strong challenge for our group, who producing these kind of activities with our audiences, with local communities, how to influence on our own community of museum specialists. So thank you for your attention. And I hope that during the discussion, maybe someone of you have such kind of experience and we can share it. Thank you.
So as now it's already 1 p.m., we will have time for one question or no questions? One question? Yes, so we have one question. We have one question here.
Thank you very much, Otto, Johanna, Lindinsiwa, and Anna. Lindinsiwa, I hope you're online, but I'm trying to get onto the website, so I needed a confirmation of the URL and to share experience that we're having in Kenya about forging communities. We had the Museum Society of Kenya have a talk by the settler community representative called Ralph Palmer on Kenya Matters 1955 to 1969. I need to send you the Twitter conversation that went on about reconciliation and forging communities, but there was a real visceral anger many generations on about the colonial disruption when it came to memory. So I'm thinking there's a zeitgeist right now concerning that kind of memory and what is going on. There's a mirror conversation going on in Kenya right now. And the Museum Society was being challenged. Why would you foreground the stories of the settler community and not talk about the Mau Mau and the camps of torture and so on with the same enthusiasm? So I'm just wondering, why is your exhibition in Port Elizabeth temporary? Will it do the work of that forging? Is, you know, if it's temporary, and can it be permanent? And please, let's exchange notes, because I think this is very interesting. I think it's time for us to actually look at the old wounds and talk about going ahead. Thank you.
You want me to respond? Hello, may I
Yes,
respond?
please.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
please.
Oh, okay. Yes. It's a temporal or short-term exhibition, unfortunately, because of our curatorial policy. We're not really focused on this, but it's just part of the history of the region. Our focus is primarily is transport, maritime transport. But at the museum, we have a small base for the local histories to talk about. So that's why it's short term. And yeah, certainly I showed the memory of the natives quite a lot in the exhibition. Although what triggered it is what the descendants of the settlers have said on social media. But then I brought up the side of the native quite strongly on the exhibition. The wars that were fought and went as far as linking the 19th century wars with the 20th century struggle against apartheid. And so the narrative there is that the struggle against apartheid in the 1990s, 1980s, 1970s was a continuation of what was happening in the 19th century. So that's what we brought in from the side of the natives in the exhibition. Yeah, and I've just posted my email address. I would love to share those notes with you so that I see what your experience is in Kenya. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Linda Shiwa. Now we have to close the session. So thank you very much for all of those here in Barcelona, but also for those online. And regarding the PowerPoint of Linda Shiwa, I just checked with the technical team, and it will be inserted in the final version of the CAMOC meeting. So thank you all. Let's all have a nice lunch and see you in the afternoon.
Thank you.
Sorry, CAMOC? And we have the assembly, sorry. Now we have the CAMOC Assembly.
Okay, now thank you for your attention. We will be having the CAMOC Assembly open to everybody, not only members, but interested people also. We promise to be very quick, and very quick will mean probably something between 15 and 20 minutes. And we will have a very short presentation from online presentation from our colleagues that are organizing the next ICOM General Conference in Prague. So they will be speaking from the Prague office to present very briefly to all of you the major plans for the big triennial ICOM conference, where we have a joint session, a very brief joint session, because we were given a very short time for the international committee sessions with, I'm looking at Johanna, because with CIMUZET, the ICOM International Committee for Technical Science Center Technology Museum. So, sorry. Yeah. So I'll begin there, then Elena, and then both of us, and then the Czech colleagues. Of this is mandatory. We have to do this in every annual conference, and we also like to do this because it's an opportunity to share with many colleagues that are already in CAMOC and others that will be in CAMOC very briefly what we are doing. SAREC is a group in ICOM, in Central ICOM, that evaluates the performance of each committee. And every year we send a report, an annual report, and we get back the response based on the report and on the publications and the results of conferences and results of projects. And we are given some type of evaluation criteria and the grants for the next year. The main criteria, now with the pandemic, there were, of course, lots of changes, as you can imagine, because normal conferences for a long time couldn't be held. So there was some shift of criteria about how we could adapt to the pandemic and keep working, and how we change the communication tools, how we adapt to the budget management, etc. We got this annual subsidy, and no young member grants were given because there was no conference on 2020. And for this year, we could have some grants from our budget. So we gave 2 grants actually for this conference and others year before. SAREC evaluated this year, actually just in the last couple of months, well, 6 months more or less, evaluated all international committees' strengths and weaknesses. And for CAMOC, they report the membership diversity, knowledge sharing and dissemination strategies, comparing with other committees' performance ability. Publications, of course, we have wonderful publications. Not all international committees have as good publications as we do, thanks to Elena, of course. And state-of-the-art knowledge in the field of focus on free digital publications accessible to everyone. Our current challenges are limited human resources. Of course, this is voluntary work, as you all know, and limited funding to be able to pursue more projects, which means that we want to do more. We are ambitious, not only us or the rest of the board members, including Jan Gerschol, who is there, and other people who are with us, but I mean the whole CAMOC community. And language as an obstacle, of course, always, but that's common to the whole ICOM universe, although we are exactly now trying to tackle this in the new mapping project that I already mentioned on the first day. Exactly this one. So we'll be given further details very soon. I've mentioned these on my presentation about short story of CAMOC. We had a webinar with the sustainability ICOM group. And the members participating were Andrea de la Place, that was just chairing the session, Glenn Perkins, who is there, and Catherine Cole, who is following us online. And yes, there will be further details on the next CAMOC review, on this very CAMOC review you have on your bags. We have been, as always, presenting news about our activities in CAMOC in a series of conferences. All these were online for understandable reasons. Now, for the finance report, I'll ask Elena to share with you the results.
So, hello everyone. I am taking over from Joanna to explain a little bit about our finances and about other matters that we have tackled since the last CAMOC Assembly. In the last year, 2020, we could work with this small budget of little less than 10,000, plus the annual subsidy for this year, which was about 6,000 euros, which is not very much money, and everything that we could do was only possible thanks to the volunteer work of our board members and other CAMOC members. However, we weren't able to spend this money on the planned activities last year because of the pandemic. Our activity plan and financial plan was completely disrupted. We couldn't realize a series of activities we wanted to do for the special project, and the travel grants that are a large portion of our budget could not be spent because there was no travel and there was no annual conference last year. Thankfully, 2021 is much richer with events. We could meet in Krakow, not physically, but as an online conference, and we could meet here. We will be able to spend the entire funding awarded by ICOM for the special project Joanna mentioned, and due to the pandemic, the organizational costs of the Barcelona conference will be a little higher than usual for our conferences on site. So the estimate is that we will manage to invest the surplus from the last year and also a large portion of this year's budget, which in the eyes of ICOM is very good because it means you could fulfill your planned activities. We always try to attract young ICOM and CAMOC members, to have them here with us and to give them opportunity to share their knowledge and to learn from our conference participants. So this year we have 3 grantees: Flora, who already spoke today, Andrea, who moderated the session and she is also the speaker here, and we have the 3rd grantee, Catarina Di Felice. She will be speaking, I think, tomorrow. We will have some revenue from the conference fees, although there were some cancellations due to these new travel constraints. About the membership statistics, I'm happy to tell you that if the pandemic has brought anything good, it brought us more visibility online, and so we could attract 100 new members this year. We are the IRIS database platform has been giving us some headaches, so not even the ICOM Secretariat knows exactly how many members the international committees have officially. There is a separate report for new members, so I know it's 100, and these other numbers are the estimate, but it's about when you gather the individual and institutional members, it's about 700 CAMOC members in our CAMOC network and many more friends. About the annual conferences, even though we couldn't hold the on-site conference as planned last year in Krakow, this year we kept up and we held 2 conferences. You remember we had an online conference this June, this summer. It was supposed to be in Poland, in Krakow, and we were postponing it many times, 3 times, until we finally had to decide for an online version of the conference. So it happened this summer, this June, on the occasion of a great Lyconic festival in Krakow, which is a very important moment for the identity of the city. So this is why these precise dates for the Krakow conference. The theme was the right to the city. We had 4 conference sessions and in various formats, keynote speeches, ordinary paper sessions, ignite sessions, and even the poster session could be held, even though the conference was online. We have recordings ready to be shared with the audience, and in a few days they will be available on our website. The facts and figures are impressive for us, especially the number of registered participants, which was about double of the maximum we could achieve on an on-site conference, twice as much than the best attendance that we ever had in a physical conference, which was in Kyoto 2019. And this map shows that attendees came from all continents and from all parts of the world. So CAMOC is indeed a more and more global organization, and we will be working more towards enhancing this fact. And here we are at the CAMOC Annual Conference 2021 with the theme of connecting cities and connecting citizens and the shared sustainability. We are in the middle of the second conference day, second of 3 very intense conference days. I just remind you of these 6 different subtopics within connecting cities and connecting citizens. This is happening at 2 locations of our host museum of Muhba, and in various formats, from roundtables, dialogues, regular paper sessions, ignite sessions. We had each of these formats already, except the workshop that is awaiting us today during the afternoon. I have some facts and figures for the Barcelona conference, not the final ones, but you see that the map is so very similar to the Krakow map. So one good thing that pandemic brought us is more visibility, more accessibility to the knowledge we share here at our conferences. Special focus that we're giving this year is to Africa, and this will also be promoted in the workshop part of this conference. In the overview of the CAMOC history, Joanna has already tackled the important matter of CAMOC publications. We are trying to make them digital, to make them accessible for free to everyone who is interested in the museums of cities and in the research on cities. So you have a bigger picture of what CAMOC has published in terms of books, newsletters, and reviews since its foundation in 2005. And I'm just giving you here the information of what we published since our last CAMOC Assembly in October 2020. So 2 digital and 1 digital and printed issue of the CAMOC review, which you will find in your conference bag. And the book of abstracts, which is also printed and also accessible online on our website. What we are also doing, and the call for contributions has just closed on 30th of November, is the book of proceedings from the past Krakow conference. We hope we'll have it ready in spring next year. It will be in English, and I have already received quite significant number of contributions. So we're working on this, and the next one will be, of course, the book of proceedings for the Barcelona conference that's ongoing now. And now let's look into the future, into the near future of the committee. So I'll just quickly tackle the upcoming CAMOC elections. Our board has 11 members. However, 6 of us will have to leave the board because we have already been involved in the board activities for 2 mandates. So many of the changes are expected in the board, but hopefully not in method and CAMOC's efforts to be more global and to contribute to the knowledge on cities and their museums. Next year in Prague, at the ICOM General Conference and CAMOC Conference in Prague, the new board will have their first meeting. But there is a background procedure to all that, which will start already before the end of this year. So the preparation of the invitation for nominations, and this will be launched in early January. You are all invited, if you are voting members of CAMOC, to nominate yourself, or if you know a CAMOC member who would like to join us as a board member, you can also do the second person nominations. We expect the voting to start in early March next year, and in early May, we will already have the members of the new board, so the transition process will start. 4 of us from the old board who will not be able to candidate again are comprising the CAMOC Elections Committee. And when the new board is chosen, the elected members will distribute the functions within the board among themselves. So they are the ones who choose the chair, secretary, and other board officers. We can have the maximum of 11 people and minimum of 5, but we hope it will be a bigger board and to represent our global approach and to achieve geographical diversity that we strive for. Who is eligible to candidate to be a board member? Every ICOM member in good standing, every voting member who has chosen CAMOC as their main international committee is considered a voting member. Among the 11 chosen members, we can have only 2 members from one country and no more than 1 member from one institution. And 1 CAMOC member can be elected for the maximum of 3 terms, and out of them 2 consecutive terms. So if you have been in the 2 board mandates, there must be a pause of 3 years before you can be re-elected again. This is how the nomination form looks like. So our board member candidates will need to submit a short CV, a nomination letter, a motivation letter, and they will need to have endorsements from 2 other CAMOC members. We still don't know how voting will be operationalized, and we hope ICOM will provide us with a voting platform on time. Otherwise, it will be just as it used to be by email, but you will have all details in the beginning of January. So all CAMOC voting members are invited to consider candidacy for the board and to continue this work that has been done so far. Next issue, our special project that Joanna has already mentioned in the CAMOC history presentation. So in a nutshell, project that will be going on until 2023. We have arrived at the end of the first project year, which was extended for 1 more year because of the pandemic context. The aim of the project is to gather knowledge about our subject, the city museums. We don't have enough substantial evidence to understand completely and to have a complete picture of city museums worldwide yet. So our questions are where city museums are, what they do, how they do it, how rich and how diverse city museums nowadays are. And we mentioned the language barrier. So this project is also aimed at overcoming the language barrier and to make CAMOC even more global. So the main tool for the special project will be a Global City Museums survey. We have gathered a group of volunteers, museum expert volunteers who translated the survey in 10 languages so far, and we are awaiting the 11th language, Korean language, which will be coming soon. So this is our strategy: to gather knowledge, to connect cities, and to become even more global. And another future item is our next conference, which will happen within ICOM Prague next year. We will have joint sessions with the CIMUSET, the International Committee for Science and Technology Museums. We will have 2 joint sessions on the first and on the second day. We already know the theme. It will be around sustainability, so continuation of this year's theme. There are several possible partners who may join us. We are working on that right now, on the details of the conference planning. And those will likely be the Work Club, International Association for Labor Museums, and we may extend the invitation to the Sustainability Working Group. We will have the CAMOC only off-site meeting at one of the branches of the Prague Museum, so just for us. And we have the colleagues who are in the organization of the ICOM General Conference, who are going to take part in our assembly and explain in more detail the concept of this general conference under the title The Power of Museums.
Hello, dear colleagues.
Hello, Martina. Hi, nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you. And I would like to thank you very much for the invitation for the coming CAMOC meeting. And I'm very happy that I can tell you some more details about the preparation of the ICOM General Conference. And it will be not only me, I am here not alone. I would like also to introduce to all of you my colleague Alžběta Horáčková, who is now sharing the information, and later on she will also tell you some detailed information. So I will start. So the next ICOM General Conference will be held in August next year, and it will start on the 20th of August and will last until the 28th of August 2022. Next slide. Here you have some information about our visual identity, about the logo.
PowerPoint Martina, just a moment, please. We can see the PowerPoint on the iPad, but it's not showing on the screen. Thank you. Oh, great.
Yeah,
go ahead.
It's not working.
Yes, please. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fine. So we don't need to repeat again the slide with the dates because you already hear them, but this is important. It's our logo. It's built of letters and these are the first one is connected with the ICOM logo, and the other letters are connected with the Czech culture. Like for instance, the O, I like it very much because I love the Czech cubism, and it was inspired by the alphabet of Czech cubism. And also M could be very promising because it's also the symbol of mobility, and hopefully most of you will be able to come in person to Prague next year. Next slide. Our visual identity is not only about the logo, but it's a whole graphic system. And our graphic designer, after the discussion he had with us, decided to focus on the thing that belongs among the most important parts of our work. And it's a collection, so you can see here that he takes some of the most important pieces or objects from the Czech museums. He made colorful shadows, and they are building together the whole visual identity. And while coming to Prague, so you will be able to see all of them in our exhibitions. Next slide. We are using our visual identity also on the Facebook, and I would like to invite all of you to follow the Facebook of the ICOM General Conference, because we are introducing there the process of the preparation of the ICOM General Conference. And also you can learn there many details about the Czech museums and about sometimes fun facts about Czech Republic, and prepare for our culture. Next slide. You are definitely interested in the place where the ICOM General Conference will be held, or the main program. So the main program will be held in Prague Congress Center. It's very close to the center of the city, like 2 stops from the National Museum, which is in the heart of the city. There is enough physical rooms for all participants, and what is really wonderful is the view from the Prague Congress Center, and you can see the very nice panorama of Prague from there. Next slide. As I told you, the Prague Congress Center is very close to the center of the city. You can on this map, which is showing the lines of Prague underground. So you can find the Prague Congress Center under the number 1, and the other numbers 2, 3, etc. They show the positions of the most important museums in Prague. And there where the triangle is, it's like the triangle of the very heart of Prague. Next slide. And for those of you who will come in person, so Prague is really a city of tourism, and you can find different kinds of accommodation all around Prague. And I was speaking about the Prague Congress Center, so there are about 1,500 rooms in the distance, 10 minutes walk from Prague Congress Center. And very soon there will be a list of hotels also on the web page of the ICOM Prague 2022 website. Next slide. And now I'm sharing with you the schedule of the ICOM General Conference. It differs from the schedules you are used to from the previous conferences, because they were quite long. We are a little bit shorter, but we are more intensive in the program. And on the top of that, the program will have hybrid format. So it means that all of you who will not be able to come in person, you can participate also online. In the black frame on this slide, you can see the first 2 days. There will be the meeting of executive board of ICOM, and it will be on Saturday. And on Sunday, those of you who are members of advisory council and boards of NCs and ICs, you will meet in the Prague Congress Center for the Advisory Council meeting. But those of you who are not members, but will come to Prague during the weekend, so we prepare for you guided tours around Prague. So you will be able to learn about the city and, let's say, discover Prague. All these guided tours are also already on the website prague2022.icom.museum. Next slide, please. And in the black frame again, you can see the program of the Monday's program, the 22nd of August, and it's the day when all of the delegates will gather in the Prague Congress Center. We will start with the opening ceremony, followed by keynote speaker, panel discussion, roundtable, lunch break. Now I'm speaking with you from Paris because we had a meeting at the ICOM Secretariat. So the program will a little bit change in the afternoon, but there will be the time frame committees meetings for your joint session, as it was already announced, the joint session prepared by CAMOC. Next slide, please. And in the afternoon in the evening on the 28th of August, there will be an opening party, and all of us will meet at the National Technical Museum and National Museum of Agriculture. Both of them are really huge, unique, and they've got wonderful permanent exhibitions as well as temporary exhibitions. Next slide. The other day, so Tuesday, the 23rd of August, we will meet in a Prague Congress Center again, keynote speaker, panel discussion, roundtable about ICOM Code of Ethics, open forum for resolution, and in the afternoon, again, 2 time slots for the committees meetings and joint sessions of the bodies of ICOM. Next slide. In the afternoon, or in the evening, I'm sorry, we prepare for you an opportunity to visit as much museums in the city of Prague as possible. And in the center of Prague, 7 museums will be open for you, and we are now negotiating with other ones. So now it seems that there will be about 11 museums that you will be able to visit during the museum night. We prepare especially for the delegates of the General Conference Prague 2022. Next slide. And after the museum night, there will be the 3rd day in the Prague Congress Center, and it will be the 24th of August. And we will meet for the keynote speech, panel discussion, roundtable, and after the lunch break, very important part of the program will start, General Assembly and extraordinary General Assembly, where we will approve hopefully also the new definition of Museum of ICOM, ICOM statutes, and other parts of the program. Next slide, please. And in the evening, we will gather in the National Museum. Here you can see the historical building, and we will gather there because of the flag relay event, and ICOM Czech Republic will forward the ICOM conference flag to the organizer of the 27th ICOM General Conference that is going to be held, as we already know, in Dubai in 2025. Next slide, please. And as I already heard among your colleagues, so you are interested also in the topic. So the main topic of the General Conference is the power of museums. And because it's, and we choose this topic because we really believe that museums as a public institutions has a great power to influence society. But because it's a really very big topic, so we decided to have 4 subtopics. And the first one is museums and civil society. The second one is sustainability, museums and resilience. Third one, museums and leadership. And the last one is a museums and new technologies. So I'm very happy that I hear that you are really thinking about these subtopics to include them in your discussion that you are going to have in Prague next year. Next slide. Yeah, and here is the program at glance. So once again, Saturday and Sunday, 20th and 24th of August, meetings of Executive Board and members of Advisory Council. For those of you who are not members of Advisory Council, guided tours Discover Prague will be prepared. 22nd, 23rd, and 24th of August, scientific program, parallel sessions of IC's General Assembly, everything this will be held in Prague Congress Center. The 25th of August, off-site meeting of CAMOC will be held in the City of Prague Museum. And the other day, the 26th of August, is the excursion day, and we prepare for you 40 excursion that will introduce many museums all around the Czech Republic. And I would like to little bit focus your attention to the special museum retro train that will be organized by the National Technical Museum and will bring people or the delegates of the General Conference from Prague to Brno. That is the second biggest city in Czech Republic. And there is, for instance, Villa Tugendhat that is on the list of UNESCO. And in the days 27th and 28th of August, there is the time for the post-conference tour, so you can organize on your own any post-conference tour to the region or museum in Czech Republic according to your wish. And as I already told, so the ICOM General Conference will have hybrid format. Next slide, please. We already tested the hybrid format during the International Symposium 2021. Next slide, please. And here you can find the web page of the International Symposium, ICOM Prague 2021.gcon.me. That is still open, and you can look how the system works, how it looks, a little bit test it, because this platform, this GCON platform, we will use also for the joint meetings and meetings that will be held in a Prague Congress Center. Next slide. Yeah, this is again the web, and next one. And next one is about the details about the host institution. And now it's the time to introduce you my colleague Alžběta Horáčková, that is working in our team for preparation of the ICOM General Conference Prague 2022. And she is the one who is in contact with the international committees and is responsible for your program. And she is really our great colleague, and in our office we like her very much, and I hope that she will be also a great person for you to speak with you about the program and collaborate with you on preparing of the program of CAMOC. So it's all of me. Please, Alžběta, continue.
So hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this lovely invitation to your meeting. So I would like to just shortly introduce you your host institution for your offsite meeting, which will be the City of Prague Museum. You can see on this picture the House of the Golden Ring in the Prague City Center, where I know that Joanna has the chance to visit it during the International Symposium. And on the next slide, you can see the Stanice Chateau, which will be your exact meeting venue, which the City of Prague Museum actually cares for the tradition of urban crafts through its exposition at Stanice Chateau. And this Stanice village is situated about 10 kilometers northeast of the historical center of Prague, in an area which has been settled since the earliest times. The City of Prague Museum has given a new mission to the compound to preserve present traditional folk culture and crafts there. The park and chateau with farming facilities is enclosed by the massive stone wall, which features entrance pillars and wooden gates on its southeast side. In the west, the wall stretches between granaries. The chateau, park, and other facilities there have all been designed as a historic monument, and I'm sure that it will provide you a lovely day, which you will spend there. Also not only inside in this lovely conference hall, but also outside in the garden and garden where you can, for example, have your coffee break and etc. I will just show you where is it, because it's around Prague, in Prague surrounding, and you will you can see on the map that on number 1 it's Vyšehrad station, metro station, where the Prague Congress Center is. Then the city center is around number 2, and number 3 is Sinica Chateau, where you will be able to go from the last station called Letňany. We have normally public transportation, but we are arranging for you some special buses which will be just for you to get into Sinica Chateau. And from this station Letňany, it's only 12 minutes by bus, so it's very short way to get there. So that's all from us. Thank you very much for your time. Enjoy your rest time in Barcelona. I love this city. So we are now in Paris, so it's another very nice city, but you're very welcome to Prague next year to experience another very nice city in the center of Europe. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alberta and Martina. Thank you, the two of you, for such an in-depth presentation. I'm sure lots of us are already making our travel plans to attend the Prague 2022 ICOM General Conference next year. So now, I'm sorry it took longer than I thought in the first place. We are having lunch at the same location as yesterday's. Oh no, we are not having lunch at the same location, but it's in the museum. Oh, downstairs. Okay, so we're having lunch downstairs where we had coffee break in the middle of the morning, and then we will go to the flashback Barcelona exhibition, and then Joan Roca will guide us to the rest of the afternoon. Thank you all. Sorry, Ian Jones. Thank you, dear. Thanks, John.
Yeah, in 2005, we had just 15 members, and I was told in Moscow that by ICOM that CAMOC could not succeed. I am amazed, so thank you all. From 15 to 700, it is amazing. What an achievement, thank you.
Thank you.
Barcelona Flashback, kit d'història en 100 objectes, és un projecte experimental del MUBA que mira d'acostar-se a un mètode de lectura històrica interrogativa que permeti apropiar-se de la pròpia ciutat o de la ciutat que es visita. És al mateix temps l'intent de trobar quin és el kit mínim de coneixement de la ciutat que pot ajudar a fer-ne un espai més democràtic i dialogant. És, doncs, per tant, una manera de pensar quin paper poden tenir els museus de ciutat al segle XXI. I per veure com és, i val a dir que molta gent diu que sí que els ha fet pensar, potser val la pena d'entrar-hi. I en aquest mètode de lectura històrica interrogativa, el primer que és establir els fets, batecs de Barcelona.
ets de la ciutat i te la mires com si no en fossis, o a l'inrevés. No ets de Barcelona i vens a mirar-te-la, i la ciutat batega. I la ciutat batega amb tots aquells verbs que formen la vida de cada dia. Arribar, perquè tard o d'hora tothom hi arriba, treballar, habitar, escolaritzar, cuidar, lluitar, gaudir, presumir, viure. I aquesta primera lectura, feta a partir de fotografies de la ciutat, que en un mirall es reflexen i tu hi ets a dintre, perquè és que resulta que quan vas a una ciutat tu estàs dins el mirall, et conviden, com a Alícia, l'Alícia de Lewis Carroll, a dir, i si traspasso el mirall? Doncs si voleu, el traspassem, anem cap allà. Bé, com un bon advocat en un judici, un cop té els fets, o un bon detectiu, Marlowe, si voleu. Un bon detectiu, quan ha vist els fets, què és el primer que fa? Interrogar els testimonis, escoltar-los. Testimonis de tota mena. No és senzill, perquè no és allò que diuen, és allò que cal veure que pot saber-se a partir del que diuen. I aquí tenim tot un seguit d'objectes que parlen, com podeu veure, aquí de ben diversos. Una bellíssima escultura del segle II al costat d'un revòlver. L'escultura vella al segle II d'alguna família de l'elit que la tenia a casa, que acaba a trossos dins de la muralla, quan a finals del segle III Barcelona es fortifica i tot acaba sent material trinxat. Alguna cosa ha passat. Interrogar els testimonis vol dir pensar en com es produeixen els processos històrics. O un revòlver que ve del carrer d'en Robador, al Raval de Barcelona, que és incert si era allà per un tema de delinqüència comuna o si va formar part d'aquells dies terribles, aquells anys de plom de començaments del segle XX, quan, enmig del patostolarisme, molts líders obrers hi van morir. Però després trobem altres coses que també ens han de fer pensar què ens diuen. Una màquina d'escriure, sí, ens parla de la tecnologia que es va difonent a la segona meitat del segle XX i inunda les oficines, crea tot el món dels oficinistes. Però també ens parla, i aquesta ve de les escoles, d'allò que van aprendre tants nois i noies i que els va permetre guanyar-se millor la vida. Una sopera. Sí, ceràmica, però resulta que aquesta sopera ve de l'escola de Bosch. Una escola que enmig de la guerra mai va deixar de servir sopa als nens i nenes, sota els bombardejos quan fes falta. Clar, és, no sé, la imatge d'una sopera en plena guerra servint sopa és una mostra d'una solidaritat urbana que val la pena explicar. O aquí una màquina que prové de Fàbric Coats. Sí, serveix per fer productes tèxtils, serveix pel món de la filatura, però al mateix temps és una pròtesi femenina. Per què? Perquè permet incrementar el valor del treball de les dones. I veieu, aquí ja aniríem a buscar, direu, això no s'estudia millor en papers? Efectivament, els documents de pedra són una cosa, però després tenim els documents escrits. I els documents escrits, mireu, quan més innocents millor, factures, permisos d'obres, els documents de les notaries, molt millor que no pas els pamflets, els escrits dels diaris que tenen intenció. Documents escrits, documents amb materials diversos, aquí en teniu un que és els neons de Vinson, imatges, ens permeten, si els sabem interrogar, ja a partir dels fets tenir un primer punt de vista. Però llavors què ens cal? Relatar, fer el relat. Tot advocat, quan ja té una certa idea dels fets, ja ha interrogat els seus testimonis, què fa? Construir un relat. I per on comença el relat? Pels antecedents. I aquí a la sala groga de la construcció del relat comença pels antecedents. I fixeu-vos que aquí ja hi ha una cosa que és molt important. Veieu allà el mapa geopolític, aquí la vida urbana. El món entre la gran geopolítica i la vida urbana hi ha tot el que són les nacions, els estats, i per tant, si situem les ciutats respecte dels grans àmbits de la política en cada època, de la política en aquest cas, doncs com estem veient aquí, medieval, què tenim? Una possibilitat de construir una mirada ja molt clara dels antecedents. En el cas de Barcelona, comencem per aquí. Tenim que Barcelona va ser fundada pels romans, era una colònia imperial d'August. Un tros d'àmfora, quin interès té? Fixeu-vos-hi per entrar d'entrada que en cada cas tenim uns interrogants. Aquests interrogants ens permeten pensar què volem fer dir a cada peça un cop ja l'hem investigada. Clar, aquesta àmfora, el que és més interessant que ens fa dir és que, d'alguna manera, Barquino no es guanyava la vida com un centre més administratiu, com semblava, sinó que es guanyava la vida, sobretot, exportant vi. Eren famílies que en les seves vil·les tenien molts diners a base de vendre i exportar vi. Per això potser van voler fer un temple molt gran, més gran del que hagués tocat a la petita Barquino. Bé, és una mica el que passa amb els nous rics, que volen tenir un món en el qual es vegi molt, que són poderosos. Però després veieu aquí, sembla petit, més interrogants. Cristianisme, visigots, frontera, francs, tot un món que després del que és els segles finals cristianitzats de l'imperi, comença a portar Barcelona a ser una terra de frontera. I unes poques peces, com aquesta d'aquí, que aquestes llànties ens permeten explicar el que fou uns anys en què Barcelona era al costat d'una frontera. I què implicava la frontera? Pensar en una frontera medieval ens pot permetre pensar en les fronteres d'altres èpoques. Mig passem pàgina del món antic al món medieval. La ciutat del comerç, la ciutat mercantil. Aquesta ciutat del comerç i mercantil és una ciutat en la qual podem veure en unes poques peces des del poder de la monarquia a la diversitat urbana amb la comunitat dels jueus al call, a l'organització de la vida ciutadana amb els gremis, cadascú tenia els seus sants inspiradors i la seva capella a la catedral, el poder de regular la vida urbana que tenia l'Ajuntament, que llavors era el Consell de Cent, la paraula correcta, diguem-ne, la institució que assegurava el proveïment urbà, assegurava la regulació de l'economia de la ciutat. I en poques peces es pot veure també que l'edat moderna no fou fàcil a Barcelona. Propera als grans conflictes europeus, aquella ciutat esplendorosa a l'edat mitjana, que havia quedat fora de les rutes d'Amèrica i en la perifèria del gran imperi de la monarquia hispànica, va passar uns moments que van acabar amb les dificultats de 1714, quan una ciutat prou esplendorosa com era Barcelona acaba amb un conflicte que la deixa en una situació, a començaments del segle XVIII, molt de gran precarietat. Tot això, hem parlat d'un mapes, hem parlat de les peces, aquí tenim la cartografia històrica georreferenciada que permet seguir-ho al mil·límetre. La recerca sempre per davant. No pot fer-se un museu d'història sense tenir una recerca que permeti innovar i repensar. Bé, i en el relat dels fets, el nostre advocat interrogador de Barcelona, després de mirar els antecedents, allò que ve de lluny, doncs on passa? La interpretació d'allò que tenim a prop, de la interpretació dels fets que ha vist al començament. I, per tant, què mira en aquest cas? Quina és la nostra contemporaneïtat? Com sorgeix la ciutat que avui coneixem i que sota la revolució digital torna a fer un canvi insospitat? Neix al segle XVIII, quan, malgrat les maltempsades de començaments de segle, quan fins i tot les institucions de Barcelona i Catalunya són dissoltes i una part de la ciutat és arrasada per ordre del nou monarca Felip V, que va guanyar la Guerra de Successió, la ciutat s'espavila fins al punt de fabricar bellíssimes teles d'indianes que li permeten mantenir un comerç que la fa créixer i la fa prosperar. Tant que el segle següent, malgrat d'altres situacions difícils, l'urbanisme modern s'inventa a Barcelona amb Ildefons Cerdà. Multiplicar la ciutat per 10, fer-la més circulable, fer-la més saludable, fer-la socialment més igualitària. No és poca broma que fos a Barcelona on l'impuls urbà, sense tenir un poder polític proper, portés a inventar un projecte de ciutat amb prou empenta per tirar endavant les exposicions universals com la del 88, amb prou enginy per projectar una manera de fer artística tan original com el modernisme, amb prou voluntat com per intentar nous equipaments i noves escoles amb la iniciativa municipal, també els nous museus, però, amb una situació de les majories obreres tan precària, que portava d'un conflicte a un altre. Amb victòries importants, perquè si la setmana tràgica fou absolutament terrible, aquella setmana en què els fills de les classes humils havien d'anar a l'Àfrica i els rics s'ho podien evitar, cosa que va portar a la revolta ciutadana, en canvi el 1919 a Barcelona es va establir les 8 hores com a jornada laboral. Però aquella ciutat puixant era també una ciutat convulsa. Com es pot veure, si mireu aquí al llibre les fotografies dramàtiques de la setmana tràgica o si mirem més enllà el que són els testimonis de la duresa de la Guerra Civil i del que se'n seguí, la dictadura franquista. De nou, la ciutat, però, va recuperar l'alè. Aquí tenim una màquina de cinema, aparentment poca cosa, però és de la marca Ossa. Què vol dir això? Vol dir que el saber fer màquines de cinema va portar a saber fer motos. I entre les motos i tot el saber fer que venia del primer terç de segle, mal que pesés alguns, la SEAT ve a Barcelona. La ciutat creix. És una gran ciutat industrial amb una entesa important entre els col·lectius antifranquistes que lluiten per la ciutat, lluiten per Catalunya i, d'alguna forma, són la base d'aquesta Barcelona que després es projecta al món a finals del segle XX i que entra al segle XXI amb noves situacions que ja van més enllà d'aquesta exposició. Aquí teniu un mapa, igual que a l'altra banda el mapa de la geopolítica del món. Ara Europa, ara tot el planeta, ara més a prop. El cas és que entre els fets de la ciutat i la visió general geopolítica tenim la possibilitat de traçar el que és Barcelona en la contemporaneïtat. Ara que ho tenim ja situat, quin és el pas següent? Hem interrogat els testimonis, hem establert els antecedents, hem situat una explicació d'aquells fets que havíem vist al principi i ara el que toca és mirar en quin context urbà s'han produït. Un cop vistos els fets, interrogats els testimonis, establerts els antecedents i feta la crònica explicativa de com han anat, falta situar-los en context. I aquí entrem en el conjunt de l'espai urbà, en les geografies metropolitanes. Primer que res, els edificis, perquè la ciutat està feta de cases i carrers. Una visió de com han anat els pòsits que formen Barcelona al llarg del temps, com s'han anat sedimentant, ens porta a interrogar-nos tot seguit per com hi viuen els seus habitants. L'expansió urbana, l'origen, d'on han vingut els barcelonins al llarg del temps, en l'edat contemporània, la condició social, segons els barris, que porten, tercer element, a més de les arquitectures i les persones, a l'organització col·lectiva, a la política, a les votacions, al llarg de la contemporaneïtat. Podríem deixar-ho aquí? No, perquè el que toca ara és mirar ja de situar en el conjunt urbà el que fins ara hem descobert i investigat. El plànol i els paisatges. plànol i paisatges és ja el que ens permet el context general, allò que ja hem situat no només per elements, sinó que ja veiem el conjunt de la ciutat. Tothom s'hi pot situar, el que ve de fora s'ho mira amb admiració i el que és de Barcelona busca casa seva. És inevitable, igual que si mirem els paisatges, aprendre a analitzar-los, aprendre a mirar les referències urbanes, aprendre a mirar els teixits urbans, aprendre a veure els límits, el que ens ajuda és que ja amb el que hem fet aquí ara hem passat d'alguna manera de tenir diferents elements a tenir una radiografia completa i més, perquè com que l'hem feta històrica la podem fer evolucionar. I ara que ja tenim el cas resolt i que hem mirat de trobar com conèixer la ciutat, ens falta encara una cosa, que és, tant si soc de fora com si soc d'aquí, poder comparar. Si soc d'aquí, comparar amb d'altres ciutats quan viatjo. Si soc de fora, veure Barcelona amb els ulls de la meva ciutat. De fet, mirar el món des de les ciutats és una cosa que es fa poc a l'escola. Sempre s'ensenya als països, quan fixeu-vos-hi que de mapes de ciutats n'hi ha des de molt enrere. I aquests mapes de ciutats, per exemple, en el cas que aquí veiem de l'edat moderna europea, ens ajuden a pensar que també avui podem fer una Europa o un món vist des de les ciutats comparades. I aquest aparell, que es diu Europa Unter Urbes, és un projecte que hem fet des del MUVA amb altres museus europeus per comparar les ciutats contemporànies al llarg de 150 anys. Des de 1850 fins avui anem comparant ciutats. I ara sí, si comparem les ciutats, ja tenim, d'alguna manera, un saber sobre Barcelona que està ben situat. Ens queda però saber una cosa encara. Qui ho ha dit tot això? És de fiar qui us ho explica? No està tan clar. Per això cal sempre explicar d'on venen els plantejaments. I els plantejaments que aquí us expliquem venen d'una reflexió compartida amb tot un seguit de museus de ciutat, d'una xarxa que s'ha impulsat des del MUVA, en la qual, sota la idea de connectar ciutadans, connectar ciutadans, s'ha mirat de situar en perspectiva històrica, a partir dels elements patrimonials, les ciutats cap enfora, comparant amb altres ciutats, i les ciutats cap endins, mirant de fer des de cada espai patrimonial del museu una perspectiva que ajudi al resultat final. Interrogar Barcelona. I què? S'ha acabat? No, ara hauríem d'entrar a la part pràctica. I Barcelona Flashback, l'intent és que pugui ser tan senzill llegir el centre com llegir la perifèria. Anar del cor de la ciutat als barris més recents, anar dels barris més recents al cor de la ciutat. El cor de la ciutat, que moltes vegades s'ha fet i refet, com en el cas que aquí ens ocupa, que és el cas de la Casa Padellàs, que veieu, és un edifici viatger. Va traslladar-se de l'altra banda de la Via Laietana per reforçar el caràcter històric del barri, fins aleshores dit de la catedral, després se'n va dir barri gòtic, que naixia amb aquesta ambició de reforçar el prestigi històric de l'àrea on hi havia les institucions barcelonines al costat de la naixent Via Laietana. I aquí, d'alguna manera, el que fem al museu és proposar als visitants una visita de la Via Laietana des de la plaça Ramon Berenguer que permet de situar el que és el conjunt refet patrimonial de la plaça del Rei, com un primer exercici de lectura de ciutat. Sortint de Barcelona Flashback ja es tracta d'enfrontar-se a la ciutat. Comencem, doncs, pel conjunt monumental en el qual els trobem. Quan es va obrir la Via Laietana, a començaments del segle XX, va créixer l'ànsia per part de les elits barcelonines de mostrar el bo i millor de la ciutat reforçant-ne el caràcter històric. I així es va traslladar la Casa Padellàs, que era l'altra banda de la Via Laietana acabada d'obrir, vora el que era i és el Palau Reial i Palau Comtal abans, medieval, amb la Torre del Rei Martí, l'església de Santa Àgata. D'alguna manera, ara ens ho podem mirar i en podem gaudir, sabent que després d'aquesta visita, des del centre fins a l'últim dels barris de la ciutat, des de l'últim dels barris de la ciutat fins al centre, si passegem, podrem entendre els espais, les persones i allò que és la vida urbana que hem mirat de mostrar a Barcelona Flashback.
Sí. Bona tarda a tothom. Benvingudes, benvinguts. Welcome, everyone. My name is Jordi Pasqual. I am delighted to be here. I represent the World Organization of Cities, United Cities and Local Governments, UCLG, one of the worst acronyms in the history of communication, but also one of the most promising organizations born in the 21st century and aiming at giving a strong footprint in this 21st century, the voice of cities to the global conversation on development. I have the honor to chair, to be the coordinator of the Committee on Culture, and I am delighted also to have been invited by Joan, my friend, teacher, reference in all what I have done in Barcelona as a geographer. I am also a geographer, as Joan is. This afternoon's session already began with a wonderful visit to the outstanding exhibition, Barcelona Flashback. I'm sure that you all enjoyed the concept, the display, the explanation by Joan and by Jordi. We carry on. This is a very interesting workshop, the hidden potential of city museums. First, we will begin with a presentation by Joan on a guide for assembling city museums. Joan, tens la paraula.
Well, espera't, per passar, quina és de la tecla per passar? Well, so let's continue what we did at the exhibition, that our friends who are online also have seen it. We filmed it and the same visit and almost the same time, so everybody's more or less in the same place. Well, a guide for assembling city museums. Why these words? Because it means that after all, city museums can be a normal facility in the cities. They are not just, oh, here we have, as in the arts, a painter, or here we have, as in the nature, the dinosaurs. No, city museums can be a normal facility in cities, even perhaps if they are multinucleated, polynucleated, can be a normal facility in their quarters, in their neighborhoods. Here it says from city museums to citizens museums, because all what we say is, oh, after all, city are citizens. Because if you only say city, it seems that perhaps there is still the idea that's the rulers of the city. No, it's a citizens museum. It must enhance the whole of the city. Low-cost knowledge centers for the 21st century urban democracy. Well, the idea is that after all, getting the knowledge, getting the documents or objects, being in touch with people, it's much less expensive as a project of city explanation and experience that other kinds of institutions, the minimum. And if you are interested in that, there was a precedent I put here. It was the article that we published from Barcelona to the CAMOC review that you have in your bags. Well, the question of knowledge in the City Museum is that, after all, there is something interesting, is that at least in Europe, and perhaps in the world, most people have an idea of cities that they have not visited through the football. So as you can see, this is a poster of 1934 shoot. We have an exhibition about football that you will see tomorrow. Football is really important, but the question is, it's really the only narrative we can get from one city to the other one? Perhaps. That's why with some other museums, we try to organize an exhibition of football. But we think that after all, cities without a narrative, des villes sans récit, in French, it's much more beautiful. The ville sans récit, cities without a narrative, well, that's a problem. Because if no city critical narrative, critical means that that's not the official leaflet given by the authorities. No, if there's no city critical narrative, no connection with citizens on between the cities. And that's why for local democracy, to enhance the right to the city, to put together urban history and citizens' memories so that each one fits its place in a shared general narrative, which can always be discussed and changed. And because if they ensure interrogative critical urban narratives, city museums will be an incredible, powerful tool to connect cities and citizens. And for all that, we discussed about it this morning, research is needed. No city narrative without research. Museums are not anymore, cannot be anymore a place of diffusion. They are diffusion of their own knowledge, organized with the universities, organized with the people, organized with everybody, but knowledge. Well, and that's why, because yesterday we talked about the fact that people trust the museums and that museums are not neutral, but be careful. First, of course, we must not trust power. This is clear after Foucault. Please begin the construction. But to do that, we need a minimal epistemology of the museum to reconstruct social knowledge in an interrogative way. If we only deconstruct, we are lost. The well-being people can deconstruct until the end. And in many places of France, they have been deconstructing so much that finally they found that authoritarian political parties rose and rose and rose more and more. So after deconstruction, please find a way to reconstruct in an interrogative way. That's not to ask again for grand narratives. A new enlightenment needs controlled knowledge production. Controlled means that under certain rules, we must be quite sure that what we explain is not, which is the name, a fake news. We must really try to test as much as possible with the documents that, after all, it seems that the hypothesis is okay. So the academic renewal can come from the museums, and the museums can be really favored by academic renewal. This morning that was said, both. And I can say that we try to do it, and we are changing the programs of the university. The museum was called to evaluate the Faculty of Architecture by the state. That means that there is hope. There is hope to work together, the university and the museum. That's not lost forever. And how to do it? Well, CRET, the MUVA Center for Research and Debate, is an incredible organization with no people working on it. There is 0 persons. It's just someone trying to organize the program. You have the program. Here you have in your seat, you have found that program. That's someone helping to organize it, but there is nobody taking care of it. We all try to have opinion, to propose things. Then, of course, we try to organize it, but that's how to say, this is the laboratory of ideas. With that laboratory of ideas, we would not work. The persons who knew this morning, Dr. Sanchez and Dr. Guardia, they really have changed their departments at the university working for the Center for Research and Debate of the museum, which is now considered one of the places of innovation in social knowledge, as a marketplace for ideas, where specialists and people of all kinds meet to generate and publish. It's necessary to publish, if possible, in paper, because internet changes very often. Paper is at least have a copy, like in the medieval times, at least have a public copy in the monastery or in the public library. The museum as an R+D+E center. We are research, development, and innovation centers. We are not only a place to attract visitors, we are research centers for enlightenment and for democracy. So, no research, no city museum. City narratives have one ingredient in common, all of them, urban history. Urban history, why urban history? First of all, nation's history is always strongly, well, how to know, under pressure because you have to control the narrative, the tale of the nation. Cities' history is much more, well, calm. You have no people fighting to stress the idea of the city. So it's much better to work in urban history for historians than to work in national history, because you can go ahead and ahead with much less problems. As a field of history that examines the historical nature of cities and towns and the process of urbanization, multidisciplinary crossing boundaries, urban history to deal with a plurality of shared memories, not intended as a grand narrative, but as a means to approach the options of the city and so the options of the citizens. The most interesting thing of history is to know that always Romans, medieval times, modern monarchies, they had to decide among different options, like in personal life. And to know how people, the collectivity, decided for one thing or the other, how the elites really brought people to the disaster or not, how the people could correct the elites or not, how in sometimes elites and people go together to know how a city decided its options. It's also to know how to rule your own options. And if you know how it happened many times, perhaps you have a training to think how it happened in your life and in city's life in the future. And you get surprised. For example, the question of slavery. Now we work a lot about the slavery in medieval Barcelona. Wow, medieval Barcelona, city going to the Mediterranean, fantastic. That was not known. When we did the first exhibition about that, nobody knew about the fact that 10 to 20, 15% of the population were slaves. By the way, they came from very far. There's the story of a slave, a woman who came to marry a man in Barcelona from the Black Sea. So there was moving slaves in the Mediterranean, which was quite incredible. Or the other one, you know that after all, with the paleopathology that we really try to push in the archaeological survey archive of the museum, then they will come to say something, Laura Castells, we discovered how sugar was a disaster. When sugar became popular in modern times, before that, that was a privilege to have sugar, caries and the teeth of people, they began to lose the teeth because of sugar. So you see, well, we must enhance research. And here to say, if the goals are clear, if you put different specialists together, you can go ahead at the same time in different moments. For example, 15th century was really a century of crisis. How is it that we had such a wonderful city of beautiful monuments for the elites? But it seems that people, after all, was not too bad. Was there a crisis or not? To know what is a crisis. Or to know, for example, that Gaudí was a myth. Was not like it's said. You have to urbanize Gaudí. To urbanize Gaudí means to think the interpretation, or feeding the city, or the popular housing. You can create different teams, provides there is only one question. You always must have a goal to do that for the citizens. That's the difference with university. University, they research programs. Oh my God, I must research. I am already in pension, I continue doing research. Here, no. Here you have clear goals to do the things. Well, so after establishing this question, which for me was very important, the question of knowledge, and I think that we should talk much more about that in city museums. Let's go to the Minimal City Museum. What does it say? What is that? As just to remember a little bit, we began with the verbs of city life. The museum, our museum is working through words of verbs. Now, this is feeding. In 2 years, it will be moving, as in Frankfurt. We are doing housing, we do working, we do providing. So we try to specialize as an institution to have a look at the different words which organize as verbs, as action, the city life in past. And so we have a point of view to talk about the present, perhaps not in this institution, in other institutions, because it's very good if you do that job and you have other institutions which work for the present. So you have a point of view. You don't say what to do now. It's terrible. If the museum says what to do, he will lose all its credibility, because half the people will see, I don't agree. So the museum gives points of view. Then you go to another place, another institution, you decide. So for that, you must ask questions to the documents. We have seen it, how it was important to ask questions to the documents. So you were there. That was especially for people who was not there. You see the beginning of that experiment, Barcelona flashback, which was done to try to find the minimal city museum. The minimal city museum is less than 200 square meters. Andrea, 200 square meters it is? He says yes, the architect is there. So first, you see, we ask the documents. We need hypotheses to ask the documents, what do they say? Because without that, how to collect? Are you sure that you need that for the museum or not? This is the Fabra-Coats collection. They give us most of the elements. And someone said, a computer from last decade, why for? We said, look, in 100 years, that will be a computer from the past century. So we found that it was a very important legacy that we got. So we have to know what to collect, and we have to know how to use what we have collected. Because, as you know, the important thing is to put together your archaeological archive, if you have one, with the collecting of what you need to really make a housing museum with the elements. Since we have not get yet the money to do it, we organized it in the street. That was very popular. And then the municipality said, oh, that's not a bad idea to have a museum about housing. And they came, they had the pictures with the museum in the street, like in the film Dogville, you see? Well, and to collect means to be strategical in the same way that means to be strategical, the use you make of your elements. For example, the column above, Nietzsche. We talked about Hegel this morning, Friedrich Nietzsche, the Umwertung, the inverted values with Christianism, when you use the columns not for the splendor of the forum, but to have a more solid church. Or below, you have the new use of a factory when children go there to play their games. So it's a question of routing critical narratives at multiple scales. So cartography and geopolitics are fundamental. Cartography and geopolitics are fundamental. And with cartography and geopolitics in the middle, as you have seen, and I explained that for people who is far away and have not seen it so clearly, questioning all objects, putting questions and giving small answers. The big problem to give a small answer. We were mad doing that because we talked about the team we did, but here we have Ramon, we have Edgar, who are from other sector of the museum, trying to do and to write and to rewrite the text, and Elena and Teresa, everybody found in 60 words, you have to get the essence. That's the museum work in urban history. Well, that's clear, and people really read it, which is amazing because it's too small, the characters, and as I told you, the geopolitics is fundamental. The same that we did with the long term, we have been doing with the short term. So with the present. With the present, you have the much more difficult task to choose what's important. Here, an object or not means a real positioning of the museum. To put one of those, for example, to put the no to Iraq war, or to put the big Catalan demonstrations, or to put the games, or not to put them, means a way of thinking. But since they are free, floating in the wall, you say nothing. It's the visitor who says, and nobody will blame you for that. So it works, and it works deeply, because that makes people think. For example, between the luggage with which I arrived to the city and the television I got working like an animal 10 years later, and the price I paid for that. So here too, for example, migrating with a train, with the railway, meant the possibility to see how the city grew, and to organize the city in a way in which you have a socio-historical topography of the city. The advantage of socio-historical topographies is that nobody will say, oh, you are inventing it. Well, look at the figures that's published. That's the official figures of the city. Put it on a map. Why for that in a museum? Because without that, why for the objects? So it works, it seems it works, and that's what we try to do. That finally, the objective is to train, to read the city through landscape. People come to read the city through landscape, and they talk a lot. They talk. The adults talk about the pictures. The children go to the map, and they stay there. And finally, as you saw, comparing with other cities. If we have a good point of view about the city, we don't know what you know until what we know until we compare with other cities. Comparing is fundamental in all sciences. In all sciences. Why not in the city science and in the city museum for citizenship? And finally, as I told you, the label about us in the museum, humbly making explicit our inevitable non-neutrality. We cannot be neutral, but we can explicit humbly. I speak from that point of view. We are a group of guys, boys and girls, middle-aged, middle class, paid by the municipality, some of us, not paid by the municipality and freelance, some other of us. All together, we are doing that. And then you have the position of people speaking about that and the limits of their freedom. To know the limits of one's freedom is the way to really be honest about the limits of your neutrality. And that, of course, going fully virtual. This morning, Edgar talked about these 7 doors. You can have it in English in the website. That's why this morning the session was in Catalan. We show it in Catalan, but you have it in English. You will see the why we have the 7 doors. We didn't want to have a portal of knowledge as a typical web page, but we thought it should have the presentation of a rather different way of engaging into knowledge, like Alice in the wonderful world she finds crossing the mirror. And you can go virtual and you can go urban. You can go urban. And then here is what we said. Both scales, local and general, means that you can create a program for the city, and the citizens who come from far away and are interested especially in the heritage and in the exhibition, and for local people who through that element have the prestige for their suburban area, and through that prestige they are proud to organize things for everybody or for themselves. So here was an idea of the minimal things. And we tested that you can do that with a lot or very, very few means. You can do that, and here we have an architect who will come with a minimal space, minimal objects, minimal narrative, provides you know what you do and what you want to explain. That's why I began with the knowledge. And now let's go to about the hidden potential of city museums. A city museum is a museum that explains and shows the city. No more, no less. If it doesn't show and explain the city, it's not a city museum. If it does more, well, okay, fantastic for them. With a shift from city museum to citizens museum, in an interrogative way, here the PowerPoint is wrong. The city museum as a place of knowledge, independent of the established powers, and also of any specific community or any community point of view. We must be very careful about the idea that community means humble people, means honest people, means democracy. Authoritarian points of view are growing all over Europe. And you can find, and we, at a certain moment, we have found a quarter in which authoritarian point of view, so to say, Trump points of view, they said, well, if the museum is democratic, we think that. So help us to explain that to the world. So if you put a communitarian point of view inside the museum, that was fantastic, perhaps when the world was a safer place than now. But now we must be very careful, because communities can be extremely conservative, even if apparently that's not so. And many points of view of nostalgia uncover or are on the top of what the museum would not do in other circumstances. So it's very important, that point. The independence of established powers and also of any specific community. You can be the representative of the whole of the society in which you are, but being careful. The independence is very important. So the City Museum as a citizen's museum to take over the city in a shared atmosphere of freedom. And now many questions. Case study. The proposal for La Paz and El Alto in Bolivia. The Universidad Mayor de Sant Andrés in La Paz, with the students, they decided to create city museums for different cities in Bolivia. And they created, for example, 2 city museums. They proposed one for La Paz, which I have not here the design, and another in El Alto. La Paz and El Alto is like Barcelona and L'Hospitalet. It's the same city split by a wall, natural wall of, com se diu desnivell? A reef of 500 meters. You go with a funicular, but it's the same city. It's the old city and the new suburbs. No, we want to enhance the identity of El Alto. Then you are depriving El Alto from the centrality of La Paz. No, we want to show La Paz, be careful, around the 4 epochs of the history of Bolivia, and therefore, or La Paz. No, my God. No, my dear. Nation history and city history are of different kinds. Copenhagen is more than Denmark. Denmark is more than Copenhagen. One is a city, the other is a nation. So don't think that La Paz is really the portrait of Bolivia. Because, for example, as the same author says, in La Paz are concentrated the elites of Bolivia, and that's what provoked the change which is happening now with the plurinational state. So you cannot say that the city, explaining the cities, take Catalan history, take Spanish history, take Italian history, and put that into the city museum. No, the city museum must show the specificity. But which specificity? The whole of the city. El Alto. That's La Paz. Okay, that's La Paz, with the city center from modern times and with the modernity of contemporary times. And that's El Alto, with the neo-Andinian architecture, incredible, like the Art Nouveau in Barcelona. Look at El Alto in internet, you will be surprised of what they are doing, as they call it the new Aymara bourgeoisie architecture. In a big city of 1 million people, not far from the mountains, La Paz is below, El Alto is above. So why for 2 city museums in a single city? So that's thing we must think about. For example, in a city which is split in different municipalities, we try to do it in Barcelona, you can coordinate the different local museums to create a single city museum. If you don't do that, at least take into consideration the whole of the city. If you have been in Barcelona flashback before, the Barcelona map is not cut by the limits of the municipality. A single city has a single history. You cannot split between suburbs and historical city, even if suburbs become richer than the historical city, which can happen there in the future if the new, if the new, so to say, Aymara bourgeoisie with the architecture in El Alto begins to be so interesting, midway between kitsch and incredible imagination. Don't worry, Catalan Art Nouveau, Modernisme, Gaudi were considered 100 years ago, midway between kitsch and modern architecture. So who knows? And now I think that we arrive to a moment in which we will stop after. I will make my whole speech now so that you have the whole of the idea. But now the second part will be consecrated to that. If it's a normal facility, un equipamiento normal, un équipement normal de la ville, I say it because it's very complicated to translate normal facility. If a city museum is normal in a city or in the different neighborhoods of a city, there must be a kind of idea of what could be a prototype of city museum, then adapted to the local conditions. The same way that 100 years ago, when all the states decided to put all children in the schools, they had to design prototypes of schools. And the school became not an exceptional place where some boys and girls go, boys rather than girls, but a normal facility in the quarters. So if a city museum must be normal in the thousands and thousands of cities of the world, we must have an idea, a minimal idea. And then, of course, not to accomplish it. But not to accomplish a dream is to know the dream first. Second, we will have someone talking about something very practical from the archaeological archive of the museum, how to have a practical kit to deal with different archaeological heritage when, for example, you are in a city where people digging is from different nations. We have been cooperating with other cities in the world, and we found there that the Canadians paid that, the Americans paid that, the Swiss and the Norwegians paid that, so the city must have a tool to say, okay, thanks for coming, but we have a general tool of putting all the archaeological elements in a single frame. That seems very simple. That's just, which is an Excel. But to create that Excel means a lot of work. And after that, the last part of my intervention, so that we have already done that, we have the second part that will be the last part, but I think it's better to have it all together. Well, a possibility. There are hundreds of possibilities, but today we thought, why not to think about Africa and Europe? And since in Barcelona, we are thinking about that since long ago. Why? Look, after all, Barcelona is midway between the Lapland, the Laponian area, and Cape Town. So we are midway, and that's a place which in history happened many times. So that's our place. Second, because since we work a lot with people in pension and young people, there is no jet lag, and it's not too far. It's important if you really deal with people who, to go to China, to go to America is complicated. Third, because many people from this area, 4 meridians, circulate from Africa to Europe. Now, from Europe to Africa in the colonial times. So in colonial times, the flow was from north to south. Now it's from south to north, but there's a strong relationship. Why 4 meridians? Because 4 meridians is from the Gulf of Aden to Dakar. These are 4 meridians. Non-colonialist city museum to city museum approach for international cooperation. We have already done that with another city which is here. When the municipality of Barcelona told us to work with Havana, America, we said, no, we are not Barcelona Museum working in La Habana. We are 2 poor museums that can work together because the municipality of Barcelona and the Oficina del Historiador de La Habana make an agreement. So we are in the same team. That's not someone going there to show new practices, good practices. No, we work together, we learn each other, and finally, at least we learn it a lot. I don't know, here there is people from the Oficina del Historiador, they can tell if that's true or not. And, okay, now continue. Africa. Including small urban agglomerations is essential because normally with the United Nations figure, until the Africa Police Project took place, we always heard about the megalopolis in Africa, when in Africa, the middle size and the small size cities are growing at an incredible rhythm, with no institution to talk with the citizens about what's going on. This morning, I was very happy to know the experience you are doing in Nairobi. But after all, Nairobi has a long and well-established history. Nairobi is not a new city by the standards of other cities. Other cities are just, that's what's that? Help. Someone can explain where all of us come from and why are we, that's important. So Africa does not mean only the big African cities. Here you have a little bit the urban agglomeration network, few big cities and many small ones. 11 big cities, but 740 small urban agglomerations with fewer than 100,000, which are home to 150 million population. So, and here you have the maps in which the closeness between the different cities make these areas quite urban, but with not a cultural structure like the one we say it could be a general facility for small and middle cities. We are not the first to think about it. Where is here? There is someone who knows that. Eh? He's not looking. You were there. You were there. So perhaps you can explain the experience. African City Museums on the Move 2010, that was the Amsterdam Museum with different cities, which did that experience, so we are not inventing nothing. You never invent anything. So they were the first, and Anne-Marie de Wild can explain to you how it worked. Okay, and now, the book is online. You can find the whole book in online, very inspiring. But that's very inspiring too, because between 2010 and between 2021, in 10 years, the change is incredible. This morning you explained that someone asked you, did Nairobi change a lot in the last 2 decades? Incredibly. In 10 years, Africa is not the same continent. We Barcelonians can understand very well that. When I was a children, the city was growing. You saw it, like the mushrooms, that was growing at an incredible rhythm. And once, Siraj Rasul, perhaps he's already there, he was in Barcelona, went to the shanty towns of Turó de la Rovira, which are now part of our museum. We have part of the museum, our shanty towns, treated in the with the archaeological method. And he said, look, he was with other South African people. They said, impossible, Barcelona had shanty towns. He said, yes, and that's part of our great history. And that's our grand history. 7% of people who really did their best to make the city more wealthier and better. So in 10 years, that has changed a lot. And to talk about that, we have some people which will make an intervention. Tunis. We will talk about Tunis. Une ville, un musée de la ville qui ne l'est pas. We will have the intervention, then we will present the people. Now I go fast. Je demande, est-ce qu'il y a un musée de la ville de Tunis? On me répond oui. Mais il n'est pas dédié à la ville de Tunis. City museums, many times, have the name of city museum, but are other places. The Museum of Tunis, the City Museum of Tunis, does not talk about the city. So that's why I was shocked when I found the text in internet that they said, oh, that's what really we talk about, that there is no city museum in Tunis, as Eddie Alezage, who will intervene after, said, where is the history of Tunis? Tunis is not visible. It's only for blind people who every 30 years can see something of it. So Tunis is a myth without a city museum to go from the myth to the human condition. And then, since we talked about Africa and Europe, we decided, I beg your pardon, someone is not happy with that after all, the twin museum could be, no, Hamburg, that's a mistake, it's Frankfurt. Excuse me, that was a mistake because for something else. Frankfurt. Why Frankfurt? Because in Frankfurt, the Tunisians say that they want that kind of city museum. Since they say explicitly that this is the dream. I talked this morning with Jean Gershow, said, well, perhaps that would be interesting to have a twin museum in Tunis and work together as equal projects in equal conditions. And since they acknowledge what you did, perhaps that would be a good idea. Nairobi. Nairobi from urban tours to a city museum or a virtual city museum. You talked about that this morning. I think that I just don't put a twin museum in that case because I don't know enough because there is not a city museum to talk about. But I found it extremely interesting, the way of approaching the same goal with something we also do. Urban tours are fundamental because without urban tours, the city museum is prisoner of its walls. So urban tours are fundamental. So an old city, Tunis, a new city but with a clear colonial and post-colonial history and stories, Nairobi, and now an incredible city, Onitsha, Nigeria, the biggest market in Europe. It's a fake news that it has 7 million people living there. It's said. No, it's much less. But anyway, more than 2 million people live in a city split in many municipalities that has only something uniting it, as you will see. Onitsha is a big city near the river, near the Niger, and it's a very alive city. And it's a city with a very big trade structure growing so fast that they only have one trade of union, their king. As you know, in Nigeria, there are many cities which have a king. The king of Onitsha is there since the modern times. So during centuries, the city has had a king, and the king is acknowledged by the federal and the state government. And the king worked many times. Well, he has been working now, he's in pension, for transnational companies. He studied in America, so don't imagine the traditional myth of a king in the Gulf of Guinea. He's a very well-educated person in America. He has been working in many international institutions. And now he said, well, after all, I am representing that people. For the good or for the bad, I don't know. I know nothing about His Majesty Nameka Ahebe, Obi of Onitsha. But the question is really good for a city, even if the Obi is a nice person, to have just one king as a trait of union of the whole city? And here, why not? I think that here comes a possible twin museum for Onitsha would be the Museum of Hamburg. Why? Because in Hamburg, they are very proud of being a free state. They are a state. We are a state. We united with Germany, but not the port. They said the port is not German until later. So in Hamburg, the idea is that they have a very strong city personality. So that could be interesting. Here comes another case completely different. Aksum, Tigray, Ethiopia. Here there are two things interesting. First of all, archaeological works. There are a lot of archaeological European companies working there because it's a very important site from the Middle Ages. And so that's interesting. But you see, from the antiquity, Aksum was there. From the Middle Ages, I beg your pardon. The Middle Ages were the Orthodox going there, the Christians. But you have that there were also the ancient monuments. Okay, so we can find a twin museum to work together for the Meridians project. Here comes the tragedy. Aksum massacre, one of the deadliest atrocities of Tigray conflict. And you see both heritage and persons suffering. Of course, persons are much more important than heritage. But when all that will be part of history, how to talk about heritage without talking about the death in a terrible war? And that's why I thought, and I talked with them, that there is a museum among us who is good for that. It's the Museum of Krakow, who has the factory of Schindler's, you know, all of us from the film, who has also a Trasa Pamięska, which is an element that they can explain very interesting about the terrible days of persecutions in the Jewish persecutions in the Second World War. So that could be interesting to work together. And here, for Meridians, is African Europe, but don't mind the Casa de la Historia de Medellín, which specialized in organizing new agreements between people who fight at each other recently. And finally, Maputo, Mozambique. We will have them with us also, Rodrigo Sala. Maputo is a city, very global city, and well, here there is of Portuguese origin, as you know. Maputo has a long colonial established city, in that case, more than Nigeria even. You see here the city 100 and more ago with the railway station, which was very important. Also in Nairobi, they talked about rail station with the Independence Square with a new symbol. But they say, as you can see, the city of Maputo has some important monuments for understanding the history, not just of the city, but of the country itself. I beg your pardon, but what I have seen is that they talk about the country itself, they don't talk about the city. So they include the fortress, Casa Amarela, the monument to the death of the First World War, and the Natural History Museum. Okay, but where is the history of the citizens? There is no citizens' history. And in that case, we could find a twin museum where we will go tomorrow, since there is an administrative link between Barcelona and Maputo. It could be very well to take advantage of the link agreement between the two municipalities to work together. So in conclusion, what I wanted to stress in that hidden potential of city museums is that all over the world, cities have now, as I said yesterday at the beginning, their place. If in 19th century that was science museums, and in 20th century that's Shatterlove, art museums, now city museums are fundamental. If we want cities to be fair, explaining themselves to the citizens through the institutions, and to have a place in the dialogue of the world, when we see that after all, states, nations, and companies are not really successful in dealing with the problems we have. And that's the objective of this workshop. And now we continue.
Thank you very much, Joan. I think that we should give an applause to Joan. Not only for the passion that he brings to any place he is, but also for the deep and wide range of ideas that he's always bringing. So thank you very much, Joan. I think I have to give the floor to Patricia Tamayo. Am I right? But before, let me try to connect, because I have also the instruction from Joan to be an active chair. So I will make 3 comments related to what Joan explained. They are a bit secondary, but I have to say that. First, with La Habana. I have seen in the program that Michael Gonzalez Sanchez presented this morning. I'm not sure that if he is here, but I have to say that Eusebio Leal, the founder of the Historian House in Havana, won our award, the United Cities and Local Governments Culture Award, last year, weeks before he died. So it was nice to see that our institutions are somehow connected. Eusebio Leal, one of the leading persons in the global conversation on urban development. And the second idea is connected to Africa and to the 4 Meridians project. We in United Cities and Local Governments, of course, work also regionally. We have sections in all the continents, all of them with juridical autonomy. They are affiliated to us, but they have their own members. United Cities and Local Governments Africa, based in Rabat, is working with many municipalities and is pushing certainly cooperation with big metropolis, the 11 metropolis that Joan mentioned, but also very strongly pushing to the concept of intermediary cities. 6,740, you said, small urban agglomerations in Africa. We would say big cities and intermediary cities. This is we say in United States where the battle for sustainable urbanization is played. And if a fraction of those cities is able to explain its history in the way that you are today co-creating, that would be awesome, a wonderful contribution. To the third topic I would like to bring to the fore, and I have copied it from the introduction of the program and to the background document, city museums as sources of democratic energy. I think that this is a very, very strong sentence. I feel very close to this, and our program in United Cities and Local Governments is very strongly connected to this. Patricia, now the floor is yours. Enjoy the presentation. Nice title, City Museum Kit. Tens la paraula.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a privilege being here with all of you today. And I got a commission to really just break some ideas and to really start thinking about, okay, what is the minimum kit that we need to start and how we're going to start with this idea of the City Museum, just starting from scratch. I would like to recall an ancient times when everyone was gathering together through in the middle of the fire, when people were talking stories, they were talking narratives, and they were listening to urban and historical features. So people were gathering on the fire, along the fire, so around the fire. So nowadays in our societies, we are gathering inside of buildings, inside of places, and we are gathering in places. So we are kind of translating this idea from the beginning into a place. What I want to stress with this is that city museums is not, people doesn't go there for the building itself, but rather for the content. So that's one of the things that I really want to stress here, is that the content is really important. So that's why you can say here that there is sine qua non conditions. So this narrative and the history has to be very clear and very consistent in order to really start. Also, another thing is like you really need to have a material. So the material of exhibitions, the material of objects, everything has to be in order. And one of the things that I really like about the image that I place here is the image of El Zócalo in the Mexico City. It's a place where, because of the shadow, it's a very big square, and it's one of the biggest square that there is in the world. But then because of the shadow, everyone is gathering there, and it's being under the shadow. So actually the shadow is the thing that gathers people. And I believe that we can really think of a city museum about what is the content and what is the story that we are building, that we are talking, that we are creating, that we are telling, that we are speaking. This narrative is what is important. So all of this needs to happen where? In a space, right? So that's where we really need the city as a plan where to locate. So one of the elements that I place here is important is the urban fabric. So all the cities have its urban fabric. So everything is going to be very abstract, but then like interesting points. There are some interesting points in the city, interesting places, interesting buildings, elements that we can detect. So the first idea to really start thinking about where we locate it, we will say that it's located in centrality areas, in places where other places of interest can be next to each other. About thinking about program, okay, so what is the minimum thing, the minimum elements that we really need to start with? And so after doing a little bit of research, and actually you already have seen the exhibition, that it's good that the architect is also here, say that it's 200 square meters. So we said that with 200 square meters, it can be a good starting point for to really have an area that can be more as an exhibition space, an area that it can be more open. Then at the same time, we also need an area as a storage, so as an archive or a place to store the objects, to take care of them, to gather all the objects. And also what we believe it's important, it's what I call the urban classroom. It's a classroom that can be open for the kids, for the schools, for different groups of people that can gather there and really explore and really get to know the history and the city itself. So where? So a lot of, we can ask ourselves where this can be. This can also be in a pre-existing, so there can be a place that already exists, but maybe there is a space inside of that building that we can use. It can be a heritage place. It doesn't need to be a heritage place. But then another option is like, okay, we can start from scratch and we can start with a new space. How we can start with a new space? So the idea here is just to show you like the museum can be something modular, something that can be adaptable for the different situations, and even it can be enlarged and getting bigger. So to start with a unit that it's 200 square meters that can be composed by 4 different units, for example, of 50 square meters, we can have like a good size of 200 square meters using local materials. So local materials so that we can have spans of 7 meters and then of a minimum height of 3 meters. So with this, we're saying that we are not having a domestic space rather than a space that it's a little bit bigger than a domestic space, right? So here it's like, okay, we can have like different configurations. We can start thinking that these models can be in square shape, or this can be one next to each other, or this can create a space in between that can be a public space, that can be a space that can gather people, that is more open space. Also, we can have like, imagine a site that we place these units and we are kind of getting over the site, right? By enlarging. So here one example, like if we take the example of the square, we can see like multiple possibilities. I only highlighted 4, for example. I'm sure that many of you can think of many others. Here, for example, like using these 3 small ingredients that to start with, for example, like the white area is the exhibition space, and if we start from the first concept, we can say, okay, we can have a bigger exhibition space, and then the area of the class, and then closer to the exhibition space, and also the other area of the storage. So another configuration, we can see, okay, maybe the storage is a thick facade, and then maybe we can create like a thick facade that people from the street, we can understand that people maybe can look at the archive inside, and then this is creating like a thickness. And then we have all the elements inside the exhibition, and then inside, again, the small classroom. Also, another position is that, okay, because we are close to another building, or because of the different configuration in the urban fabric, it can be a very long but narrow storage. So all the different possibilities here, there is the same percentage of program. So I will say that we are talking about 25% of storage. So the 25% of storage is distributed in the 4 different places. So for example, in the last place, all the storage are in the middle. And then we can think, okay, from the nucleus, it's the storage, and then we gather everyone all the elements there, and then all the exhibition is around. So there can be like multiple ways, forms, possibilities to really how we can configure these 200 square meters. Another thing that I want to stress here is also sustainability. Not because we are creating a museum, we need to think that we really need a big infrastructure. So nowadays we are building and we are making a project for the Museum of Barcelona, for MUBA. It's going to be a museum that is going to be the kind of the whole museum is going to be without air conditioner. So we are going to use passive solutions and different resources so that the museum is going to work with this. So I want to stress that depends how it's designed, this unit. For example, it can have like cross ventilation, it can have thick walls, can be isolated itself, and with this, we don't need to think like, okay, we need like such a big infrastructure behind the museum. And I just want to end up with just giving you like very few examples. One is the Café Sant Bonsaire, that there was an intervention from Lily Reigden, Mies van der Rohe, the architects, and they create some sort of temporal space inside of a cafe, inside of a place that were already existing. And like with very little elements, they were really creating such a very nice exhibition space. I also want to recall the importance of this urban classroom. So maybe many of you can think of, we need some classes next to the nature or something, but why don't we have a urban classroom inside of the city? It's a place where kids can go there, can really learn, can really get to know the city where they live, and they can really get to know the history through different maps, elements, or tissues. So, and I want just to end up like thinking, okay, I like this installation so much because it creates a different perception. And this is what the architect Luc Delot was doing in this square in Brussels, sorry, in Ghent in Belgium. So he's having this plinth, putting it in horizontal, and in the middle of a square. So an element that normally it's on the outskirts, an element that it's meant to be vertical. So he's kind of placing it in horizontal way and giving us the perception that something else is different, that something else is really changing, that we really can have a very different approach from the places. And this is how I want to end up with like, okay, this is just a starting point, just to like crash an ideas to say, okay, how this can be possible in our cities in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moltíssimes gràcies. Thank you very much, Patricia, for this excellent presentation. Let me also add a compliment to marginal, but also from our side in United Cities and Local Governments. Mexico City is a very important city in our organization. And we have been promoting the new way Mexico City is explaining itself, say, turning the 5th anniversary of the Castilian conquista of the city towards the 700th anniversary of the arrival to that area of women that migrated from other places of Mexico to the current Tenochtitlan, Mexico City. So turning a military act towards a feminist-led movement. Mexico founded by migrants, and today also a city of migrants, and in the 20th century, a city of migrants and a transit, and something that it is very well explained in the exhibition Barcelona flashback, and it's a constituent element of all cities. I was about to say almost all cities. all cities. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation, Patricia. I have to give the floor again to Joan for the participatory moment. Is that right?
In just a moment, now Amelie will come, but now you have a test. You have a test. Perhaps you, Daniel, will explain it, because after the intervention of Patricia, you have, es diu test, no? Una enquesta? You have a test with 7 questions to answer. And that's a trick. You cannot say yes to everything. So if you look at the test, you will say that, oh, damn, I cannot choose between a classroom or an exhibition space. You have 5 options in the 7 questions. 5 options. You just have the right to say yes to 1 or 2. The answers of that text that you have and people online have also will be published after the next intervention. And Patricia will have to ask to the results of the test. So since you have now 10 minutes, not 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes, but you have the intervention that you will announce now, please fill the text as soon as possible. Second question, we beg your pardon, but that's part of the Christmas festivity for the children in the quarter. We asked them not to shout, but it seems that, well, it's complicated. So we could not avoid that, and they did not tell us until today that there was this festivity, because they didn't know that there was an international meeting. So now, see? Yeah, if someone needs a translation of the test, you have here a translation in Catalan, Spanish, French, and English. Does someone want the translation? Yes, there comes the translation of the test. You put 1 or 2, maximum 2. So that's a disaster. 1, it's really you are strong in your opinion. 2, well, more than 2, no, it's forbidden, because then you have not to decide. And now, while you do the text, we will have another privilege. Patricia tells us how to do a theoretical city museum, minimal city museum. We'll talk about that after. Now, how to work with a minimal archaeological classification system. That's the result of a long and well-established work by the Archaeological Archive of the MUBA and by some companies, private companies in Barcelona. We think it's interesting because they are developing a way of, so to say, registering all the archaeological materials that could be very useful and very cheap if it was developed for other cities. So now let's go. Okay, now you have it. You can present yourself. Yeah. Here is Emily. Emily Revilla.
Hola, Joan. Good afternoon, everyone. Moltes gràcies, Joan, i moltes gràcies a l'Uba i a la...
Estàs mutejat.
Sentiu ara?
Sí.
Doncs moltes gràcies, Joan, i moltes gràcies al MUBA i a la conferència anual 2021 del CAMOC per deixar-nos presentar en aquest workshop una nova eina, l'IAP, que és els inventaris d'arqueologia de Barcelona, dels materials que surten a les excavacions, i de la qual avui en fem una primera presentació pública i que s'engloba dins l'objectiu que té l'Ajuntament de Barcelona de socialitzar tota la informació referent al patrimoni històric i arqueològic, tant del passat com del present de la ciutat de Barcelona, posant-lo a l'abast tant en l'àmbit de la recerca com facilitant l'accés també a la ciutadania. L'eina l'hem promogut des de l'administració, concretament des del MUBA, el Servei d'Arqueologia de Barcelona i el Servei de Gestió de Projectes Software per a l'ICUB, amb la participació de les empreses Coeli i Nubilum. L'objectiu era treballar en xarxa amb eines tecnològiques que amplifiquin les possibilitats de tractament i difusió d'aquesta informació, que eren un sistema unificat, cohesionat, coherent i adaptat als estàndards documentals actualitzats. La interpolaritat tècnica i l'ús de vocabularis controlats de referència era una exigència perquè així es pugui produir la seva plena integració en el context web i aconseguir una major socialització del patrimoni històric barceloní, tant, com dèiem abans, a nivell científic com ciutadà. Com que anem molt malament de temps, tot seguit us presentem un modest vídeo que vam fer sobre l'IAP, perquè així us pugueu fer una petita idea de com funciona l'eina i què és. Moltes gràcies a tothom.
why we had that? Many institutions have different softwares for that. And many institutions and many companies work in that. So we tried to find a system that could work with all the different systems to unify. First, and second, why are we talking about that here? Because there is not the publicity of a company who wants to become rich and we have to pay royalties for everything. The idea is to develop that as a social accessibility price for cities who really would like to make complementary the different companies which have different technologies. So the idea is that you have an instrument to unify with very humble economic conditions, an adapted system to your city, which would be able to concentrate all data from all companies, past and present, and we hope future, in the will of cooperation in a wider project, in which, of course, there are private companies who must be paid because they work, but not as the idea of becoming rich, exporting technology. That's not at all. That's a cooperative tool. In the same way that we tried to think that this morning we talked about the rigid modernity. We deconstructed it, and now we have to reconstruct the idea of a public museum as a standard. And that's what we have now, and I think that we have already the results of the test. Are the results of the test there already? Danny? So now, ta-ta-ta-chan, the results of the test. Brrr. Question by question, no? Cambiar la cuenta, something is not working. No, that's the original. Well, while waiting, I think that we could begin if you, Patricia, can. Okay. But put please it in a wider way, because even people with good eyes, we cannot read that. Larger, please. First question, for those who are there, how to make up a solid yet plural narrative to explain the city? With the museum's own means, with schools and universities. With the museums of means, 16%. Universities and schools, 56%. With specialists in urban history from other origins, 40%. With other museums, 8%. With cooperating institutions, 52%. So, cooperating institutions and universities in the city itself are the winners, but the specialists, so to say, not so much framed in institutions, are almost also the winners. What is interesting to say, because that one is not archaeological, that's no, architectonical is my part to say, is that we acknowledge that with our means, with our associated museums, we could not do that. So for me, there is a clear conclusion. We have to change the idea of agreements with other institutions in the academic field, in the historical field, so that we can work together. The idea of here is university, here is a specialist, here we cooperate, please come, we will pay you to be the commissar, or doesn't work. So for me, it's the first conclusion. Or we find new kinds of agreement to push the museums to be research centers with the others. So you do the research for us, but we say what you have to do, because you will have a reward. You are going to be present in the city, and we will find the means. So the museum is leading. The others are working together. That means a training that we still don't have. For me, that conclusion is very important. I don't think if you want to talk, because we'll organize the debate, if there is someone who wants to say something about that. the people online, if there are questions, then we will attend them. So second question. In what format should this urban narrative be fundamentally expressed? With objects, 72. With digital exhibitions, 8%. With urban guides or signposted itineraries, 76%. With the publication of maps and leaflets, 8%. With the condensation of knowledge on the website, 12%. I think that this is a revolution. They ask us to pay much more attention to the city outside the museum than what we are doing. I think that it's impressive that, yes, of course, the object-based exhibitions are prima donnas, but for sure. But there is a super prima donna, which are the urban guided or signposted itineraries. So as you can see, I think that it was important to ask that. For me, it's surprising. I think I agree completely, but it's surprising because that means that we are well aware of the need to change the links with other institutions in the urban field if we have to really fill the gap to what is a good policy of guided tours, which is not going there and here a church, there a grocery, here a market, here a monument. It's completely different than that. So now, tomorrow we'll have a kind of urban tracking to see if it works. But anyway, I think this is very important. The third one, no, excuse me, questions? At the end, we will ask again questions, don't worry. Third one. If the decision is made to have objects, how are the first 100 obtained? This question was to enhance cities and say, oh, yes, I am that city. I want a city museum. I have no means. I just want to prove that's interesting, and then people is interested. Well, without objects, only 4%. Pieces originating from urban archaeology, 34%. Contemporary collecting with citizen participation, 100%. Donations, 17%. External cooperation with other institutions, 30%. So we don't trust a lot in other institutions. We think that donations are scarce. We think that archaeology is worth, valuable, and important. And we think that contemporary collecting with the participation of people is 100% in our goals. Many municipalities and the politicians ruling the museums should know that, because it's not so easy everywhere. Not in all cities, there is that conscience of that museums think that 100% of them should collect that way. Any urgent question? Let's go to the next one. How should museums' future presence in the city be conceived? Now, Patricia, please continue.
Okay, so as a single stable building that concentrates heritage and activities is 16%. Then with various heritage buildings in the form of a network museum, incredibly, it's 80%. With the incorporation of spaces from other associated organisms, it's 28%. And as a museum without a main building that explains the urban history, I think, is 16%. And as a virtual museum that explains and shows the city, 20%. So I think it's very, very clear how heritage buildings, it's in the form of a network. I think the key word here is in the form of a network museums, because this network can create a system, a network system in the city. So, well, it's very clear, I think. Any questions from this side? Okay, for the next one. Okay. So if the museum seeks an affordable physical home, what are the best initial options? Own independent building as essential. It's 44%. And it's the same percentage as home within an institutional building such as the City Hall. So this is really interesting to see that it's 50-50. Home within a school or library is 36%, and home with a bus or train station, port or airport, it's 20%, and home within a shopping center is 8%. So again, we see that it's like, I think it's kind of a debate, no, in having our own independent building or within an institutional building.
Yes, but also within a school or library, it's 36%. So the third option, it's not decaying so much.
Okay, there is questions here. Someone wants to add something? No? Okay, so next one is what would be the essential initial basic facility format? And quite everyone agree that it's a multi-use public hall with 87.5%. A classroom for school stays or half day or 1 day is 12.5%. And a hall devoted to presenting the exhibition, it's 33%, so it's quite clear that the multi-use public space can use for everything, right? A reserve room for conservation and exhibits is 4.2%, and a work office for managing the center, it's 12.5%. I'm really surprised about this. A work office for managing the center. That's interesting also, because it has the same 10% that a classroom for a school stays. So actually seems that people validate as well as a place for people working in the museum.
An additional comment from me is that there's an essential initial basic facility. So to begin with, let's go to the multi-format museum. We do exhibitions with objects, but many times there are other formats with other projects, or there is a shared space where you have the exhibition around and you have the other project in the middle, or you have the conference there and here you have the exhibition. So the idea of a multiple format museum is quite evident, rather than the idea that, well, that's the exhibition space, and we cannot begin without having a consecrated exhibition space and nothing else there.
Any questions? Okay, so we can go for the last one, which is what would be the minimum essential staff needed to begin with? 1 person employed, 8%, 1 person employed and local volunteers, it's 52%. 1 person employed and outside volunteers, 8%. 2 or more people employed, 48%. And all volunteers, 4%. So it seems like it doesn't really work with volunteers. People rather think that it's important to have persons employed.
But what is incredible, and that's for example for me the most surprising answer, is that we really believe that the minimal city museum is a real option. After looking at what we said collectively about space, about collecting, and about the fact that 1 person plus volunteers can rule the new museum, I think that we can say that among us, the perception is that minimal city museum to explain cities which don't have them or want to really change their mind about it is possible. So perhaps now to finish, Patricia, a more large debate. Are there questions perhaps from the online people?
Not so far.
So we are all of us under shock.
I think there is a question here.
I'm worried a little bit about this answer with one employee plus volunteers being plural, and connecting that to the answer of the first question, that a museum needs to rely on means outside of itself. And so thinking about the reality of university research, at least in Italy, I think that there's a lack of a safety net, and there's no protection for the work of researchers, especially younger generations, which are not so young anymore. And so this perception has a really dark side. And it says that ultimately the independently wealthy can do cultural work. And it means that, a slang term, the radical chic can afford to really dedicate themselves to cultural and social themes, because museum work is not an option. As well as living in cities, it's not an option.
As well as?
Living in cities.
Living in cities.
There is
Cities
another.
are too expensive.
Yeah, no? There is another question. Chatrolov.
My question would be, this would be all well and good if none of us were existing in a building already built, or a place already conceived, or even a city. So the fact is, most of us are already in places, cities already built, with people, with volunteers interested, or even many of us, or most of us perhaps, in buildings already built that we're stuck with, we're in. So my question would be, are architects, as you would know, thinking about how to, say, renovate or recreate, re-envision, reimagine the spaces that most of us are already dealing with, even this museum, instead of starting fresh?
So you mean if architects are thinking about refurbishment projects?
To some extent, yes.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
I know that, but I guess my question is, since we are here sort of imagining, re-envisioning ourselves, is it possible to do that? Can an architect take us through that process?
Exactly. Well, actually, I really start the presentation by pointing out that using an existing building, I will say that it's a first option. Because if we are also thinking about sustainability, so we are using what is there already. And I am totally into this line. And so I will say that, of course, there are, and many of the museums are actually in historical and heritage buildings. So I will say that, yeah, with no doubt. So, yeah.
Answering to your question, there is something clear. A city museum with history knowledge based in an unfair labor situation, it's a contradiction. That would contradict everything. So I think that one thing is that to begin with, in cities in which it does not happen to be a city museum, you can enhance something and then enlarge and create a structure. And another thing is that in cities in which you have a kind of public exploitation of cultural workers, we just legitimate the system. I think that this is another debate, but that would never be fair as a kind of proposal. So thanks, I think it's important to stress that we must be careful that, and we know it not only in Italy, the situation of the cultural workers, it's really unfair many times. As you said, young and not so young people working in a very precarious situation. So this other debate is another debate Today, it was the possibility of enhancing new city museums, but it's not a debate that I think that the authorities of CAMOC and ICOM should promote someday again. Okay. More questions?
Sí está funcionando, ¿cierto? Bueno, primero, felicitar el ejercicio. Estoy de acuerdo con la mayoría de las respuestas, o sea, me siento identificado. Y lo que me lleva a concluir estas respuestas es que llegamos a la discusión entre qué tanto es comunidad y qué tanto es institución un museo de ciudad y en dónde están esos límites. Los trabajadores somos parte de la comunidad y por ende estamos ahí. Fui la persona que puso que sí es posible un museo de ciudad solo con comunidad o solo con voluntarios, porque conozco esas iniciativas, pero son iniciativas que no son reconocidas como museos de ciudad, sino son museos comunitarios subalternizados. Entonces, a mí me interesa mucho como esa cuestión y lo dejo en la mesa para que lo discutamos en algún otro escenario del tema de comunidad, institución, institución, comunidad y esos límites porosos que existen, porque es lo único que nos posibilita a futuro ser pertinentes socialmente.
Yo creo que efectivamente, well, I will go into English. Well, really, the balance between institution and community is very important to start correctly. And both questions. To start correctly, making it possible. To start correctly, not creating an unfair structure for the future. So I think that both are complementary, and that's another debate about the human factor, the human capital in museums, that of course, if they are social museums, should be fair and effective, and the balance is not so easy. If there are no more questions, I think that Jordi will introduce our 4 Meridians debate, which is the last part of today, focusing in Africa, but not only.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Something else?
I think it's
okay.
Indeed. Let me say that there is a message from Edia Lesage. She will take the floor immediately. She says, using what is there already is a quite good option. It will allow the city to show the building itself. But as I see around, the trend initiated by l'Institut du Monde Arabe is to promote cultural engineering by building societies and looking for a star architect. This is the end of her message. And Marseille, she says, how a city museum can guarantee accessibility for all, physical and intellectual accessibility. This is a message in Catalan, which I translated into English. I think that this is food for thought. You can discuss in the chat.
We can continue. These are questions you are very much related to the tomorrow Museum for Creating Citizenship. The second message is quite important. The first message, since she will talk after, she will have the opportunity.
So let me invite to the table to Uriol Nello and to Flora Mutere Okuku. Please join us. We will have first, in this final, say, 45 minutes, we will have presentations by David Llistà with a video, Uriol Nello, gràcies per ser aquí, from Edia Lesage, from Tunisia, Flora Mutere Okuku, she's here, thank you for being here, from Nairobi, and then Rodrigo Sala from Maputo and Siraj Rasool from Cape Town. So this is the 6 speakers we have. And if I'm not wrong, first is the video from David. Is that okay?
Yes, David Llistà is the General Director for Global Justice and International Cooperation of the Municipality of Barcelona. Global Justice and International Cooperation, so both. And she was to come today, but he has had to go outside for the global justice and international cooperation, so he sent a video for all of us.
Bon dia, sóc el David Llistar, director de Justícia Global de l'Ajuntament de Barcelona i parlo en nom de la institució per donar-vos la més cordial benvinguda als membres de la Conferència Internacional del CAMOC, Comitè Internacional de Museus de Ciutats, que us trobeu a Barcelona aquests dies. Sou responsables, gestors, pensadors de museus creats per narrar la història col·lectiva de la vostra ciutat, de les nostres ciutats, allà on vivim, i amb tot el que això significa. Aquí us vull donar la benvinguda més cordial, agraint-vos el vostre temps i dir-vos que Barcelona, que com veieu la tinc aquí al darrere, és una ciutat que es considera ciutat-ciutat, molt orgullosa de ser-ho, de ser una ciutat, conscient de ser una comunitat de comunitats sovint en conflicte social, que no obstant té un fort sentiment d'identitat pròpia, d'identitat històrica. Fins i tot som capitals d'altres regions, en aquest cas de Catalunya. Veureu, mica en mica, que Barcelona, que té moltes seus d'organitzacions com CGLU, aspira a ser una ciutat capital de les ciutats, a representar el que en diem municipalisme internacionalista, global. En contrast a què? En contrast amb els interessos que algunes ciutats també representen d'estats-nació o capitals de seus d'empreses transnacionals, interessos corporatius privatitzadors. En aquest sentit, volia felicitar en particular el MUBA, el Museu d'Història de Barcelona, el fabulós treball que està fent a Barcelona d'interpretació i el seu lideratge també conceptual com a museu de ciutat. Especialment vull referir-me a la proposta d'aliança dels 4 meridians entre ciutats i museus-ciutat de les emergents ciutats africanes, que com sabeu esteu creixent moltíssim, en canvi accelerat, i les ciutats europees més consolidades, però també amb molts desafiaments pel davant. Una aliança plantejada per reforçar la cooperació entre ciutats dels 4 meridians, plantejada contra una dinàmica que està sent i ha sigut colonialista, estatalista, basada en l'explotació dels recursos d'Àfrica per part d'Europa i plantejada, en canvi, com una relació horitzontal per a induir un procés d'interpretació comunitària de la història i futur de les nostres ciutats, que són, com sabeu, ciutats connectades i que volen ser també ciutats connectades amb els seus veïns, a la seva pròpia ciutat. Gràcies de nou al CAMOC, a l'ICOM, al MUBA, a CGLU i a tots els qui participeu. Bon treball i estem connectades.
Moltes gràcies, David. Let me add that this video was recorded at the roof of Avignon Street number 15, which is also the site of our organization, United Cities and Local Governments, as well as the Department of Global Justice and International Cooperation of Barcelona City Council. A marvelous building which is built over the Roman Wall of Barcelona and where we have a small site that is managed by the MUBA. Now, I have the pleasure to introduce Oriol Nel·lo, Professor of Geography at the Autònoma University of Barcelona. Let me add a personal note. One of my personal references in the world of geography in my career, so a huge pleasure to share this table with him. Oriol, you are invited to speak on geopolitics, why it is important to explain the city from the cities, the relation between Africa and Europe, and especially from Barcelona. Endavant.
Plenty of things. I will speak in Catalan if it's okay with you. Abans que res, deixeu-me agrair molt cordialment la invitació per ser aquí amb vosaltres aquest vespre. És un goig de ser-hi i és un goig de tenir oportunitat, encara que sigui breument, de compartir algunes reflexions sobre per què, al meu entendre, la feina que vosaltres esteu desenvolupant, la feina de reflexió sobre el passat de la ciutat, és tan important. M'hi referiré no pas com un historiador urbà, no pas com un teòric de la ciutat, sinó més aviat com aquell que ha tractat d'intervenir sobre la ciutat, és a dir, aquell que des del planejament urbanístic, des de les polítiques urbanes, ha tractat d'incidir en l'evolució de la ciutat. Les ciutats són fetes de tres coses. Són fetes de persones, són fetes de pedres i són fetes de projectes. Pasqual Maragall, que va ser el nostre alcalde de Barcelona durant tants anys, aquell que fou un alcalde famós, l'alcalde dels Jocs Olímpics, va ser alcalde entre l'any 1982 i l'any 1997, solia dir: la ciutat és la gent. La ciutat no és altra cosa que les persones que la integren. Vosaltres ja heu reconegut de seguida que en realitat és una cita del Coriolà de Shakespeare, no? What's the city but the people? Hi ha un personatge de Coriolà que diu en algun moment. És la gent el que constitueix l'essència de la ciutat. Ara bé, aquesta gent és diversa, té interessos diferents, sovint contraposats, i d'aquí sorgeixen els conflictes. I són aquests conflictes el que fa la ciutat, el que condiciona la seva evolució. L'altre element que configura la ciutat és que no és només la gent, sinó que són també les pedres, és a dir, allò que han construït les generacions que ens han precedit. Em sembla que era Carles Marx, no? Em sembla que en el 18 Bromari de Lluís Bonaparte diu: el record dels morts atenalla com un malson el pensament dels vius. A la ciutat no és només el record dels morts, sinó són també les formes construïdes pels morts, les formes construïdes per les generacions que ens han precedit. I aquestes, que són fruit també de les esperances, dels projectes, de les tensions i dels conflictes que hi van haver en la història de la ciutat, suposen per nosaltres un punt de partida i un límit. Un punt de partida des del qual hem d'actuar i un límit respecte al que podem fer, perquè ens condicionen. La manera com nosaltres entenguem la forma com s'han configurat aquest llegat de les generacions precedents condiciona de manera molt estricta fins a quin punt són punt de partida i fins a quin punt són límit. I sobretot la direcció cap al que nosaltres podem fer evolucionar la ciutat. Molt sovint identifiquem la ciutat per el nom dels seus governants. La Florència dels Mèdicis, la Madrid dels Àustries, la Barcelona de Pasqual Maragall, el Rio de Janeiro de Pereira Passos, i així podríem anar dient. Diem a vegades també la Barcelona de Cerdà o el París de Haussmann, com si la història de la ciutat no fos més que el resultat d'aquells que l'han governada o dels tècnics que han treballat per ells. En realitat, però, com nosaltres sabem bé, en cada moment aquests han hagut de fer els comptes amb uns altres. Quins? Aquells que des de posicions subalternes, aquella gent de la ciutat que des de posicions subalternes ha tractat de defensar els seus interessos, els seus drets, les seves condicions de vida. Les nostres ciutats no serien de cap manera el que són sense l'acció d'aquests. Això és particularment palès a Barcelona, però també en moltes altres ciutats. Recordo que els companys de Santiago de Xile van produir un llibre ara fa uns anys preciós, que era fet a partir de històries de vida d'habitants de les poblaciones de Santiago. El van titular Constructores de Ciutat, d'una manera provocativa. No era només l'urbanista, no era només el governant el que havia construït Santiago, sinó que eren també aquells que vinguts des del Norte Grande, des d'Atacama, des de Copiapó, des de Concepción, des de Puerto Montt, havien arribat a la ciutat i amb les seves mans havien construït els barris. A vegades aquests no només alteren físicament la forma de la ciutat, sinó que s'organitzen de tal manera que condicionen estrictament el seu govern. En aquesta mateixa sala alguna vegada hem discutit la incidència que varen tenir els moviments ciutadans aquí a Barcelona al final de la nostra dictadura, al final del franquisme. Van condicionar tant la forma com la ciutat evolucionava que avui no l'entendríem de cap manera si no fos per la seva acció. Si jo penso en el meu barri, en el barri on jo vaig créixer, el barri dels meus pares, l'acció organitzada dels veïns és el que va permetre salvar el parc, salvar l'espai que avui és la biblioteca, salvar l'espai que avui és l'escola de dansa de l'Ajuntament i així successivament. Barcelona no seria el que és sense l'acció d'aquells. La Barcelona que nosaltres podríem dir, la Barcelona de Cerdà o la Barcelona de Porcioles o la Barcelona de Maragall, no s'explica sense l'acció d'aquests constructors de ciutat. La ciutat és la gent, la ciutat són les pedres, la ciutat són també els projectes. I si la gent ens parla del present i les pedres ens parlen del passat, els projectes ens parlen del futur. I aquests projectes, com és lògic, són diversos. Diversos perquè responen a interessos també diversos. I depèn molt de la manera com nosaltres ens representem el passat, és a dir, de la manera com nosaltres ens expliquem i expliquem als altres el passat, com podrem configurar aquests projectes. En particular, si nosaltres som capaços d'explicar que la història de la ciutat és el resultat no de l'acció omnímoda d'aquells poderosos, d'aquells que s'han trobat en la posició de domini respecte als altres, sinó que és fruit del conflicte entre aquests i aquells que han tractat de canviar les coses. Donem una base ben diversa per als projectes que nosaltres podem pensar per la ciutat. I ho podem fer perquè donem les bases per entendre de quina manera la incidència de les persones pot ajudar, de les persones comunes, que prenent el destí amb les seves mans poden incidir en la transformació immediata de la ciutat i també donant a entendre, explicant de quina manera els seus projectes poden ser un dia la ciutat del futur, la città futura de la que alguna vegada ha parlat el filòsof. Vet aquí perquè em sembla de tanta importància la vostra tasca. És una tasca que, lluny d'explicar el passat, al meu entendre, prefigura el futur. Res més, moltes gràcies.
Moltíssimes gràcies, Oriol Nelo, per la teva ponència. We now have to turn a little bit the agenda because from Cape Town, Siraj Rasool is in the urgency to take the floor right now. Is that correct, colleagues? So Edia Lesage from Tunis will go later. Siraj, you have the floor for the next 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. This is really a pleasure to be reconnected with Juan, with whom I had the great pleasure of engaging about 14 years ago, mediated initially through the work of the late Pep Subiros. And I want to talk about a radical museology that was developed in the District 6 Museum, of which I was part of the initial group of trustees that built and developed the museum out of the civic politics of the 1980s, the anti-apartheid politics. And it is a museum that appropriated the idea of museum and the museum as a project for its work of social mobilization. So it was not museum as collection, not museum as building, as architecture, but a museum as a project of social intervention. This was what we now call the museum as process, and we even call it the questioning museum or the interrogative museum, as opposed to the formal museum of governmentality that is about the government of people, the government of places, and the government of collections. Because we're at we're at a very different stage in the history of the museum. And in the last few years, I've had the great pleasure of participating in some of the most important museum debates in our time about restitution, about decolonizing the museum. And just yesterday, I participated in a Barcelona conference of 4 Spanish universities at Universidad Fabra, Pompeu, and it was very interesting. And as Juan will know, I was meant to be in Berlin. I was meant to be in Germany right now. I had been in Amsterdam a few days ago to talk with colleagues there about restitution and decolonizing museums. I was meant to go on to Berlin, but you know how the latest form of apartheid and viruses has committed an onslaught on South Africa right now. So I came home. But I want to talk about a museology that stems from the resources of people who had been removed from the city, who had undergone spatial removal into apartheid's townships, and who held onto a notion of their belonging to the city through their own resources, through their own cultural attachments. This is a concept of the city and of a concept of memory and memorial that is not limited to District 6, where forced removals took place, but is today being enacted in a number of neighborhoods all across Cape Town, where there are people who were forcibly removed under apartheid in the 1950s, the 1960s, then the 1970s, and who laying claim to their relationship with those sites, and where the post-apartheid city has not delivered on the freedoms that they have desired. Because we live inside of so many continuities with apartheid, where the tourist gaze on the city of Cape Town requires certain ethnic performances, certain performances of exotic lives, and certain performances of ethnicity. And we know that you build a new society through history. And so the question becomes, what is the methodology of a history museum that you work with? And what is important in the record of the District 6 Museum is how it became a museum by accident, how it appropriated the idea of the museum. It wanted to create a memory project. This was a memory project about what people remembered about their lives, what they held onto in the neighborhoods from which they were removed, and how they even remade their lives in the places to which they were removed. It was very much centered on the stories that people told about their lives and about how people were going through a process of remaking themselves after the end of apartheid. And of course, the District 6 Museum also went through a process of museumization. in which it acquired a building. It renovated the building. It acquired objects, and it became responsible for the care of collections. And as I listened to Joan's presentation about how you can potentially make museums, I was thinking about all the stages through which the District 6 Museum went, including a long-term partnership through the Swedish African Museums program with Malmö City Museum in Sweden. And what you have here is an opportunity to think about museum in relation to landscape, where landscape is not the land, but landscape is marked by human history and people's history, and where you start complicating the disciplines that we work with, so that archaeology is not just a discipline through which we excavate older pasts, but which is a highly contested discipline whose authority in Southern Africa is tied to the colonial project, in which archaeology prefers the safety of depoliticizing people in an imagined Stone Age, and where Iron Age archaeology sometimes has gotten marshaled into the national project through Great Zimbabwe, Mapungubwe, and those kinds of sites. Archaeology's main form of existence in the city of Cape Town has unfortunately been through contract archaeology, through heritage as development, where the city museum has sometimes been turned into a captured institution of mitigation, where the priority is given to development, and instead where the museum becomes a captured institution. What I'm talking about is a museum that alters authority, that takes authority unto itself, that enters into projects of knowledge production with academics, with artists, with members of community, and it attends to the synergies of these interactions in a kind of project of knowledge transaction that results in the making of an exhibition or in the management of a collection, so that it is the very partnerships and the transactions and the associations that through which the museum is made, so that we don't describe the building or the exhibition as the museum. And these are very interesting processes and interesting debates that are happening now when we're at a time when we are rethinking how museums have engaged with citizenship. We do no longer seek the citizenship of the modern museum where everyone was given their assigned place. For us, as Joanna has emphasized, we want a citizen's museum where the citizen is a questioning subject. The citizen is someone who makes a noise, and the citizen is someone who does not accept established truths. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Siraj, Rasoul. The next speaker is from Tunis, Edia Lesage. Edia, merci de votre attente. Vous avez la parole.
Wait a moment, they will change of channel to French. Okay? French, which number is French to English? Número és francès-anglès? Okay. Sí. No, com que no hi ha traducció francesa? No. Number four is French to English.
Allez-y, s'il vous plaît, Edia. Vous avez la parole.
Bonjour, merci. Donc, je voulais vous remercier pour l'invitation, Joanne Roca. C'était un petit peu le cadeau de Noël. je ne pensais pas que l'appel... Bon, je n'ai pas de voix, hein, vous pouvez l'entendre. Je ne pensais pas que l'article Tunis, ville invisible allait connaître un succès overseas, on va dire, dans le Nord. Il avait eu du retentissement ici à Tunis, parce qu'il parlait évidemment beaucoup aux gens de la ville. En fait, cet article est arrivé juste parce qu'on était dans une période quand même assez difficile après le confinement. Et je me suis demandé qu'est-ce qui finalement a compté comme exposition ici. Et je me suis retrouvée en fait à raconter des expositions et qui m'ont fait basculer tout simplement dans mon propre passé et mettre en creux une lumière noire, à savoir qu'ici, en Tunisie, la ville, elle n'était pas visible, on n'avait pas d'endroit de monstration, on n'avait pas d'endroit où la montrer. Et chaque fois qu'on la montre, cette ville, on a peur qu'elle disparaisse. Et donc, on veut garder l'exposition pour nous. Et c'est un réflexe de peur que l'on a, de pénurie que l'on a, et qu'on transpose ailleurs, pas seulement en Tunisie. Mais vous voyez, je viens de Paris, il y a une très belle exposition au pavillon d'Arsenal, et je ne peux pas m'empêcher de me dire « Ah, la beauté d'une ville, il faut que ça reste ». C'est-à-dire que chaque fois qu'on a une exposition en Tunisie qui montre la vie, c'est arrivé 2 fois, c'est exceptionnel durant le confinement, on a envie de la bloquer. Et c'est pourtant un opérateur privé qui l'a fait. Et il y a un monde fou qui y va. Il y a un monde fou depuis 30 ans. Il y a un monde fou qui attend cette ville. Et je pense même avant les 30 dernières années. Je n'étais pas là pour le dire. Mais en tout cas, il y a 30 ans, c'était une ambiance de concert rock quand j'y suis allée. Il y avait une exposition dans un tout petit endroit. Il y avait un monde fou. En fait, la problématique de Tunis, c'est pas qu'il n'y a pas de musée. Il y en a 8. On a le plus grand musée d'archéologie, de mosaïques romaines du monde. C'est le musée du Bardo. C'est un lieu d'attentat aussi, c'est assez tragique. Et on a une sorte de suprémacisme archéologique qui fait aussi que quelque part, on n'a pas de musée de la ville et que ça a été plusieurs fois évoqué, mais jamais matérialisé. Comme si la ville pouvait indéfiniment attendre. Pourtant, elle n'est pas simple, la ville, à appréhender en Tunisie. Elle est double, voire triple maintenant, et même quadruple. On a une ville arabe, la Médina, et on a une ville, et on passe par une interface à la Porte de France, une ville moderne du XXe siècle, du XIXe et du XXe siècle. Donc, la programmation d'un musée de la ville, ça a été fait sur un modèle, dans les années 2000, qui était un modèle anthropologique, un petit peu c'était le musée ethnographique de Mexico, qui était le modèle. Et puis, la programmation a fait long feu. Autrement dit, en Tunisie, et à Tunis, pour ne parler que de Tunis, on n'a pas d'endroit. J'ai cliqué sur l'endroit. On n'a pas d'endroit qui représente la ville, son histoire, ses monuments, ses habitants, ses spots culinaires, ses activités. Il n'y a pas un endroit où donner symboliquement les clés de la ville. Je vous les donne. Un lieu qui apprendrait à la lire. Des pages sur les réseaux sociaux. On a des pages immenses qui sont dédiées à la ville, qui avaient commencé, des pages Facebook. On demande, il y a une page qui s'appelait « Oui, nous, le patrimoine ». Il est où le patrimoine? C'est-à-dire qu'on cherche notre patrimoine comme si on cherchait du pétrole ou une richesse qu'on n'a plus. Et c'est devenu une très forte association qui s'appelle Édifices et Mémoires et qui a repris le profil d'un édifice lui-même en danger, qui s'appelle l'Hôtel du Lac. On a aussi des comptes Instagram avec des milliers de vues. On a des comptes qui s'appellent Mémoire d'une Chéchia, la Tunisie d'avant. On a mangé pour vous. Il y a même un compte écologique qui s'appelle Les Univers Responsables. On a des comptes qui sont participatifs. Il y a des comptes aussi qui sont privés, comme celui de Lost in Tunis, qui fait des photos et qui maintenant fait des conférences à l'international. Et sur l'Urbex tunisois, The Urban Exploration. Et puis, en fait, il y a aussi des pages littéraires qui s'appellent J'irai pas à Tunis, qui sont qui est un compte aussi privé, qui est extrêmement suivi. C'est dire que la ville est encore vivante. Sa beauté, elle est cachée, elle ne demande qu'à s'épanouir. Elle est millénaire, elle est complexe, elle est riche, elle est émouvante. Et il y a des initiatives culturelles à chaque fois qui sont sporadiques et qui attirent énormément de gens. Et les jeunes, aujourd'hui, ça fait plaisir, sont extrêmement décomplexés et ils investissent la ville, ils sortent le soir. Combien de fois je vois, pas seulement mes enfants, mais des gens qui ont 20 ans, 30 ans de moins que moi, qui disent « Ah ben non, moi j'habite en ville, c'est là qu'il y a la harka, c'est là qu'il y a l'ambiance. » Et pourtant, il y a une très grosse complainte du centre-ville quand on habite en banlieue, puisque le centre-ville est devenu lui-même une banlieue. On dit « Ah ben non, je ne vais pas aller en ville, c'est trop loin, c'est sale. Ah ben non, on ne reste rien, on laisse tout crouler. On ne sait pas mettre notre patrimoine en valeur. Et donc, après, on se plaint que ce pays parte en vrille et qu'il n'y ait pas de touristes, qu'est-ce que tu veux ?» Et ça pose question. Cette complainte, on l'entend tous les jours. Et pourtant, il y a de la nostalgie. Bien, je vois que c'est la dernière minute. Et donc, en fait, on peut constater une chose. On ne va pas en ville. Mais c'est quand qu'on va en ville. On va en ville quand on a peur. On va on va en ville quand on a peur. La ville attire. Et là, chaque fois qu'il y a une manifestation, bizarrement, c'est au centre-ville que ça se passe. On y va quand il y a une librairie qui va disparaître. Là, tout le monde va en ville. On y va. La ville s'est mobilisée quand il y a un danger. Chaque fois qu'il y a une contestation politique, on va en ville. Chaque fois qu'on veut s'affirmer, chaque fois qu'on veut montrer le point, on va en ville. Et en fait, ce qui nous manque, c'est vraiment un lieu, juste un lieu de démonstration, un espace d'interprétation, un musée de la ville pour faire société. Ce n'est pas le matériel qui manque. On a des sommes de collection considérables. Alors oui, Connecting Cities, Connecting Citizens, le thème du CAMOC à Barcelone, abrité par le MUBA, ça fait terriblement sens pour moi, pour nous, je pense ici en Tunisie. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Edia, et surtout encore d'une façon un peu plus emphatique
oui.
à cause des conditions de votre voix. Merci beaucoup de l'effort que vous avez fait.
Problème. Merci beaucoup.
Our next speaker is here with us, is Flora Mutere Okuku from the Technical University of Kenya in Nairobi. Flora, you have the floor.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be here to speak to all of you. So I'm going to treat this time as one of reflection. I know my supervisors say don't mention people all the time and own your discussion so that you sound like the authority behind it. But I must say, even as I reflect on how I'm sitting here amongst you all and what Joanne said about how they got the exhibition going, a subversion of the municipality, how he talked about lack of resources to put up the exhibitions that sit there. He used the word poor, and being in Barcelona, to me, as I look around coming from Nairobi and our lack, like, Joanne, do you really know what poor means? I see a lot of wealth here when it comes to ideas, resources, and actually the will to put up these institutions so that they serve city residents. So I want to reflect about the cooperation, the Meridian Corporation. I want to say it's a good idea and also throw in some personal thought about that. The way when we speak as professionals in Nairobi, when it comes to North and our corporations or our experiences there, it's sometimes viewed with a lot of suspicion. Just like you said, because a post-colonial city and how we even came to be and the processes that went into forming that space have to do with a lot of I want to be diplomatic here, but forgive me if it doesn't come, interference, right? So when you talk about cooperation and we are in a space of lack and needing the resources to get a lot of our ideas up off the ground, and we say maybe we can cooperate with the North and they can come in and we can sit together and sit in equal terms when we're coming from places of past hegemony or exploitation. There's going to be a lot of work needed to erase that anxiety when it comes to those kind of corporations. I think it's something that would be good to do, but important to do the work in a different way than we've done it in the past. Those perceptions are real. They're not imagined. Thinking back to my research study and the vocabulary I use in my research paper, and in a cooperation with a university out of a northern university, and the professor looked at my work and said, some of the terminology you're using is very harsh. You're talking about skin color, black, and remember in the morning I was talking to the gentleman from Port Elizabeth, and a lot of what he said resonated with what we are going through in Nairobi. He talked of the Black Lives Movement, and I mentioned a zeitgeist that we're in right now. So when it comes to terminologies about color skin, and when it comes to terminologies about the rupture of our memories because of the interference, it comes from a very raw place that may not resonate with a northern partner. So it comes down to communicating expectations and what both parties would need, I think, to go forward with the Meridian project. And I know you didn't pair Nairobi with anybody, and I thought, gosh, who would be a great person to hook up with and do something tangible, material, and bring it up off of the ground? Who would be a great person to sit across a table from, have a conversation about expectations, and not negate feelings that come from the past, the burdens that we're carrying into the now, you know, and would accept our position and our point of view without castigating or feeling apart because I'm mentioning color or race or those harsh realities that we're going through at this particular moment, even globally. I think those questions would be sensitive, but they'd be important to sit down and talk through before proceeding with those corporations. The gentleman from P again, he mentioned social media. So I'm thinking back to our space, and I'm thinking about our lack, again, when it comes to heritage, ethnographic museum, descriptive studies of our culture. I'm thinking about how a lot of our museums, and we're talking about the ones that are culturally relevant, live without the four-wall structure. And social media seems to be, for Nairobi, a place where there's a lot of material being generated about memory, about thoughts of what is going on about the city and everything that takes place in there. I'm remembering how there was a gentleman who mentioned, if you want to know about Nairobi, go and talk to the old gentlemen in the western part of the country. They've retired and moved to the western part of the country. It doesn't reside in the city itself. So it's interesting that we might have been not looking in the right places to get the knowledge about our city space, but that we could congregate on these platforms, the social media platforms like Twitter, that we could congregate on blogs. The reason I'm even on this journey is that nature abhors a vacuum. And when it came to the Nairobi space and the museum professionals dealing with heritage institutions and all the challenges they had to face with resources or institutional morass or stasis. I hope I'm not using such funny words, but the reason they would turn to these other spaces to discuss heritage is it's real, it's pertinent, and I think they should be looked at and congregated and somehow preserved. So we want to be careful as Nairobian professionals not to ignore these sites, these other sites where heritage discussions, very pertinent heritage discussions are taking place. So we talk about subversion that one talked about, and I want to say I had some imposter syndrome about being here, but let me repeat that nature does abhor a vacuum. So for those of us who love the idea of going to a place and understanding what our connection is, having a rootedness. I myself am a multimedia designer, and I looked around for a topic to dwell on for my research study, and heritage was it. I'm here seated with other professionals in heritage spaces, not speaking exactly the same, but knowing that the work can be done through my design, my multimedia design abilities. So I'm a good example of plugging that void, even if I'm not coming from maybe a relevant, yeah. Sorry for sounding so apologetic. So these are my reflections as I sit here. They're a bit disparate, but I hope they're resonating with you as well. So we have a lot of learning to be done as professionals from Nairobi. And today my head is full of ideas. The one I want to take away is the strategic position that one has taken in order for that 2-year exhibition to sit that. At first it was temporal, but 2 years later, it's now standing, and it may come down, but in those 2 years, you can imagine the impact that it's done. But what it has done for me is a penny has dropped. A big fat penny, actually. That challenges will be there. You have to be, what does it say? As wise as a snake and as gentle as a dove. There's something that goes like that, right? In getting your ultimate goal, which is for these institutions, which to me are powerful, for lack of a better word. So I wanted to just end there. Something I didn't say in my presentation is the current population of Nairobi right now is 49.2 million. And if you remember my 49.2 from the 2019 census. So you remember from my presentation, I talked about the population in 1907, starting off with 10,000 Africans, 3,100 indentured Asian laborers, and 580 European people in the position of ruling, to 49.2. That composition has altered significantly. We have 42 tribes, yes, Leah, and actually 44, because the Asians did get acknowledged as being the 44th tribe. There's the immigrant Nubians who came to fight in the Second World War, who then approached Parliament and said, we need to be recognized as another tribe too. So our condition in Nairobi is so different, yet similar in many ways. So I wanted to just put that out there. I hope I've given you a picture of what we are dealing with. Everybody coming to try and fill that void, because we have held the institution of the museum in high esteem and don't want to have that lack. resources are not a reason for us not to have standing institutions that do address people's cultural heritage and that position. So I hope I've said some intelligent things, but if not, you'll forgive me, and I'm really glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Flora. You did a great speech. It resonates perfectly well with all what we have heard, and we are learning a lot from you too. And our next final speaker today is from Maputo, Rodrigo Sala, who will speak from Maputo. And I am not sure whether the translation is simultaneous or consecutive. It's consecutive, so we have somebody
Joana Sousa Monteiro will do the translation. But that will be a presidential translation.
I'm sorry, guys. You're the professionals, I'm not.
All right, so Rodrigo, please let me advise your sentences are short and concise so that Joana can do the interpretation consecutively. Muito obrigado, Rodrigo. The floor is yours.
Obrigado. Boa noite a todos participantes. Saudações a partir de Maputo. Saudações para os organizadores, principalmente deste congresso, do qual agradecemos muito por terem nos convidado. Nossa apresentação, minha apresentação vai dissertar sobre a musealização do patrimônio material, patrimônio cultural material e imaterial do município de Maputo. Município de Maputo...
Rodrigo?
Wait a minute.
Rodrigo, consegues ouvir-me?
Sim.
Ok, boa noite, eu chamo-me Joana, sou de Lisboa.
Certo.
Acabaram de me pedir para ir traduzindo o que tu dizes para inglês. E de vez em quando vou pedir para tu parares para eu traduzir, está bem? Pode ser?
Tá certo, tá bem.
Desculpa, obrigada. So far, Rodrigo has saluted everybody and specifically the organizers of the Congress, of this conference, MOBA and CAMOC, and he's very grateful for the invitation that MOBA has done, and he's going to present something about the musealization project of the tangible and the intangible heritage of the district of Maputo. Rodrigo.
Continuando, vamos falar do município de Maputo e trazer uma breve informação deste município de Maputo. Maputo é uma capital, é a cidade capital do país, Moçambique, e também é o principal centro financeiro, corporativo e mercantil do país.
Podes continuar. Quando eu precisar eu digo, está bem? Obrigada.
É uma cidade com seu histórico fundada no século XVI, serviu como principal entreposto português no período de 1898, como capital até março de 1900, como capital que era dominado Lourenço Marques, que foi até 1976, e que foi o Lourenço Marques para homenagear o português, o explorador português. A cidade, administrativamente, é constituída, não é, por um processo, atualmente, a cidade como município é um processo recente, que é por via de eleições multipartidárias e democráticas.
Ok, espera só um bocadinho. Ok. So, Maputo, as you probably all know, is the capital for Mozambique. It's the financial and corporative center of the country. It was founded in the 16th century as a city, and it became Lourenço Marques with this name that was chosen for colonial reasons for a Portuguese man. Since 1898 until 1976, after the end of the war, the revolution and independence. The city of Maputo is a very recent municipality as a democratic city. Really very recent. It's just a couple of years back in his perspective. Podes continuar, Rodrigo. Obrigada.
Indo àquilo que é o conceito de museu em Moçambique, como disse, é também recente, é a partir de uma resolução, que é número 11/2010, de 12 de julho, que aprova a política de museus, que também adotou, esta política adotou o conceito da ICOM, que é o Conselho Nacional de Museus, que define museu como instituição permanente, sem fins lucrativos, ao serviço da sociedade e do seu desenvolvimento. Museu aberto ao público, que adquire, conserva, pesquisa, comunica e exibe patrimônio tangível e intangível da humanidade e do seu meio ambiente para fins de educação, estudo e lazer. Portanto, este é o conceito da ICOM que a nossa resolução que cria este conceito de museu também adotou.
Okay. So he's explaining that the idea of creating a museum or a group of museums in the city of Mozambique, in the city of Maputo, capital of Mozambique, originated in 12 years ago, in 2010, and it resonates with the new law of Mozambique that approves a political regulations for museums, public museums, according to the ICOM museum definition, which Rodrigo read the ICOM definition in Portuguese language. Of course, we all know that because we are ICOM members. Okay, Rodrigo?
Sim. Associado a isto, também liga-se à questão legal, que define o patrimônio cultural. É a partir da Lei número 10/88, de 22 de dezembro, que determina a proteção legal dos bens materiais e imateriais do nosso patrimônio moçambicano, que é definido como um conjunto de bens materiais e imateriais criados ou integrados pelo povo moçambicano ao longo da sua história, com relevância para a definição da sua identidade cultural. Portanto, encaixa-se também nesta definição do patrimônio cultural moçambicano.
Continua. Obrigada.
Certo. A criação de museus tem também, como em Moçambique, a criação de museus tem uma missão, que é a partir da política dos museus, que estabelece com base, não é, a promoção, valorização e fruição do patrimônio cultural moçambicano, usando os museus como um dos dispositivos, aliás, da inclusão social e de cidadania. Estimular o uso de museus para a educação patriótica dos cidadãos.
Okay, so he's referring to the also very recent new legal protection law for tangible and intangible goods, cultural assets. And he refers to a mission statement for heritage and museum for Mozambique, and also the origin of the museums in that country, going back to the colonial context by the Portuguese. Rodrigo, podes... Isso, obrigada. And after the national independence, following the 1975, there were created other museums and archives with a focus on political and cultural reality of the Mozambique people.
Trago também aqui um quadro que tem a ver com o percurso do museu, uma breve contextualização histórica, continua com a criação de museus e centros de interpretação, não é? Dos museus existentes e os centros existentes em Moçambique, só para dar uma ideia, para depois entrar para Maputo. Temos ao longo do país vários museus, entre públicos e privados, mas no contexto moçambicano, a questão do museu, falando do município de Maputo, traz como também um plano de desenvolvimento do Conselho Municipal para o mandato 2019-2023, preconiza a valorização do patrimônio cultural edificado, que tem como objetivo promover, em coordenação com a entidade competente da cultura e turismo, instituições acadêmicas, a educação dos munícipes sobre a proteção do patrimônio edificado do município, com destaque para edifícios históricos, monumentos, museus, bairros e locais históricos. Então, este é que também defende o governo municipal, nesse seu mandato, também preconiza esta questão da valorização do patrimônio, incluindo os museus.
Rodrigo, dá-me só um segundo. Volta só ao slide anterior, por favor.
Anterior, este, sim.
Obrigada. This is a list of all museums that exist now in Mozambique, in the province. Estes museus estão todos no distrito de Maputo? Não, pois não.
Não. Este
no país todo, certo?
Faz o país todo,
Okay.
não é? Para depois descer ao Maputo. Tem continuação no slide a seguir.
Okay, great. So before focusing on the museums that are being planned for the city of Maputo, this list is showing the museums that exist now in the country of Mozambique. And as a member of the government, as Rodrigo is, he's showing also their concerns and their investment and their planning for the a stronger sector of heritage and museums in his country. Desculpa, pode seguir.
Bem, eu dizia que a seguir é este quadro, também dá continuidade, mas a parte rosa pintada mostra a continuidade e o maior número de museus estão concentrados em Maputo. Quer dizer, de todo o número que o país tem, a maior parte dos museus estão concentrados na cidade de Maputo, no município.
So, in so many other countries in this world, there is a high concentration of museums, especially of national museums in the capital city, in this case in Maputo. So all you see in pink are the museums of Maputo.
A seguir temos imagens de alguns museus. Este é o Museu Mafalala, é um museu recentemente criado, está num bairro histórico da cidade e é um museu de categoria comunitária, mas que reúne uma parte da história que se liga também à história da cidade um pouco. Mas é mesmo comunitário de um bairro histórico chamado Mafalala, daí o museu também chamar-se Mafalala.
E este é o mais recente museu?
É o mais recente criado, tem 2 anos de funcionamento.
This museum is called Mafalala. It's the most recent museum in Maputo. It is a grassroots museum coming from community engagement work, and that has been created as a group of collections and evolved to a museum, a public museum that opened to the public 2 years ago. Pode.
A seguir tem o museu, que é o Museu dos CFMs. CFMs denominado Caminhos de Ferro de Moçambique, é uma companhia ferroportuária nacional, que está um museu que também é recente, criado para contar a história da via férrea, dos caminhos de ferro no país. Está localizado no edifício dos caminhos de ferro, que é um edifício com longa história e é também classificado de patrimônio histórico.
Okay, so this is also a very recent museum about the railways of Mozambique, and it's installed in the central building of the railways of Mozambique, which is not obviously so recent, but the exhibition is. Pode continuar.
E de seguida o Museu Nacional de Arte, este é mais antigo, e está também em Maputo, e ao seguir uma parte do seu acervo histórico, o seu acervo, aliás, que é completamente de arte, é arte nacional e internacional que se concentra aqui.
This is the National Art Museum of the city of Maputo, an older museum only focused in local art.
E de seguida temos também uma imagem do Museu da História Natural e uma parte do seu acervo, também localizado em Maputo, que versa sobre a biodiversidade e conservação das espécies.
Mas o que estamos a ver é do Museu da Arte, certo?
Era um Museu de Arte, sim. A seguir tem este da História Natural. Este é o acervo da história.
Rodrigo, we would kindly invite you to conclude the presentation.
Tens que terminar em breve, Rodrigo. Nós já
Sim. Vamos rápido.
Obrigada.
E podemos saltar as imagens, ir só para uma observação. Uma observação que temos a fazer.
The National History Museum, the National Geology Museum of Maputo.
Sim, a maior observação é que apesar de termos este número todo de museus concentrados no município de Maputo, nenhum deles é de gestão municipal. Portanto, é uma observação que também preocupa-nos, excepto o Museu Mafalala, que conta um pouco a história da cidade, mas localmente do bairro da Mafalala, que é a periferia. Não é assim, são museus que falem sobre temática da história da cidade, mas sim são temáticas próprias, bem definidas, como arte fala da arte, da história natural fala da biodiversidade, da geologia fala da mina. Então, esta é uma observação que queremos trazer só para explicar que, apesar de termos este acervo todo, nem todos os museus, aliás, ou seja, nenhum deles é de gestão municipal.
Isso é importante, Rodrigo. Diz-me só uma coisa que eu não percebi. Quem é que gera o Museu da Mafalala? É a mesma cidade?
É comunitário, como diz.
Governo? Ou é
Não, é de gestão comunitária, tem um acompanhamento do município de Maputo, mas é mesmo criado por um movimento, uma associação comunitária que, com apoio até de organizações internacionais, conseguiu construir e faz a gestão do museu.
Percebi, obrigada. So this last comment from Rodrigo, which is also very much common to many other capital cities in the world, is about that the majority of museums located in the Maputo city are not municipal owned or managed, but are state managed and state owned. Only the Mafalala, this most recent museum I've told you about, is owned and managed by a community association in partnership with the local government of the city. This are some street art images.
E deixamos como desafio, é um desafio que é, apesar de termos um depositário, porque o Maputo tem um depositário, uma riqueza patrimonial, histórica, social e diversificada, conserva e divulga a sua aparenidade. Por outro lado, é ciente a importância de valorizar o patrimônio cultural. A legislação também já incentiva e encoraja a criação de museus que sejam da administração do Estado ou privado. E muito obrigado.
Okay, a last statement saying that the local government of Maputo is encouraging the creation of new museums or the refurbishing of museums already existing, either private or public, and he says thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. Thank you very much, Joanna, for this extraordinary effort. I will give the floor to Flora, who wants to precise in 10 seconds something that she needs to precise.
Yes, 10 seconds. Population 4.92, not 49.2. Apologies. I saw your eyes.
We understood it. We understood it. Don't worry.
We do not have questions online. I'm sure that you have many questions, but we are totally out of the timing that we had foreseen. So, Joan, what do you advise? Do we accept questions?
Is there any urgent question? If there is not an urgent question, we will finish. And I'll say why we will finish with jazz and Té de Roca. That has a lot to do with what we have been doing until now. Jazz, it comes from America. Jazz came at the beginning of 20th century as an international music by people which were the descendants, most of them declarately, of slaves of America playing in Barcelona. Barcelonians loved jazz, and jazz has become a national music, a national identity, com si diu tret, característica, trend of Catalonia in Barcelona. So look, from a global music coming from America to a national new tradition through its transformation in the city. A national tradition created in the city from cosmopolitan origins. And the Té de Roca is the contrary. Té de Roca is an endemism. You only find and drink it in Catalonia. That's in Western Catalonia. It's a plant that grows in the Pre-Pyrenees. It's quite stimulating, quite good, very aperitif before going to eat. And we want to do the contrary. We want to international eat and to create in your countries new traditions with Té de Roca so that we could export to the museum a new drink from Barcelona, Catalonia to the world. So both contradictory processes together in the garden, and that will be the end for today. Tomorrow you have already the instructions, so I have nothing to say about Olivartes. You know that how to go there and so on, isn't it? Yes? So let's go downstairs. The jazz is waiting and the tea is hot, okay? I'm sorry, I'm apologize, there is no whiskey. But no sé si voleu dir alguna cosa més. Pues anem.